trying to keep it alive somewhat. For I was saying the Filen and Kilgallen, they're back 300 votes from a while. Is there any possibility whereby that gap is closed from what's there?
You'd be talking fairly flawless transferring, and it never happens flawlessly.
Right, okay, you were saying earlier, quote about 1190 or so, or thereabouts, roughly.
I'll revise that now to 1192.7.
Right, okay, which means that, as you predicted a while ago, that both Declan Bree and Tom McSharry will be elected on the first count, sometime in the afternoon.
With a surplus?
Yeah.
With a significant surplus?
Yeah.
So, you would think that the Bree surplus would favour O'Boyle?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The McSharry surplus 200 and something would favour Kilgallen.
Could go everywhere,
Yeah, but you're still in no doubt, any of you, that the 6 seats are fairly clear cut at this stage.
So there's a formula just maybe of interest to people. So how do you select the surplus?
Yeah.
Okay, so which, say the context of Bree and McSharry there, 200 or 300 votes each. How do you select those? So there's a formula the returning officer will follow.
Yeah.
And they do the percentages across the entire vote. That's only for the first count. And then if somebody is eliminated, obviously they distributed all of their votes. After the first count, the surpluses will only be taken from the parcel of votes that previously transferred.
Yeah.
They'll only look at the number 2, 3, and 4.
Tony McLaughlin used to have the count centre staff used to be annoyed with Tony McLaughlin because he'd have so much of a surplus they'd have to go back through and count the whole votes again and work it out. I remember him telling me the days when he had 2 quotas, the fund that was in count centres. I think you have a guest here.
All right, okay. Yeah, we're going to welcome again. We hadn't. I don't think we hadn't expected to see him here this morning. Luke Green Flanagan, European MEP and of course candidate here. Luke, you're welcome and thanks for joining us.
Good stuff. Only delighted to join you. Many's the Friday afternoon in 1990 I stuck my thumb out and hitched home from here. There was about 100 others with me at the time. I don't think there's many doing it anymore.
No, that's for sure. Why are you here? I don't mean that in any degrading way. Why are you at the Sligo Count Centre? Are you travelling around various count centres this morning, or what's your plan?
It's like asking me why am I in Castlerea. I'm in Sligo because it's part of my constituency. It's a very, very important area to me.
Okay.
And I'm a Sligo Rovers fan as well. It's always nice to be close to the hallowed ground, you know.
So what are you hearing? What are you picking up so far?
I seem to be doing quite well. I'm looking at about 10% in the town here. I've been looking at other counties as well. Apparently I'm topping the poll in Buncrana in North Donegal, and I seem to be doing quite okay all around the place. So time will tell.
Okay, and what are you picking up tallies throughout the 15 county constituency at this stage?
Yeah, I'm hearing that I'm doing quite well in Offaly. I'm picking up a good few votes in Meath, but look, they're all very scattered at the moment. We don't really know.
Okay. And will you go around as many count centres as you can? Is that your plan for the next couple of days?
Today I'll go to Carrick and Shannon, I'll go to Roscommon, I'll go to Clara, I'll go to Castlebar, and I'll go to Galway. And sure, if I have more time after that, I'll go to another centre.
Yeah, okay. You got the car fixed, so you did.
I did, indeed. I don't know about my back, but the car is okay.
Yeah, there was a bit of damage I think caused to you, not only your back but your car during the campaign. It is a tough campaign, isn't it? 15 counties.
Yeah, look at it. It's tough. It involves going 7 days a week, 12 hours a day. I managed to reach 238 towns, called in and around about 5,000 businesses for a short time into each. So it's a big constituency, but look, I'm also conscious of people listening to this who have sore backs today from lifting blocks, mixing concrete, doing jobs that actually really make you tired. So I won't be complaining. I get damn well paid for it, so I'm a lucky man.
When we talked to you on our show last week, we couldn't put money on you if we wanted to. You were unbackable, as you know.
Yeah,
Can that be a disadvantage?
I suppose it can. People might think, sure, look at if he's a shoe-in, maybe I might vote for other like-minded candidates, people like Rory Hearn or Saoirse McHugh or candidates like that, and they might think, okay, maybe I'll give a few number ones to them instead. So that could be a danger, but ultimately, hopefully, those votes would transfer back.
Okay, it's a long process. The count is going to, because there were, and we've had a number of comments already about 27 candidates on the ballot paper and the difficulties which arise from that. It's going to go on for what, 4 or 5 days, perhaps, maybe more?
I predict it could go on for anything up to a week, but for me, the count is a little bit like a World Cup or a little bit like a sporting event. I like it to go to extra time, a replay, a second replay, a third replay, because for me, well, as long as I'm not in the same situation as Marion was, but ultimately came out victorious. But I love the counts. They're just. For me, they're beacons of hope when it comes to democracy. People can openly see how the votes are counted. They can see who wins or loses, and we won't have any of that rubbish like we have in the United States of America of they didn't really win and they didn't really lose. We can see clearly who wins or loses. So
yeah, okay.
It's healthy.
Marion, do you want to say anything to your former
delighted.
European colleague?
Delighted to see him. We work closely when it comes to agriculture. He's my man in Brussels now, but look, it's early days. As you said, Ming, it looks to be around the 10% or a bit more, and which was, I think, what the polls were giving you some time back. Certainly, from the boxes I was seeing, the top three were McManus, obviously, and then yourself and Walsh. But that was only the Sligo Strand Hill. We have to go out to the rural areas yet. So it's all to play for. But you have tallies from different parts, but you were saying that Nina Carberry is doing very well in the Midlands and Monaghan, places like that.
Apparently, from what I'm hearing in the boxes that they had looked at in Monaghan, Nina Carberry is actually top on the poll in a lot of those boxes. So I think I don't think yet again this comes with the health warning, but I wouldn't rule out 2 Fine Gael seats.
I
wouldn't.
Yeah, there'll be a fierce battle for the last seat.
I think potentially the last seat could be between Kieran Malooly, Peadar Tobin, and a second Fine Gael candidate.
Yeah, I've looked at the percentages for Sligo Strand Hill, and others and non-party. So I mean that's you're in there. That's 42% of the vote. Yeah. That's huge.
Yeah, it's
and
massive.
Labour at 1, Sinn Féin at 28. Fine Gael at 15 and Fianna Fáil at 13. So if that pattern were to be continued, they'd struggle for a second seat. But, it's early days. But that's a massive vote, 42%, not going to any of the main parties.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It's a sign of
and
the
you're
times.
responsible for a fair bit of it, I'd say.
Yeah, hopefully.
We'll let you get back to your oversight of the tallies. Thank you for taking the time to join us, and good luck in the next week.
I'd say this, and I'll say it on every local radio station. I don't know what we do without you. You give detailed local coverage, and if we had to depend on the national stations, okay, they do their job, but the granular detail, it's a great thing you exist. Okay.
Thank you very much, MEP Luke Bean-Flanagan, and good luck to you during the week-long count as he sees it. That's Luke Bean-Flanagan. Overseeing some of the tally figures here, which he finds very interesting. Right, okay, well, I'll tell you what, we'll maybe take our 20 to break at this stage, and we'll refresh and see where we are. We'll talk about Ballymote at Tubbercurry. That's coming up. Things are moving thick and fast here at the Sligo local election count at the Sligo Park Hotel, and we are quickly on to the Ballymote Tubbercurry electoral area, and already there are a host of boxes tallied. I'm looking at five boxes in Ballymote already tallied. You can access these on the Ocean FM website. We also have some figures coming in from Castle Connor Community Centre and from Clahogue National School and from Colfada National School. John, this is your area. You're poring over these figures. What are you hearing so far? Ballymote is all the Ballymote booths are in already. What's happening in Ballymote? Tell us.
Certainly the figures are looking very good for. Certainly looking good for here in the boxes here. For Michael Clerk, they're looking good as well. Likewise, if you take Henry is pouring very well as well. I must say that Keith Henry is pouring very well, and Malani 13%. Jared Murphy's on 19%. He's pouring exceptionally well there. So that's indications there. You can see the area seats emerging there already now, to be honest.
Already? Looking at Ballymote. So
looking at those percentages, if they maintain those percentages, I mean.
Yeah.
This.
Well, give us your overview then.
Well, just go through them for a moment. If Mark might have a comment here.
Scroll up once there.
Yeah.
Just see which boxes are open, right? So it's
The Ballymote boxes are open. Banada, Beltrahall, Castle Connor, Clahogue National School, Colfada.
Yeah. So Henry doing exceptionally well there, and you'd expect that. That's, his pitches. Ballymote,
493 in
the town of it. He's doing good there. Clark is doing good, considering those boxes being open. I know Beltra is in there, which would be a home box for him. Castle Connor would be good for him as well. Cleary jumped out on me. He's the new Fine Gael candidate from Castle Connor, but again, that's his home box. So you'd expect him to be going well. Can you scroll down to the bottom there, John, again?
Yeah, go ahead, yeah.
So, at this early stage, we have Malani going well, we have Henry going well.
Yeah.
With Ballymote will be strong. I think that's particularly well, I'd say, for Malani. Wouldn't you think, John, in Ballymote?
Yeah. Yes, indeed. That's four. On the boxes that are opened, 455. Yeah. It certainly would be.
Just a comparison on those when you're talking 493 Henry in 2019, 460 Henry in 2024, so back ever so slightly.
Yeah.
Just so obviously.
They wouldn't be pleased about that now.
526. 526 is that?
Wait, no, that's including the other box. I'm only on about the Ballymote box.
Oh, Ballymote, sorry.
Sorry.
Okay, so he's back there, yeah.
Just slightly, ever so slightly.
Malani must be up then.
Well, Jared Murphy is up actually.
Sorry, I forgot that.
He's pouring exceptionally well here. Actually,
sorry, of course.
He's on 19%. He's on 646 here. Yeah. So he poured exceptionally well in the Ballymote boxes.
No, he didn't.
Yeah,
they operate an office there, doesn't
he does.
Yeah, there are 13 boxes open, 53 boxes in the Ballymote Tubbercurry area, 13 tallied, and the percentages at this stage are Brennan of Fianna Fáil on 8%, Michael Clark 8%, Cleary of Fine Gael on 5%, Connolly of Fine Gael on 3%, Conway, that's James Conway, independent on 4%. Gallagher of Fianna Fáil, Barry Gallagher on 5%. Jason Gorman of Sinn Féin on 1%. Hendrick, People Before Profit, on 1%. Keith Henry, Fianna Fáil on 15%. Gerard Malani, Fine Gael on 13%. Dara Mulvey on 19%, out in front at the moment. Donal O'Connor of Sinn Féin on 2%. Joe Queenan on 7%. And Paul Taylor of Fianna Fáil on 7%.
Joe Queenan should be very pleased on 7% coming from those boxes now. I think that it certainly is, because he actually didn't effectively canvass it at all, as he might have Clerk on 8%. So I think it's certainly good. It's good information good news for Joe Queenan on that now. Yeah,
and just to remind people as well that we're talking 7 seats here, 7 seats up for grabs, and 15 candidates in all. A big field here in Ballymote at Tubbercurry, and we are expecting some tight contests here today, are we not? And
but 53 boxes, you see, and honestly, all these elections are very much local. The certain boxes will be exceptionally strong for certain candidates, and the trend on the boxes for Darren Murphy and Keith Henry are in the boxes that would be their designated area, and I think that it's looking very well. I see the Budden box isn't in yet now. The Budden when that Budden box comes in, that really is the swing state really.
You asked about Mulvey. 4-13 versus 3-6-7. So 4-13 on this occasion, 3-6-7. So he's up on 2019 in the Ballymote, the 5 Ballymote boxes.
Yeah, and Mullaney is doing well there, is he, John, as well, from the boxes that are open?
In 2019, on the 29, the Ballymote box, Keith Henry got 493, all right?
Yeah.
Darren Murray got 367, so his vote is very well up on this occasion, 367. Jerry Mullaney got 90 votes. What did Jerry get in Ballymote this time now?
I'm just doing that figure now.
And Michael Clark got 20 votes, and I see that Michael Clark, if you just check his vote at the moment, 5, 3, 8 and 11, 3, 14, 11. He got 25 votes.
Yeah, and a big hole for Michael Clark and Beltra, as you would expect as well.
But if you take Ballinacaro box coming in there now, Darren Murphy would say has poured exceptionally well in Ballinacaro.
Yeah, 176 he got in Ballinacaro.
But on the last election he got 151.
Yeah.
So he's up 25 votes here, and we'd say that Jerry Mullaney got 8 votes. What did he get this time now? Jerry Mullaney.
8.
He got 8 votes in 2019.
Yeah, he got 8 this time.
8.
Yeah.
Same as the very same as the last time. And Paul Taylor got 7 votes. And I suppose the unknown vote there is the Gormley vote of 20 in Ballinacara's 24 votes as to where they're going to go.
Yeah.
I think Darren Murray, by the indications, he gained 25. It would indicate to me that Darren Murray is getting he got the Gormley vote in Ballinacaro.
All right.
And back to Ballymote there again. You asked me about Jerry Mullaney. 2019 he had 90. Sorry, excuse me. 2019 he had 90 votes. He's on 143. So this is it's a very strong performance in the Ballymote boxes. I'm just looking at these because it's obviously they're all coming in, and I'm coming back to Ballymote as an urban centre.
So he got 143 this time.
Yep.
So he has a gain there of 53 votes in Ballymote, which I see he should be very pleased about.
All right, okay. Keith Henry, of course, was co-opted onto the council, I think it was in 2016, as I remember, and then
Eamon Scanlon was...
and then he went... He lost out in 2019. So is that a strong performance, John, by Keith Henry in Ballymote? Well, would you think?
When you read the total on Ballymote for Keith Henry now, and then in 2019 he got 493 in Ballymote in 2019.
460.
So his vote is back.
Yeah,
slightly.
It's back slightly. He would have lost approximately 30 votes in Ballymote, but he would be expecting that should be increased.
Yeah,
because to be honest, I thought I was putting him down for at least 550 votes in Ballymote this occasion. To be honest,
okay,
but his vote is down. It's back slightly.
He needs to pick up votes elsewhere. Yeah. Jerry, what are your thoughts so far on Ballymote?
Sorry, I wasn't looking at Ballymote. I was just looking at how the votes went there in the Sligo Strand.
Oh no, well, let's go back to that because we have the final tally.
So between the last time and this time, Fianna Fáil were down about 216 votes, which wasn't that a lot. It's just that the spread of the vote was a bit more in favour of Thomas Sherry rather than Kilgallen.
Yeah.
Fine Gael are down around 703 votes.
With the one candidate strategy.
Bree has picked up 205 votes. And of course Labour is the big winner there, 387 votes up.
Yeah.
Sinn Féin are up 104 votes. So they're up there. And Gino Boyle is down 155. Filan is up 90 votes. And then others is down 112 votes. But of course, see, the last time running was Jimmy McGarry ran as an independent.
Yeah.
So that would explain most of that.
Okay, so interesting trends there. So the Fine Gael on obviously with the one candidate strategy, but huge increase for Nessa Cosgrove and Labour, which will see her, we think, elected to Sligo County Council later on today.
And no impact from the two candidate strategy for Sinn Féin, no real material impact in terms of
an increase, Jerry says, an increase in the Sinn Féin vote.
Yeah, an increase in Sinn Féin, 104 votes.
Yeah, 104 votes, two candidates.
Mark, have you had a time to look at Ballymote Turbercurry yet?
I haven't.
Not yet, okay. We'll come back.
Just give me a minute.
We'll come back to that.
But if you just looked at Merchant Connolly in Bennett now, he got 92 votes. Mm-hmm. And if you go over to Barry Galler, he's 151.
Yeah.
151. So that's and Ballinacaro, it said that if you look at Ballinacaro, Connolly,
you want that on for
Bennett 92 votes. You see this. 151. That's it.
And just take a picture of it.
Yeah, and remember you can access these tally figures as they come through on the Ocean FM website. Go to our local election page and you'll see them. There are the Ballymote Tubbercurry tally
There's
figures.
one of the boxes in there now is Clahogue. You're going to Clahogue there now.
Yeah.
But this would be Jeremy Lanny's Jeremy Lanny's Heartland.
Yeah, a big vote for Liam Brennan there as well. But anyway, you're talking about Jared Malani, 170 in booth 1, 101 in booth 2 from Malani.
Clahogue, that's a very good vote. And when you look at the Brennan vote there in Clahogue.
Yeah, in booth 2, huge vote as well for Brennan there.
Yeah. So there could be a battle royal there now between Brennan and Henry.
You think so?
Could be.
Yeah.
Potentially.
Okay. All right, but as you say, it's a very, very geographically, it's a very diverse area. So there'll be lots of.
Yeah, but you must say the West Sligo box is very predictable. To be honest.
Yeah.
There's going to be there's very predictable because I know that Darren Murphy in the last occasion got over 100 votes out in West Sligo there into Beltran out to Screen, so that he expects to hold that.
Yeah. Tubbercurry less predictable, you would think.
Well, Tubbercurry, it's going to be whoever is ahead in Tubbercurry. If it's Barry Gallagher or Merton Connolly, will take the seat in Tubbercurry.
Okay. Marion, have you looked at the Ballymote?
No, I'm only
yet?
just looking here. I'm just trying to make some sense of it. I haven't yet, Niall. Need to take a look and try and compare with tallies from last time out. I've just been out there doing something else, so apologies for that. I'll have a quick look, but John, of course, is the expert here.
We were just commenting on the Ballymote boxes that Mulvey and Malani are
all right.
Are both ahead.
So, John, I mean, not based on the figures, who's in contention for a seat in Ballymote Tubbercurry, in your opinion?
Well, I just wait for 5 more boxes to come in.
I'll tell you what. While we wait for 5 more boxes to come in, we'll take our 5-2 break. So we'll be back here live in the Sligo Park Hotel in a matter of moments. We're back. Just to update you, we have the Sligo Strandhill tally finalised. It is available on our website. We'll refresh the figures and remind you of the figures again in a moment. And we're now getting tally figures from Ballymote Tubbercurry, which is going to be an interesting contest to say the least. The votes, the tally figures from the Ballymote booths, all 5 booths are in. We have figures from Banada, from Beltra Hall, from Castleconnor, from Clahogue and Culfada National School as well. So we're still waiting on those. What you see is crucial 5 boxes, John. What boxes, 5 boxes are you
obviously, as I said, in Burnetton box, the Burnetton box it will be very interesting. But on the last occasion, Keith Henry got 119 votes in Burnetton. Paul Taylor got 71. Connolly got 14. Murray got 21. Clark got 0. Gallagher got 9. And Gormley voted 190 votes. To be honest, at the moment, that 190 votes as to where that will distribute, but it will, Keith Henry would need to be getting a huge vote out of Burnetton. He would need to be on 200 plus votes of Burnetton.
You'd expect a lot of that to go to Taylor, wouldn't you?
No, Henry. This is Henry's parish.
Oh, sorry, excuse me, we're on about...
Calavel.
Calavel, Burnett.
Yeah.
It's the one parish. So Calavel, Burnett is the one parish. So so Keith Henry...
Involved in GA down there.
Yeah, I'd be amazed if he's not on 200 plus votes there. He would need to be, right? And Paul Taylor, he was on 71. He'd be very anxious for an increase as well. And I know that Jared Murphy would be hoping to increase his vote there as well in Burnett.
Also,
Right, Marion.
sorry, it just seems Sinn Féin aren't polling that well. Just looking here at the number of candidates.
Yeah,
they're
they've
on
three candidates.
Yeah, 1% and 2% for Connor and Van Aspagan.
Yeah, less than 200 votes between the three.
Yeah, it's not. There's three candidates.
5% of the vote so
yeah,
far.
That's a poor return so far. I know it's only a few boxes.
Yeah,
but
this constituency more than the others is very hard because you've got local elements, you've got different people in different areas, and it kind of skews it a little bit more so than Sligo Strandhill. So if anybody's at home listening, obviously these are very early stages. Local communities tend to vote heavily for their local candidates, and obviously as we see here, there's 80% of the boxes still to come. Just to flag that.
Yeah, 13 of the 53 boxes open, and as John says, we're waiting on a few crucial ones. And Mark, have you had time to browse over, look at it yet? Or?
Yeah, I mean, this is a vast geographical area.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, from the ocean to the Leitrim border, and just of the boxes that are open, there is no clear indication of definitives just yet. The quota here is going to be close to 2,000 votes. And while early indications show, people as expected doing pretty well in the areas they'd be expected to do well in, but there's just not enough open. There's not much of enough of a geographic spread.
Ballymore is the only place we can get a kind of a clear, indication, and that's kind of showing where it was last 2019.
Yeah.
All right, okay.
Just on the Castleconnor, just looking at the West Sligo box. So this is the first sort of trend in West Sligo box.
Yeah.
If you take Castleconnor now.
Big vote for Joe Queen in there.
Well, it's an interesting box because Michael Clark there at the moment, he's on 70 votes, and Ted Cleary, he would be on nearly 170 votes in that box. And then if you go further over, Joe Queen, he's on 242 votes. 242. I'd say Michael Clark would be disappointed that his vote is not higher in Castleconnor.
I'll check it from 2019.
Yeah, we might do a 2019 comparison.
Do that now.
Because Castleconnor, is just a stone's throw from Drumore West.
Yeah, Jerry.
Yeah, there's a good few extra boxes open now. 41% of the boxes open.
Okay, let's look again.
Yeah.
Fresh.
Oh yeah.
And
There's a lot more. Now we have Drumore West figures coming in. We have Eastkey community centre boxes in as well, and the Bunnanadden box is in as well. John. Okay. We'll let John refresh his computer so he can take in that. So
no, but if you look at the trend there at the moment now, if you go through the Clark.
Well, I will give the percentages. So, and I don't know how many. I'll count the boxes in a moment. But Brennan's on 6%. Clark's on 15%. Cleary on 6%. Connolly on 3%. Conway on 4%. Gallagher on 6%. Gorman on 1%. Hendrick is on 2%. Keith Henry on 12%. Mullaney on 9%. Mulvey's on 16%. O'Connor on 2%. Queenan 7%. Taylor on 9%, and Van Asvagen on 3%. And I'll give you the number of boxes open in a moment. Jerry, what strikes you there so far?
Yeah, Clark seems to be well up on his vote there in Drumore West. Between Drumore West, Boot 1, Boot 2, and Eastkey.
138.
And he's
125.
Well up there, like he's gone 138 up to 162.
Yeah, he's increased.
The next one is up.
Slightly.
The next one is from 89 up to 108 votes. And then the other one in Eastkey Community Centre Booth 2, he had 74 votes there. He's up 100 votes in that booth alone.
Okay.
You see that? Just interestingly, if you look at the Merton Connolly now, he's on 3%.
Yes.
3%. And Barry Gallagher, he's on 6%.
He's on 6%, yeah.
That's a critical one to watch.
Okay. But of course we have the
Tubbercurry boxes
Tubbercurry boxes to come.
But Tubbercurry, it was in Tubbercurry boxes. He poured very well the last time Gallagher as well.
Yeah.
Because there was 282 votes there for, the Tubbercurry-based candidate who's not running on this occasion. As to where those votes will go, that will be.
Okay. You mentioned earlier about the Bunnanadden figures were significant. Why so?
Well, the Bunnanadden box, but it is actually
172 is what Henry got there.
Well, in the Bunnanadden box on the last occasion, this is where I think would be Keith Henry got 119 and Taylor got 71.
Yeah.
And Willie Gormley got 190 votes now. Which I was saying, the Bunnanadden box is absolutely essential.
Henry picked up 53 votes there.
In Bunnanadden, he got 172.
He should be higher.
He was only 119 the last time, so he's getting the lion's share. Taylor's more or less the same.
If you take, but if you take the total vote in Bunnanadden, 442. That was the last count. The last time 442. That if you take, it would be certainly. I expect
408 this time.
Yeah, I expect him to be over 200 plus now.
Yeah, you say it was 442 the last time. The tally is telling us it's only 408. So the vote is down, and yet he's up 50 votes. So that's good for him.
I'm glad for him. Delighted.
Taylor's at 75 there. What did he get the last time? Did you say?
He got 71.
Right, so he's only up 4. The vote's down. So the Gormley vote is going more, it seems, to Henry than.
You'd have to be. I must watch Merton Connolly got there.
Over to Connolly now.
In Bunnanadden, Merton Connolly got
24.
24.
He got 14. Jared Murray, what did he get?
69.
Well, no, that's a massive increase for Jared Murray. He got 21.
Yeah, huge. So that's what the Gormley vote is.
That's the Gormley vote.
Between Henry and himself.
Yeah. So Jared Murray has picked up 48 votes of the 190 spread, and we'll say that what did Barry Gallagher get there?
Let's see now.
He got 5.
5. But that's the if you take the swing there at the moment now, proportionally there.
Conway got 20 there.
Conway, yes. But if you take the proportional swing there at the moment of 48 votes there, and how much did Keith Henry get there?
52.
52. So it's 48 for Mulvey and 52 for Henry. Very good. Good spread.
Yeah.
And that was the Gormley vote, you say, from that box.
Jared Murray got 21 votes this time, and he's up on 69, and Keith Henry got 119, and what's he this time here?
170 something.
Yeah.
170.
Okay.
Sorry, yeah.
And then the Easky booths are in as well, and as predicted, big vote for Michael Clark in Easky in both booths, 108 in booth 1 and 172 in booth 2, and then we look at Joe Queenan's figures, 45 in booth 1 and 59 in booth 2, as you would expect it. As John said earlier, it's a little bit more predictable in West Sligo than it is in parts of South Sligo.
All those boxes open, the ones at the top are similar to what they were the last time. So they seem to be holding the vote similar. Now Sinn Féin doesn't seem to be coming through yet.
Yeah.
But the Fine Gael and the Fianna Fáil vote, like Taylor, Henry, and then with the box has been open, it's similar to what they had the last time. Now, of course, when it goes into the detail and we add them all up exactly, it could change a bit.
Yeah, okay.
We need to see Riverstown, Gurchin and Tubbercurry to get an indication on where Fianna Fáil are going to be at.
Well, in the last election in Tubbercurry, there was 1395 votes cast. Colin Monarchy got 252, right? Taylor got 198, and Merton Connolly got 430. Now there was Willie Gormley got 166, and Barry Gallagher got 207, and Murphy got 20. So really, the question will be asked at the moment is that the minority vote of 252, as to where that is right.
Yep.
All right, okay. So this is going to be a lot harder to predict, John, would you feel, than Sligo Strand?
Well, as Mark said at the moment, it'll be easy enough to predict once the Tubbercurry box comes in and the Bunnanadden is in. We'll have fair education.
Okay. All right, well, we await the Tubbercurry boxes. For now, as you can see on our website, Balnacarrow is in, all the Ballymote booths are in, Banada, Beltra Hall, Bunnanadden, Castleconnor booths, Clohogue, Cloonamahan Residential Centre, Clune Lou is in as well, Coolani, Culfada, Curry Community Centre, Dromore West booths are in, and Easky is in as well, and it is, of course, a broad sweep.
And Jared Murray, in the last election in Coolani, Jared Murray got 472 votes in Coolani in the last election. Jeremy Lanny got 7, Clare got 20 and Connolly 3. So if Killarney delivers the same vote again, 472, it's certainly going to Mulvey would be heading very high to heading up there.
In terms of numbers, the tally so far in Ballymote Tubbercurry, Liam Brennan is on 376, Michael Clark is on 927, Patrick Cleary on 346, Martin Connolly is on 181, James Conway on 247, Barry Galler is on 376, Jason Gorman's on 75, Emma Hendrick is on 93, Keith Henry's on 751, Gerard Mullaney on 578, Darren Mulvey on 986, Donal O'Connor 109, Joe Queenan 420, Paul Taylor 532, and Jennifer Van Aswegen on 170. They are the running totals, and I make it about 22 boxes out of 53 tallied in Ballymote Tubbercurry. Marion, did you want to?
Not on that.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the Europeans again. You can come back to me on that if you want to do the Europeans.
Well, what are you picking up on the Europeans?
Not a lot of change since the last time. Just Sligo Strandhill tallied. Obviously, Chris McManus 26%, but in reality, he'd want to be getting that and probably more. But he's getting that on the tallies. Marie Walsh is on 12. She's coming in second. The total Fine Gael vote there is 16% overall. Luke Bing Flanagan, you had him earlier, he's on 10%. Kieran Malooly is on 5. He's coming in fourth. But he's just ahead of a chasing pack with Pather Tobin, John Waters, Saoirse McHugh and O'Boyle at 4. So obviously Tobin would be the front runner there because he'll pick up votes elsewhere. And then if you go to the Fianna Fáil vote, you have Cowan and Chambers neck and neck on 5% each and Blaney on 3, giving them a total of 13%. So what you're looking at there is a combined total for Fianna Fáil so far of 13, a combined total for Fine Gael of 16, Sinn Féin total of 26, and then there's over 40% of the vote not going to the main parties. So that's pretty substantial in this constituency. But as I said, Chris McManus would expect to poll exceptionally well in Sligo Strandhill. And he's done very well. It'd be interesting to see. I haven't figures from last time. I'll try and compare to see how he did there. But to get tallies for European counts at local electoral area is almost impossible, and it's even difficult at county. But that's the state of play for the European elections.
Okay, so more figures coming in from Ballymote Tubbercurry. We've got figures for Glan Hall, and we also got figures for, well, I mentioned Curry, Clunloo, I mentioned that area, Killoran Community Centre as well. We've got figures for that as well. Big vote for Liam Brennan in Glan Hall, 151 votes, 108 for Gerard Mullaney there.
I know it means nothing now, but just I suppose so people at home. I know it means nothing now, just so people have an idea at home. After the initial poll here, what we have, I think is it 41% of boxes done. Mulvey is out in front with 16%. You have Clark 15% in second. You've got Henry 12% in third. Mullaney fourth 9%. 5 Taylor 9%. Queenan 6 with 7%. Cleary 6%, and then Brennan 6%. So that's the way they're running now at the minute for a 7-seat constituency.
Hugely competitive. This one I think will keep us up longer than Sligo Strandhill. Oh,
it'll be
absolutely.
a long time.
Yeah, and so many boxes not in, and as Mark said, huge geographical spread. So you can have quite big swings depending on the box you're looking at. Exactly. But this is going to be a much more interesting one. Yeah,
it's about 40% done, and they're the positions as of now. Yeah. Just think it gives an interesting feel for where we're at in terms of positions and who's kind of ahead and who's not at this point.
Yeah.
Sorry, John.
Just looking at Glen Hall.
Yeah.
It's Liam Brennan has polled very well, 151. If you take the lower figures, single figures after that, but the next highest vote there would be Gerard Mullaney on 108. I'd say he would expect to be higher than that now. And
in Glen Hall.
And the next box, you see Killoran, which is also Killarney now. That's a very interesting box. If you take the
Yeah,
Connolly
top of the pile there is Mulvey,
he got-
67.
Connolly got 17.
Very good.
17 and 67. You mean that there's 147 votes cast. He practically got 50% of the vote there, Jerry
Yeah.
Mulvey.
Fantastic. That's fantastic.
Right, okay. And again, the Tubbercurry boxes we're waiting for. There are 4 booths in Tubbercurry, which will be very interesting, and I think Riverstown will be interesting as well. But they're coming in,
Thick and fast.
yeah, very quickly. In fact,
I must tell you, they're doing a superb. Must compliment your team out there now. They're doing a superb job
yeah,
out there,
well,
aren't
they're not our team, but they're
they're
doing.
teams.
Yeah, they're doing an unbelievable job as they always do.
And Porrick Hurt is doing a good job on the.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And people really do appreciate the fact that they get the figures instantly on their whatever device they're logging onto, and it changes so quickly.
Curry box up here.
I'm loath to ask you for predictions, but there are a lot of candidates in the race here, in the running here. You'd agree with that?
1 down to 9, I think. 1 down to 9, I think,
Yeah.
are definitely pushing on. Again, I think we'll probably do an update again at 50%, just to kind of get an indication of
where we are.
First to
Okay.
9.
And the Tubbercurry boxes.
There's one box tonight I just have to bring out to you there. Is not all boxes are in Curry, but booth 2 in Curry.
Yeah.
You know that's Connolly's on 53, and the next it would be native there is a very good vote there.
Yeah, well, Barry Gallagher got a huge vote, as you would expect in Curry, 205
That
votes.
it was 205. How much is that up on 2019?
I'll
The
check.
independent and the Fianna Fáil thing there.
But I have it here. Connolly got 138 votes.
No,
Barry Gallagher.
Barry Gallagher.
in Curry 2019. I'll check it.
373, we said.
373. And what's he on now?
Yeah, but you're only in one booth there yet.
Yeah, only one
You've got a
booth.
booth to come in.
Yeah.
He's 205. So.
Barry Gallagher on the 2 boxes the last time, Jeremy. Barry Gallagher got 373.
So he got 205 from one box.
Yeah, and Taylor got 90 votes on the last occasion.
Okay, so we'll just wait for the other box to come in, and it's
And Connolly got 138 in 2019.
All right, okay. Well, to put it in context, John, who's in contention for seats here then, in your opinion?
But certainly, when you look at it here, I'd say I wouldn't be, I'd say Jerry Mudvey, Clark, but that I would certainly on the Henry's vote, it would appear that he's Keith Henry, Malani, Taylor, there's and Queenan.
Yeah, and then obviously
Cleary.
Cleary and Brennan.
Yeah, they'd be the fight on for the. They
Do
could
you
be
see
fight
any
on.
change, John?
But you still have the home area of Brennan, of Malani to come in.
Yeah.
You have the home area for Connolly and Gallagher to come in. You have the home area for Taylor yet to come in.
Martin Connolly, Tubbercurry, yeah.
So there could be big changes yet.
It's very early at this point in time. And Ted Cleary, actually, or Patrick Cleary, that he's poured very well in West Sligo.
He is. That's what's home, Castlecomer.
Yeah, for a newcomer. For a newcomer.
All right, okay. Patrick Cleary, first time Fine Gael candidate, as we know. Right, okay. We'll take a quick break. We'll get hopefully more booths from Ballymote, Tubbercurry, and then we can do more analysis in a couple of moments.
That's
We're considering the tally figures in the Ballymote Tubbercurry area, which are coming through at the moment. Just about 50% of the boxes in, and it's really too soon, as the panel were saying, too soon to get any real assessment of what might happen. Some crucial ones to come, John, including Tubbercurry, isn't that right?
Tubbercurry and then it's thrown boxes.
Yeah.
You know, and when you check the, there's 27 boxes to go. You know, there's some of the votes are very predictable as to where they would vote locally, but there's it just depends now how successful other candidates are getting votes outside of their area, and that you'll see that in the boxes.
Yeah. I think when all the boxes are in, it'll still be hard to tell it.
Yeah.
The last few seats, so it's going to be you can't really call it with. It's total areas not included.
Yeah.
You know,
so a lot of candidates are going to be in the mix here for seats, you would think, and it's going to be a very close count, and probably a very long count. I think it was Mark said earlier he thinks the quote will be around 2,000.
It'll be around 2,000. It was 1999 the last time, and even how tight it was. Brendan. You had Willie Gormley there, and Gerard Malani. Like at 1,853 votes, there was only 27 votes between them. So a swing of 13 votes. In 1,900 votes, like it was that tight. Now Willie Gormley isn't there this time, so his votes will be distributed earlier. So it's going to be a tough one to tell when all the tally is even in.
Some more figures coming in. Acacia National School is in, Calavel is in as well. And we've Giva National School in as well. And Gerard Malani polling well in Giva, I see there. And we mentioned Killorn Community Centre. Gurchin, there's some figures in from Gurchin as well. Gurchin booth 1 and fairly evenly spread there. Until you come to a big vote there in Gurchin for Paul Taylor, understandably. 269 votes for Paul Taylor in Gurchin. So these are the crucial boxes coming in now, John, isn't it? That we give us more of a knackers.
Paul Taylor, he's got a massive vote there, 259. That's what he.
269, in Gurchin, booth 1.
And you see that. And I suppose if you look at an interesting box there for Keith Henry is the Calavel National School, right?
Which is his home area, is it not?
Home area.
Yeah.
You know, there's 150 votes cast there, and he got 82 of them. So really, and 29 for Paul Taylor.
Yeah.
You know, that's he poured very well there. So I think Gurchin.
Okay, a reminder at this stage that our live election con coverage is brought to you with thanks to our colleagues in Sligo County Council, and we thank them for all their help and assistance in helping us set up today and bring this coverage live to you throughout the weekend, and it will be throughout the weekend. Blaine?
Yeah, just an update on what 60% of the boxes, obviously, again, they all come with help warnings, just to position the candidates as the 60% of the boxes are in. Mulvey in first with 15%, Malani 13%, Taylor third 12%, Henry fourth 10%, Clark 10%, Gallagher 6th 8%, Brennan 8%, and Queenan on 5%. 60% of the boxes in. Obviously Tubbercurry's not open yet, Streamstown, Riverstown, they're not open yet, but that's starting to move a little bit closer to where we're looking at here for the leading candidates. So I'll just say them positions again: 1 Mulvey, 2 Mulani, 3 Taylor, 4 Henry, 5 Clark, 6 Gallagher, 7 Brennan, and 8 Queenan, with a health warning.
Yeah, you wouldn't disagree, Jerry, with that, would you?
And Brennan there is polling fairly well. If you come here, he's there replacing Baker, and he seems to be voting. Just taking a quick glance down it, without adding them up individually, he seems to be polling in thereabout, and maybe slightly up, slightly down in some of the boxes. On Baker's, yeah. So that's looking good for Brennan there. Gallagher then, the non-party the last time, and he seems to be polling fairly well as well from his old vote as an independent. And
it was interesting to get analysis of that. Is he polling better than he was so far 5 years ago as an independent
He is.
candidate.
He's polling not a whole pile better, but he is like, say, I think Canada there, Community Hall, he's up over 40 votes in it. And then the ones that he had, like Clunacool there, and he's well up there. Oh, no, he hasn't, not Clunacool, sorry. But the next one's then he's up there, he has 440 votes in Kerry. And the last time he had 370.
Yeah.
So he's kind of picking up those, he's holding his own vote that he had, plus he's picking up extra votes.
All right, okay, he's certainly in contention for a seat, John, is he not, Barry Gallagher?
Yes, I'm just looking at the boxes that they have to come in, and this will be very beneficial to Barry Gallagher as well. Obviously, is the Kilmactog and Monasterraden. I know that German any poor well in Monasterraden, and you take down Ratley, Riverstown, Suey box, Streamstown. And the Temple Boy, the two boxes of Temple Boy. Joe Quinion will be very much watching those boxes, and the Tubbercurry boxes, and of course the Dennis Crone boxes.
They're big boxes.
Dennis Crone boxes will be, that's I think Joe Quinion will be. He always cleans out Dennis Crone. I expect he will as well.
500 votes the last time.
Yeah, he'd need to get that kind of vote out of those boxes, certainly, to catch up and be in the mix. But Niall, I was you might want to jump, but I was looking at the Ballinamore tallies.
Yeah, in Leitrim. Yeah.
In Leitrim, and just without going through them all, well, I'll quickly go through them. We have Farrell, Fianna Fáil on 12%, Flynn, Sinn Féin on 9%, Garland on 4%, Gonzalez on 2%, Guckian, that's Des Guckian on 13%, Fianna Fáil King 9%, McGowan 14%, Fianna Fáil as well, non-party McManus 2%, Sinn Féin Mulligan 7%, O'Hore I think 1%, Fine Gael, Reynolds 13% and Stenson 13%. So just adding up those figures there, Fianna Fáil are way ahead on 35% at the moment. Sinn Féin coming in second at 16%, which I would need to look at previous vote, but would seem to be not as good a showing as they might have hoped for, certainly on those tallies. I need to check them again. But finally, Fine Gael on 13%. But of course, the big one is others and non-party are coming in at 36%.
Yeah, which is replicated in the European situation here in Midlands Northwest as well. Okay.
Just that helped Warren with Queenan's vote. 542 is what he got down in Innisfrone the last time, and he'd expect to get that again. He add them there, and he's right back up with the leaders. So. You'd expect that to happen?
Yeah, well, yes, I would. Yeah.
Okay.
There's no doubt at all about that. If he takes stock in as well, and that his vote has come in, and obviously the votes, Tubbercurry, the critical boxes, the Riverstown boxes will indicate Brennan. That's his Merton Baker's homeland.
Yeah.
I was just actually talking about, I think it's worth mentioning, I was talking to Brendan Gormley about Nadine yesterday.
Yeah.
That's the first time in 80 years that there's no Gormley on the ticket for council elections.
Yeah.
So,
and there was speculation that there would be.
80 years.
At least that's it.
Yeah, there was speculation there would be, but it didn't work out. There was speculation that there would be, but it didn't.
I know. You had to acknowledge the role they played, and I must say it was starting service for 80 years.
Yeah.
And obviously it's supposed to be they'd be somewhat disappointed, obviously, that because Margaret indeed and her late father they were extraordinary representatives.
Margaret used to be at the count very early, no more than some other candidates.
Absolutely. No.
Yeah. All right.
So
okay.
I just had to mention that.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Well, just to state a play, because before we await more results from Ballymote Tubbercurry, if you're just joining us, be it on our video stream or live on the radio, just to tell you where we're at, we have final tallies in from earlier from the Sligo Strand Hill area, and now we are waiting tally results from Ballymote Tubbercurry. We've got about just over half of them in. And just to repeat, if you're just joining us, how it finished up in Sligo Strand Hill, the final tally figures numerically were as follows. Declan Bree, 1,553 votes. Tom McSharry, 1,382. Fergal Neelan, 1,133. Nessa Cosgrove of Labour, 857. Gino Boyle, People Before Profit, 744. Arthur Gibbons, Sinn Féin, 736. Seamus Kilgannon, Fianna Fáil, 455. Finbar Filan, Independent, 405. Pauline Donnelly of Sinn Féin, 325. Johnny Gogan of the Green Party, 225. Michael Kelly of the Irish People's Party, 187. Graham Monaghan of Aontú, 185. Jim Lawler, Independent, 125. And Dermot McConville, Independent, 30 votes. And all that will mean that we will have, the tallies predict, and they're never usually wrong, we will have 2 candidates elected on the first count in Sligo Strandhill sometime later this afternoon, and they will be Independent Socialist Councillor Declan Bree and Fianna Fáil Councillor Tom McSharry. They will be elected on the first count, but the candidates are all more or less in agreement that the 6 seats will go to Declan Bree, Tom McSharry, Fergal Leland, Nessa Cosgrove, Gino Boyle and Arthur Gibbons. So if that's the case, 2 new councillors already will be elected to Sligo County Council, Nessa Cosgrove and Fergal Leland. Okay, so as I say, that's Sligo Strandhill. We're still awaiting more tallies from Ballymote, Tubbercurry, which is still way too early to predict.
60%,
yeah.
Well, I think Mark here has a good read here. No?
Okay, all right, Mark. I think you were first to give a very accurate prediction of Sligo Strandhill.
Not in any particular order. Malani, Mulvey, Taylor, Clark, Queenan, Gallagher for 6 seats, and between Henry and Brennan for a seat. But health warning there now. You're waiting for Riverstown and Suey, which would be very much the home patch for Brennan.
Yeah.
Whereas a lot of Henry's home patches are now open. So that's how it would look to me.
Yeah, okay, so you think Barry Gallagher is well poised for a seat?
At the moment, I mean, there's an awful lot to happen. Yeah.
But just on, I would agree with Merck on the Tubbercurry, the Tubbercurry box would indicate the Colin Malerkey's vote in Tubbercurry, the 282 votes.
Yeah, okay.
The 282 votes, and rightly so. But if it's Liam Brennan's vote, if you take that he's going to get the strongest vote of all in Riverstown, and there is a difference of 200 votes on Stephen Henry at the moment. So I think he would surpass him on that vote when it comes in.
All right, okay, and you're saying for the last seat.
But I'm not saying in any particular order.
Yeah, not particular order, but so Henry and Brennan in the mix for a seat. You would say.
I wouldn't disagree with him on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's 220 votes, I think, between
Brennan. But certainly, Marion, if you look at the vote for Liam Brennan, you take that whole the Clahoe, Castleboard, and all that country, the main road into Riverstown, down to Suey as well. They're all going to. A lot of them will be. Kit Henry won't be strong in those boxes at all now.
Okay, all right. Yeah. So there are 3 Sinn Féin candidates, so they're not going to be in the mix at all here in Ballymote.
I think they made a fatal mistake, to be honest.
Too many candidates?
I just got to understand it for whoever the strategist was to nominate 3 candidates, because in local elections votes do not transfer, you know what I mean, to be honest. And I think while they're all fine candidates, but I think they would have been far better off centering their campaign. The Sinn Féin vote was very much on one seat.
Yeah, but didn't they do that? They did that in 2019, and didn't work out for them either. They got heavily criticised for not running enough candidates in the past, and they've obviously gone separately now. They want to be the biggest party in local government. They needed more candidates on the pitch. Hasn't worked out for them in this particular constituency as of yet, and it didn't really materialise in Sligo Strandhill. We're looking to see what's happening nationally, if that's the common trend as well.
I didn't see it happening in Ballinamore.
Yeah, that's right. Actually, you were looking at that.
I was surprised. I was so low. But again, everything is a health warning. But again, John, you'll know this better than some of the rest of you. You have to look at there's already 400 Sinn Féin votes there. Assuming they don't receive a lot of votes in the meantime, they at some point will be eliminated. You need to look at geographically where are they and where might some of those votes go, if anywhere.
Well, the O'Connor vote in Giva, for instance, he's living in Giva. That's going to go back to Jeremy Landy, and the vote in Drummer West is either going to Michael Clark or Joe Queenan. It's not going to transfer to Sinn Féin.
Yeah.
All right, okay. So from what you're saying, by my reckoning, that would be 5 sitting councillors returned, and then possibly 2 new councillors. Of course, Keith Henry was a councillor before, so that wouldn't be a new councillor. So possibly 2 new councillors here in Ballymote, Tubbercurry, as there will be in Sligo, Strandhill as well. Possibly.
Well, I think just, you must remember there's considerable boxes to come in at the moment now.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that when the Riverstown box comes in and the Temple Boy, Tubbercurry and its own boxes, I think you'll have a very clear picture.
A clearer picture, yeah. And then if people are very close at the end, transfers will matter, geography will matter. So I still think we'll be looking at these boxes for a while. I wouldn't like to call anything.
Look at the Tubbercurry fight again. Connolly and Barry Gallagher. He is, as of now, about 190 ahead. In 2019, Connolly got 430 votes out of the Tubbercurry boxes, and Barry Gallagher got 207. So that would close that gap right up. So yeah, look, we're getting a bit ahead of ourselves here. We really have to wait till we see these boxes come in, and I think that Martin Connolly will do. He'll hold his vote, if not improve it in 2019, and he needs to do that. And he would have known that coming in.
Yeah, but the 282 votes within of Colin Merkley, he was the Fall candidate. But he's not running this time.
Yeah.
Those votes were Fianna Fáil votes. I would
expect them to go.
They would go to Barry Gallagher.
Will some leave Gallagher though over the fact that he's no longer independent? He's now Fianna Fáil.
Well,
He was always Fianna Fáil. in the sense that he
didn't get nomination.
He didn't get a nomination, and so the nomination process went ahead. He would certainly have been contesting it. Robin Ballarkey was selected by the local common actually in Tubbercurry at that time, when Jerry Lundy was indicating that he wasn't going forward. But Barry would have been known to be sort of Fianna Fáil stock, if you like, and the vote that he would have got the last time was a vote that ordinarily would have been headed for the Fianna Fáil candidate, I think, in the Tubber sort of Curry area.
So then what you're saying is Brendan Gallagher Connolly fighting out for the last seat? Is that?
No, he said Henry.
Henry.
I think you're giving Connolly a seat, are you, Mark?
I hate talking about people's names at all like this. I mean, because they're human beings, God help them, and I know what it's like to win, and I know what it's like to lose an election. At this early stage, and with very few boxes in Tubbercurry to open and a number of others, it is possible for the Gael lose a seat.
And no more than what Marion was saying earlier, is it still the case that people are known to be Fianna Fáil or known to be Fine Gael, or are those days gone?
I don't know. There's just a sort of an innate thing.
Is there? Yeah, still.
That you'd know.
Generation.
Well, if you ask Ray about it now.
Well, John,
you mention anybody's name.
John Perry is nodding his head, and I remember 5 years ago, and we may talk to her in due course, but Marie Cassidy was elected 5 years ago, and I remember you making the case that she was from a Fine Gael background, which she was having none of. But it seems that...
Marion's from a Fianna Fáil background. She won't admit it now.
I have been claimed...
She won't admit it now.
I have been claimed by all of them.
And John Perry's wife worked for Ray McSherry in every election.
I have to say mixed marriages are the best, you know what I mean?
I smile and I say nothing. Votes come in ones, and I was always delighted no matter where they came from. Anyway, Mark is right. I always feel when we're talking about people and we're using their surnames, and it's like sometimes it's if we're disregarding them or the number of votes they got, and we're not. We're just flying through figures here and trying to make sense out of it. But I think every one of us at this table here knows what it's like to fight, to win, to lose, and we have huge admiration for all of those who put their name forward, and that is genuine. You have no concept of what it's like unless you run for election yourself. None.
Well, you're on a hiding to nothing in every sense of the word, aren't you?
Yeah, you are. So well done to everybody, and if at times we seem to disregard their votes or we don't mention their names or get their parties right, whatever, it's just that we're flying through it here.
Yeah, they're coming in very fast.
They are.
Just my observation of the turnout overall. I think that when you look at the 15 candidates in the Ballymote West Sligo area, it can be often disappointing. Extensively canvassing, you know what I mean, Jeremy? And the track has been canvassed by majority of all those candidates, knocking on doors, opening gates, electric gates, whatever else. But the amount of people who do not vote, it is very disappointing, really.
Yeah, but
Regrettably.
it has always been the case. Was it you told me one time that votes don't cross mountains in that geographical area?
Certainly it was.
I think you were talking about the Ox Mountains at that stage, were you?
No, the late Peter Kilvin, that he was a great Killarney man, and would say that he was going for for the seat in West Sligo, and he said it's very difficult to get the votes across the mountain. You know what I mean? That's been honest. Which
you managed well enough in your day, John.
Well, it certainly was.
Some people did, and there was always a vote for Eamon Scanlon in sort of the East Key area, for example.
Very good vote.
Incidentally, I have to say there is, just to give people a sense of the occasion, and you can see this, I think there's quite a good crowd here at the count this morning. Many of them may be involved in the tally process, but there is a very significant crowd, and there was no parking here at all from after 8 o'clock this morning at the Sligo Park Hotel. And I saw some cones being put outside Markovich Park, if you don't mind, and I thought that was to stop people parking going into the camp. But apparently it's coming in Munster games.
But you must remember that your supporters, and there's people who love this day.
Yeah.
They love coming into the tallies, doing the counts. It really is an occasion for a lot of people who are political activists. They really do. It's a day out in many ways.
Well, was it a day out for you when you were in the thick of it, John? Well, it wasn't something you could enjoy, surely.
Well, I must say, I thoroughly enjoyed it. I have to say now, because I think you have to, you lose some, you win some, and I must say I was lucky. I got 4 terms, and I must say I enjoyed it immensely now, to be honest.
All right, okay. But it is, as you well know yourself, Mark McCharry, it's a tough day, isn't it, for families and friends?
Yeah, it can be a very tough day. When I was a candidate, wouldn't come till I sort of broadly knew the lie of the land, and the benefit of voting in yourselves. This setup is, you're an example to RTE, never mind other local radio stations, in terms of keeping people updated. So, in fact, sitting at home on your couch tuned in to Ocean Online, you're more up to date than you are if you're in the room.
Yeah.
But each candidate, anyway, just to say, because I was asking the returning officer, each candidate was given 6 passes for the count, and each of them were asked to nominate 4 people to participate in the tallies. And then Warwick Hart, certainly it's the case over the last 30 years, and his team from the ATU, used to be Jerry Healy before him, way back in the 80s. Pull it all together. So
and did a splendid job as well.
Yeah, but it's a spectator sport, really. It's not the best fun for a candidate, other than when you're winning.
I don't know if it's a spectator sport or a blood sport or a combination of both.
But I think so.
But Jerry, the tallies. As Mark says, you were the main tally coordinator in your day, but there were always it was incredibly. People don't know the amount of work that goes into organising tallies.
Yeah,
right?
kind of prior to our day, there was the book. People worked out those all the boxes across the book.
Yeah,
Norrie McGlone,
Lord Mercy on her. She used to.
Norrie, she was very good at it, wasn't she?
She had a huge book.
I suppose we introduced the spreadsheet and the sharing of information. Before that, the information was held within the parties, Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil, that one each at the table.
Yes.
And they took down all the lists on a book, and nobody got that information. But when we introduced them, we introduced the computer and the spreadsheet, and then we introduced the printer. And then we printed all the sheets off, so everybody got full access to the information. And then the ATU then took it to the next step.
Yeah.
And yourselves, Ocean FM, and is doing a great job on it, because now it's access to everybody at home. It used to be only access to people that was at the count.
And it's democracy at work and in full view, as we know. Some tallies from Enniscrone are in, John. I think you mentioned those as being fairly key. Enniscrone, booth 1. You can bring it up there on your PC.
Yeah, Don is expected 254 very, very heavily to Queenan, as expected. He's probably expected to pick up another 250 in the other one as well. Can I just bring it back to the battle here between Gallagher and Connolly for seats? Just looking at the Curry boxes, the comparison. 2019, Connolly is back 33 votes, and Gallagher's ahead 67. Obviously, we've got Streamstown and Tubbercurry still to come, but that'll just give you a little indication on where it's pushing towards Gallagher a little bit.
Yeah, okay. And if we look at some of the other figures from that booth in Enniscrone, we will see 91 votes there for Cleary, the Fine Gael candidate, and as Blaine says, a huge vote there for Joe Queenan, as expected, 254. And in 34 votes there in the Enniscrone booth.
Booth 1, is it?
Yeah, it's booth 2. It's booth 1. Sorry, yeah, booth 1.
Back ever so slightly. 266.
34 votes there for Michael Clark as well.
You know, that's Patrick Cleary. He got 91, but as to be expected, Joe Queenan 254. You know, that's what that brings him up to 7% at the moment. And if you take Michael Clark, he's on 10%.
Yeah.
But the next one or two boxes will be
crucial.
Mark said here at the moment, which should bring Joe Queenan up.
I'll add up the number of boxes in a moment, just to give people a running total numbers-wise. Liam Brennan's on 692 votes. Michael Clark's on 965. Patrick Cleary is on 451. Martin Connolly is on 416. James Conway 338. Barry Gallagher is on 690. Jason Gorman 156. Emma Hendrick 132. Keith Henry 922. Gerard Mullaney 1173. Dara Mulvey 1394. Donal O'Connor 197. Joe Queenan 685. Paul Taylor 1340. Jennifer Van Answegen 234. So as you can see, heading the poll at the moment is Dara Mulvey, followed by Paul Taylor and then George Mullaney. But there are, and I'll count the boxes in a moment, but we're waiting for the Tubbercurry boxes, waiting for the Riverstown boxes, Suey, Stokan, Kilglass, a couple of boxes there as well.
I said in West Sligo, I don't see any change in the two councillors in West Sligo now.
Yeah.
I don't.
15 boxes. 15 boxes.
You know, I think and the Ted Cleary, you know, he will poll exceptionally well, but you know that he would say all his vote will go to West Sligo candidates.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where is that
Simpson it's in Ballysear. You know, you have a Cleary shop. Magic Cleary shop.
I was just trying to work out the percentage of there's well more than 50% of the boxes tallied.
63% of the boxes tallied.
63%, okay. So that's the
Still
state
20
of
boxes to go in there.
Yeah. And as I say, they're in interesting areas as well.
You know, when you go up to Curry.
Jerry, the Tubbercurry boxes, always interesting, of course. But are they fairly predictable, do you think?
Yes, no, they'll so even the last time round now, Conley did fairly well there, obviously, that you'd expect to. Gallagher did fairly well. That'll be interesting to see what's going to happen with him. Henry then got 130 votes. Now that might affect Henry with the local Fianna Fáil candidate up there.
Where's that, Jerry?
In Tubbercurry. See Keith Henry there. Oh no, sorry, I looked at the wrong one. That was Gormley actually. So Gormley's vote, he's not there. It's 130 votes there that he got the last time.
Tubbercurry, is it?
In Tubbercurry.
Yeah, Tubbercurry, the battle I see here is Connolly's 430 in 2019 and Gallagher's 207 versus what they're going to get this time, obviously. But that was the 2019 vote, 430 and 207.
Yeah, but and then the vote of 252, Malarkey vote was there the last year.
Malarkey was a big vote as well.
Yeah.
And Paul Taylor got 198 the last time in Tubbercurry.
Right, okay. So we're still waiting those remaining booths from Ballymote, Tubbercurry. And time-wise, I think Pádraig O'Grady said at 9 o'clock this morning, correct me if I'm wrong, that I think the hope is that they get two counts finished today. We don't know what time or how long it will take, but I think that's the aim, is to get two electoral areas done and dusted by today.
When they open the North Sligo boxes there for the tallies, do it, of course.
Yeah, I presume so, yeah, and I think he said earlier, again, just to give, I'm conscious that people are busy and working and doing what they have to do, but I think he indicated that they would have hopefully a first count in the early afternoon.
Yep.
Now, did he indicate the first count would be Ballymote or would it be Sligo Strandhill? I'm not clear on that.
It'll be Sligo Strandhill. but
Sligo
I
Strandhill is
understood from
first.
Speaking to him during the week that if it was possible, he was going to try and run both counts concurrently, the official first count. I don't know whether that's going to happen or not. I have a bad mic, have I?
Yeah, no, just to get your levels up a bit. Sorry, yeah. So it's Sligo Strandhill first, yeah. The first count.
You would hope that it would do one at a time as opposed to trying to follow two.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, what he said at the start was they were counting two. Isn't that right? They were counting two. They were counting Ballymote, Tubbercurry and Sligo Strandhill at the same time.
Concurrently, yeah.
Yeah, concurrently, okay. But I think, well, we'll see. Sligo Strandhill, so would be the first count. Okay. Right, we're still awaiting those remaining boxes from Ballymote, Tubbercurry. What we'll do at this stage, and I'm completely mixed up with ad breaks and where we are with ad breaks, and I'm not sure if we're going to our 12 o'clock ad break or not yet, but in any case we will take an ad break and we'll be back here in the Sligo Park Hotel in a couple of moments. F5 is the magic button, our crew tell us. If you are accessing any of our coverage online, you need to refresh your computer at regular intervals to get the live video stream on a continuous basis and to update your tally figures. F5, and you will update all the tally figures and everything else, as we can see ourselves here in our account centre in the Sligo Park Hotel. We are still awaiting a number of tally figures to hopefully complete the Ballymote Tubbercurry situation. Since we were last on, Riverstown, Booth 1, we've had a tally in Riverstown. John, what do you make of that?
Well, it's good news for for Liam Brennan. Obviously, it's slightly back what Martin Baker got the last time, and
his home area. Yeah,
he got the lion's share of the vote there, and Jeremy Lenny got it's bringing him up to 103 votes. It's bringing him up to 12% on 1390. And I suppose if you take Brennan, I would say he's on 9378%. If you look at the next combination, there would be Henry. He's on 977, and he wouldn't have too many more boxes to open now. Knockminna.
Yeah. Okay. We have. I'm just trying to count up here. We've got 10 boxes or less before we get a final tally.
Knockminna box. He should pull well a Knockminna box, Henry.
Yeah. Okay, and for those listeners texting us, we're still waiting the Tubbercurry figures. There are 4 booths in Tubbercurry, in Chalklina, and we don't have those figures yet. They will be with us very shortly, I'm sure. Temple Boy, we're also awaiting figures from Temple Boy, from Suey, and from the second booth in Riverstown as well. Kilglass, we're looking for figures from Kilglass. Dramard Community Centre as well.
All those boxes you've mentioned now, the bulk of them in West Sligo, they're not going to change.
Yeah, you were saying earlier they're more predictable than a lot of the
areas. They're not going to
areas.
change the vote in East Sligo in any sense. If you take Suey, when that box, that's Jeremy Lenny again and Liam Brennan, that's where they are. You know what I mean? So there'll be no vote there, slippage in that area.
All right, okay. Percentage-wise, just give you a running total of the percentage of the vote in Ballymote Tubbercurry. Liam Brennan of Fianna Fáil is on 8%. Independent Michael Clark on 9%, Patrick Cleary of Fine Gael on 6%, Martin Connolly of Fine Gael on 4%, James Conway is on 3%, Barry Gallagher, Fianna Fáil on 7%, Jason Gormley of Sinn Féin is on 1%, Emma Hendrick, People Before Profit on 1%, Keith Henry of Fianna Fáil on 8%, Gerard Mullaney of Fine Gael on 12%, Dara Mulvey of Fine Gael also on 12%, Donal O'Connor of Sinn Féin on 2%, Joe Queenan, Independent, on 10%, Paul Taylor, Fianna Fáil on 13%, and Jennifer Van Answegen for Sinn Féin, who is on 2%. So that is the running total at the moment in Ballymote and Tubbercurry.
One word of caution, you see all of the Enniscrone boxes, are all of the Enniscrone...
No, we're awaiting one more from Enniscrone.
Yeah, Temple Boy you're looking for.
Yeah.
Temple Boy, and it's 2 boxes in Temple Boy.
Oh yeah, the second Enniscrone box is in. You're right. The second Enniscrone box in. Yeah.
But Temple Boy, Temple Boy would say that Cleary would vote well there.
Yeah.
Temple Boy.
Okay, so Paul Taylor topping the poll at the moment as we wait the Tubbercurry boxes. As we wait the Tubbercurry boxes. But still way too early to predict, and there's going to be a bit of a battle here, is there not?
You'll have once the Tubbercurry boxes come in, and the Suey and the remaining Riverstown box, it'll be easy enough to indicate. I think.
Riverstown and Suey, Brennan gets ahead of Henry. Then that's where that seat goes.
Yeah.
Or else Henry stays ahead and he gets the seat. But other than that.
Yeah,
I'm sticking up the way I called it earlier.
Yeah, don't repeat that for people just still tuning in.
Mullaney, Mulvey, Taylor, Clark, Queenan, Gallagher, Henry, or Brennan.
Yeah.
Brennan has 2 home boxes to come in.
3 boxes actually.
2 Suey and Booth 2 in Riverstown, and he's about 40 votes behind Henry at the moment, so he'd look good to overtake him. Again, as me and Marion have been saying, this is terrible. We're talking about people by their surnames and so on, but that's what the figures are telling us for now. And it depends what Henry can get in Tubbercurry, which wouldn't be a normal hunting ground for him, but he should get some.
And there's one other box to come in, St. Eti's Hall.
Yeah.
St. Eti's Hall, yes indeed, sorry.
St. Eti's Hall, anyway, I think that if you look at St. Eti's Hall, that's on the last occasion he didn't get much votes in St. Eti's Hall. Now that'll be going Tubbercurry side, St. Eti's Hall.
And as I said, we don't like saying people are in trouble or in dangers at this stage, but suffice to say that Councillor Martin Connolly has a bit of a battle ahead here now, hasn't he?
Well, I just wouldn't call it yet now.
Yeah.
No, well, he's got 500. So let's look at what we have in front of us. 492. Okay.
Yeah.
In Tubbercurry in 2019, he took 430 votes. In Streamstown, he took 88. So you could say there's another 600 coming there. You add that to the 500 he has, that'll bring him to around 1100. So, until we see what's in these boxes, we can't really rule out.
Tubbercurry is his area, of course, so it'll make a big difference.
But Gallagher, he is eating into the Connolly vote in the other areas we've looked at. So Connolly needs these votes in Tubbercurry to be very, very strong. Something in around where he was in 2019. Any slippage there, and I think it's going to be difficult there. But I'm not as convinced just yet.
No, same as that. Because he got 430 votes in Tubbercurry the last time.
430, and you'd expect to get more this time, having been there on the council for 5 years.
If you want to hear details of our Leitrim count in Carrick-on-Shannon, the Landmark Hotel, we are broadcasting live online. Just access the Leitrim count online. Just click onto our website and you'll see live audio stream from the Leitrim count with John Lynch and Kevin Blessing and everybody else there, and a live audio and video stream. But there are some shocks here, or could be some shocks here, Marion. We're told.
Actually, I'm looking at the Manor of Hamilton.
Yeah, that's what I mean, Manor of Hamilton, which is of immediate interest to our area.
I think that's about 13 boxes at the moment, and what I'm seeing is Bergen, 4%. That's Fine Gael. Bohan, Fianna Fáil, 14%. Brennan Shabo, Sinn Féin, 6%. Comiskey, Fine Gael, 7%. Fallon, Sinn Féin, 12%. Gallagher, Greens, 2%. Gilmartin Independent, 21%. Gurn Independent, 12%. Lenan, Bernie Labour, 2%. And McConville, 1%.
Okay.
So, that's a 5-seater, is it? 6.
I just have to check.
Yeah, from those figures, we've been discussing this off air. It's a challenge for Fine Gael to hold on to any seat in Manor of Hamilton.
See, what you've got to look at there is actually I haven't all of them there.
Yeah.
I'm missing Eddie Mitchell, because Eddie is doing quite well.
Really?
I think
Eddie. I know Eddie well, yeah.
Comiskey and himself.
Yeah.
Maybe looking at.
I'm told Mitchell is ahead of Comiskey by 48 votes, with Kilty Clogher still to come in.
Yeah. But you have to remember, Katrina Bergen is the second candidate there.
Yeah. That's vote transfer,
Well, how much of it will transfer, we have to wait and see. I'm not sure the Manor of Hamilton boxes have been open yet.
And the Drumahir box, how did that do for Michael Comiskey or for Kevin Comiskey?
They are open, so that's I can't.
They're just up here now live. The Manor of Hamilton numbers, they're on the Charlie screen.
So you get a sense. Are the Drumahir boxes there?
No. Well, are we in order to mention the personal connection, Marion?
Of course.
Okay. For those who don't know, we're first of all, we're told reliably that James Gilmartin, the independent candidate, will top the poll
as of now
and exceed the quota by a couple of hundred votes. And he, of course, is your
first cousin. Yeah.
Well,
and Phelim, second independent, there it's on 12%. So But Eddie Mitchell, what's Eddie polling at? 12% also?
8%. 8%,
sorry.
478 votes.
Yeah, and there are 3 independent candidates. So the challenge, I think, will be for the Fine Gael seat there. But it's early days.
There's 700 combined Fine Gael votes.
I'm not sure how many boxes are open. What percent are we looking at?
96%.
Oh, well, that's a fairly accurate tally. Yeah. But as I said, we have a second Fine Gael candidate, so
Yeah.
You know, given that she made transfer, it's certainly going to be to her running mate. It's certainly going to be a very interesting count. But at a personal level, of course, I'm delighted
I'm sure
for
you
James.
are. Yeah, and a great performance for a first-time candidate, no matter who
Yeah,
it
first-time
may be.
candidate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, okay. We're still waiting for a couple more boxes in Ballymote-Tubbercurry, Ballymote-Tubbercurry. We're waiting in the 4 Tubbercurry boxes. Temple Boy as well. Stokan National School is in now, I see as well. We're waiting on Suey and Kilglass both too. John.
Just observing the Sinn Féin vote in South and West Sligo, that on the 3 candidates, the total percentage they got is 5%, 2, 2 and 1.
With 3 candidates.
It's an appalling result for them, really, to be honest.
If you were the strategist, you would run 1 candidate, 2 candidates?
Well, I was amazed myself that they decided to run 3, because even running 3, even the vote they've got, you know, it's not going to transfer maybe locally, but it's not going to make any meaningful difference. You know, I would imagine they would have been better off possibly 2, but certainly not 3.
Right, okay, well, Sinn Féin have never had a sort of a good, solid electoral record in that electoral area, have they? Not that I can remember.
They had
In the general election, there was always a vote.
Yeah.
Out in Eastskey and all that region, the West Sligo, predominantly, and actually in Gurchin and all that, in Ballymote as well, actually.
Yeah, but not transferring to the candidates here anyway, it seems. Right, okay. 071 911 8104 if you want to give us a call with any questions or queries you might have.
Looking at the Manor Hamilton vote there, Sinn Féin vote, I'm not sure what it was the last time, but is it on a combined total of 18, is it?
16, I think.
16 at the moment. You know, that wouldn't be their national picture.
No.
And North Leitrim would be, you know, strong enough as Sinn Féin. So again, just looking at West Sligo, looking at Sligo Strand Hill, and looking at Ballinamore. The vote doesn't seem to be holding up as well as they might have thought. But then strong independents make a difference.
Yeah, and Justin Warnock in a strong position there for Fianna Fáil and Mary Bohan as well.
Oh, yes.
And no surprise, Mark McSherry, as you well know, 2 steady campaigners.
Oh, absolutely. Very, very strong and very renowned, work rate, very renowned in their communities and very involved, and their votes would transcend any sort of party political loyalties. Totally.
Yeah, Mark is right, both of them.
A wonderful candidate, Mary, isn't she?
And
you mentioned
workers,
Sorry, and if you are interested, all those Leitrim tallies as they come in are on our website as well. Just go to the Manor Hamilton electoral area, quite obviously.
You mentioned Declan Bree
Yeah.
and his length of time
Yeah.
in politics. I think Mary Bohan maybe as long, if not longer. And that's a great testament.
Yeah, we'll
both of
check.
them.
We'll check that.
Yeah.
Declan is 50 years this year,
I
isn't
think
he?
Mary could be 50 as well, is she? I'm
Yeah.
not sure. But I mean, that's massive work. And
It is,
to
yeah.
think that they are still performing so well. It's a
Mary-
real
Sorry.
it's a real indication of their level of work and their commitment to their communities. So well
Yeah.
done to them.
And he'll top the poll, as we know, as we heard earlier, in Sligo Strand Hill, Declan
Yeah.
Bree.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm just sorry. I was just trying to get your attention there, just to kind of come out of this count centre and give us a little bit of flavour of what's happening nationally.
Yeah, which we haven't picked up on at all.
And you know, this is Gavin Riley's attempt to put a coherent picture of what's happening from across Dublin local authorities, and it seems that Sinn Féin's vote across the Dublin local authorities doesn't seem to have risen much, if all, from the days in 2019. So that would give an indication that maybe, you know, nationally it's
that was a very poor election for Sinn Féin.
That was a 10% day. That's where they lost half their seats. Talking tough coming into this election, Mary Lou expected them to go well beyond doubling that horrific day and become the leading party in local government. From the Dublin constituencies where they are quite strong, the early indications are that that's not going to be the case. So just an early indication of nationally
Good to hear
things
that.
are at.
Yeah, I go with that as well, because I do have a view that while Sinn Féin in the last general election had an exceptional performance, not to take from their fine candidates or anything like that, but I feel the approach taken by Micheál Martin and Leo Varadkar, particularly during that campaign, where I would describe it as negative campaigning, so sort of criticising Sinn Féin and so on. People got fed up with that. People felt that was arrogant. And I think as that campaign went from beginning to the end, the trajectory of votes that ended up with Sinn Féin were not on that trajectory. And I think a significant proportion of votes garnered by Sinn Féin was a total protest of disgust with aspects of Fianna Fáil campaigning and Fine Gael campaigning at the time.
Yeah, which is why is it, Marion, that we're now seeing the rise apparently in the European context and to a degree here in the independents and others. Not so much here, but nationally, I think.
Totally.
Yes, I mean, but you're not sure what that means.
Yeah.
Will that change from one election to the next? You know, the electorate is looking for something and different people are looking for different things. You know, for example, you will see the independent who will be elected here, likely is Luke Ming, a left-wing independent. If there's one elected in Dublin, it'll probably be Niall Boylan. That's the other end of the spectrum. And I haven't seen anything about Ireland South. I've no idea how Mick Wallace or McNamara are doing. But just, you know, there isn't a clear pattern. And if you look at all of the different independents, let's say, that are on the ballot paper, they do range from one side of the political divide to the other. But we have to try and analyse when all of this is over, is what are the trends, or is it simply different in different places?
It's a bit soon for delving into this, but one of the areas to watch, we're told, during these elections was apparently the so-called rise of the right. We're not seeing that in County Sligo, are we yet?
No, definitely not. I think that if you take the Sligo, in Sligo that they were non-existent in it, they were got a very desperate poor vote. So that in many ways that what Marion has said there with regards to the Merck's point in the last election campaign, you must remember that the Sinn Féin lost 72 councillors the last rotation, and but in the subsequent general election, those who failed even to secure the nomination were elected into the Dáil Éireann. You know, so that it's just very hard to create a local election and a general election.
Yeah, to some extent, I suppose my theory on this, when you talk about the rise of the right, is that if there was a charismatic figure that people could rally around, that I think that can make a difference. How much of a difference? A 5, a 10% swing. But we may see, you know, I'm not sure how Claire Daly is doing in Dublin, but I've heard nothing about her. So we could see what was a left seat changing to Niall Boylan, which would be much more of a right seat. So we just don't, and Claire Daly was certainly charismatic, so is Boylan. So, you know, there's that element to it as well. You could see a change in Ireland South also. So it's
I think
early
also
days.
the categorisation of the right, I think, is something that needs to be looked at. Like, people were being screamed at that they're right wing because they had some concerns around immigration. Those people would have still gone out and voted for party candidates, or still gone out and voted for people who maybe weren't on the far right. So you know, in the media and the national media, we were covering, you know, the rise of the right. But in reality, particularly in this constituency, it might have been just disgruntled party voters.
Like. Not to be disagreeing with my colleagues here or anything like that, but I've never really subscribed to the, you know, left, right and centre debate. I think it's a sort of a media kind of creation. People try to pigeonhole people. That's left. I mean, if we picked 100 policy areas and the 5 of us here on the panel all gave our views, I'll bet we'll find that we're all left on some, centrist on others, right on others. So I believe in right and wrong. I think establishment parties and governments, and this is not unique to Ireland but around the world, are displaying a level of autopilot where people elected are telling the electorate, look, the independent experts have said, therefore we must do. That is totally unacceptable to people. We're electing people, we expect them to assume the responsibility. And I think the contempt with which governments hold, for example, the legislature, the parliament, and county councillors is reprehensible. And that's what's giving rise to anything but the establishment. Because people are fed up. I mean, years ago when it was just Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael and Labour, People like, for all of their negatives, the Highs, the Fitzgeralds, the Cosgroves, the Lamasses, the Dick Springs, the whoever, they took decisions. They got plenty wrong. Often more wrong than they got right, but they took decisions. There isn't a politician in the current government who knows what it's like to take a decision. And that is a big problem for the electorate in Ireland, and that for me is the ultimate cause of what are floating votes away from establishment parties.
Okay.
I think that's partly true. I think there certainly is an element of truth in that. But I think also, Mark, you can go back quite a number of years, just even to look at the old Connacht Ulster constituency. And it's not recent. I mean, like back in 2014, there was 2 independent seats out of 4. So it's not always just about the government at the time. Sometimes it can be about the people themselves, and sometimes it's about the government. But I think at the end of this, when we look at our European seats, we will probably find, it's early days, but that Fianna Fáil will probably gain seats in the final analysis. I think Fine Gael with 4 seats, I think if they hold 3. But I don't think when all the dust is settled, I think we may have Boylan in Dublin, by the looks of it. That's Niall. We'll probably have Lynn as well. But I don't know if nationally that's going to make a huge difference.
Okay, we're still waiting for some more boxes. Just to update you, it's lunchtime. People may be just tuning in. We're still awaiting some of the remaining boxes to be tallied in the Ballymoe-Tubbercurry area. We have a first tally in from Sligo Strandhill a number of hours ago, which you can access on our website. We'll run through those figures in due course as well. Incidentally, I should tell you, we've been working hard with our panel here all morning. We will be talking to various people throughout the afternoon, guests, candidates, associated political party members and so forth, but we just let them get a handle on where they're at and what they're doing. And I do notice Declan Bree here earlier being congratulated by party supporters, so obviously delighted in his camp at this very early stage. Right, okay, still those boxes from Tubbercurry are waiting, John.
I think that's boxes will certainly determine the outcome. I think that's with us, as Glenn said at the moment, it will depend down to the final seats with I think that's Barry Gallagher and I suppose and Merton Connolly. There could be a change in that in Tubbercurry in that year. It depends. Yeah. If Barry Gallagher is ahead, Connolly would have a difficulty now.
Right.
And then in Ballymote area, I suppose it could be between Liam Brennan and Keith Henry.
Keith Henry, okay. Jerry, is that how you were seeing it? You're looking at?
But there's like a couple of boxes there in West Sligo to open.
Yeah.
And because like Michael Clark there is at around 1,000, and Joe Queenan I think is at something similar, and he's at 1142. So they need to get a bit of votes in that area to get them up there at the level to see how it's going to break out. But in relation then to Ballymote, it's just too early to call. You're going to have like be it 2-3 one way or the other, maybe 2 Fianna Fáil, 3 Fine Gael, or vice versa, 3 Fianna Fáil, 2 Fine Gael.
Right.
But it'll all be told like when the Tubbercurry boxes are open. And see, you have Temple Boy over there isn't open either, and neither has Kilglass, and neither has Dromard.
Yeah.
So when they come in, it'll draw different than Tubbercurry. So it's only a matter of waiting for the last few boxes.
All right. Okay.
And even at then, I think it'll be hard to tell the last seat.
Maybe the wait will be over after a short break. Back again in the Sligo Park Hotel in a couple of moments.
I see that Niall just.
Identical, 123.
There's a couple of questions coming in. John's on the phone, so he might be able to answer. Great job being done by the panel this morning. Just wondering what the figures look like in Castle Connor compared to 2019. I'm sure Cleary would have taken a number of votes off Queenan and Clark, or has Cleary just maintained the Blair Feeney vote of 2019? Remember, it went to one vote between Queenan and Feeney in 2014. There's someone who knows what they're talking about. So the Castle Connor box are not in yet, so we can't comment yet. Haven't got the Castle Connor boxes yet, but we will keep that person updated.
It's just the comparison of it to 2019.
Yeah, but I don't have the Castle Connor box here. Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry, it is. It's Tubbercurry.
Yeah.
Right. Timberboy is in there right now. Timberboy, you have Timberboy.
Yeah, see all these ones in. What's left out there in the throne?
Yeah, I don't know why mine is not updating. Anyway.
Dromard isn't in. Right.
Yeah. The second question is, I hear John Perry saying about the vote difference and last time, but the difference is the population. The population needs to be taken into account as well, they're saying. Is there a significant population difference? I don't know.
The population will be going up, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Somebody else wants to know figures for Screen and Dromard Community Centre. The Dromard Community Centre is in.
Not in yet, no.
Yeah, Dromard is in.
Dromard is in now, is it?
Yeah, it's in. You can get it on our website if you log on to our website, Dromard. One of the booths is in. Dromard. The Dromard Community Centre tally is in, so you can access it there.
Not showing up yet.
And somebody else wants to remind our guests about the gold medal won by a Sligo man in Europe last night.
Absolutely fantastic.
We should have mentioned that. Unbelievable. Chris O'Donnell from Grange, gold medal in the mixed relay. Unbelievable performance. And hopefully more to come in a few more weeks in Paris.
Brilliant to watch it. I mean, he led out and it was, the hair would stand on the back of your neck watching him.
Yeah, an unbelievable performance. Okay. Right, okay. I'm just going to update my particular computer here to get the tallies from Ballymote, Tubbercurry. So we're still waiting on those Tubbercurry figures.
It does seem that Martin Connolly is certainly holding on in Tubbercurry.
Okay, the Tubbercurry ones are in now. Okay.
Yeah.
So who'll give us an assessment of Tubbercurry? Two booths from Tubbercurry now.
Well, Martin Connolly is he's down by 3 votes in one box, but he's up by 34 in another from those 2 boxes to 2019. So that's good for him there.
Yeah.
They're slightly back, I think just very, very slightly.
On the last time?
Just on those 2 boxes that are open,
Yeah, okay.
Sorry, just on those 2 boxes that are open,
Okay, we're talking booths 1 and 3 in Chalkline and Tubbercurry for those who may have voted in that area. And in booth 1.
As you said, Clark, in Templeboy, booth 1, 129, and in booth 2, 124. So I'm just trying to compare with the last time.
Yeah.
Yes, he's up in both of those boxes. He was 106 and 103 the last time.
Clark is up, okay.
So, I mean, that's an extra 50 votes nearly.
Patrick Cleary.
45 votes.
Yeah. Patrick Cleary there in that box would be, that's what I think, so much disappointed there.
Yeah.
He got 75 votes. You know, when you go over then through Joe Queen and
Which box are you talking about now, John?
Templeboy,
okay.
That's where Patrick Cleary should be strong there now.
Yeah, you would have expected him to be stronger in Templeboy in both polling stations. Yeah.
So that, I think that's 75 is what Queen and
yeah, that's 75 between the 2 booths, John. Isn't that right, chap? Yeah.
You can see there the
just didn't do as well.
Riverstown.
Okay. Did we talk about Riverstown?
The second box
is in Riverstown. Yeah.
Second booth there, so
gives an idea of that mark.
That puts Brennan ahead as was potentially expected, given the order that the boxes are coming to us. That he'd pick up there, and he has. He's at 11.36, 8%.
181.
So the one there is Henry. Then is at
987.
Is 987.
Yeah.
So that's potentially
150
critical.
votes. Yeah.
You'd have to compliment Liam Brennan. It's a remarkable vote for a first-time candidate.
Yeah.
You know that. Because if you take, he's pouring head and head with Gerald Mullaney there.
Yeah, I make it 5 boxes left before a final tally. Is that right? 5 boxes left. So we're nearly there for Ballymote Tubbercurry. And the running totals percentage-wise, Brennan's on 8%, Clark 11%, Cleary's on 7%, Connolly 5%, Conway 4%, Gallagher on 7%, Gorman on 2%, Hendrick on 1%, Henry on 7%, Mullaney on 11%, as is Dara Mulvey, O'Connor's on 2%, Queenan on 11%, Taylor 12%, and Van Aswegen on 2%. And that's with about 5 boxes to go.
Just looking at the percentages, Niall, really, I suppose, when you look at they tell the story, really. You know what I mean? If you're over 10%, you know what I mean? If you're down with 7 or 5, you're under pressure now, to be honest.
Okay, so it's 10% and upwards are the ones in contention, John.
You have to be above 10 to get a seat.
Right, okay. Jerry, how are you looking
at
that one?
That's the situation there, really, is that you want to be up around the 10, because there's a good few of them there at that.
Yeah.
You have Mullaney and Mulvey is already at 11%, Taylor is at 12%, and Queenan is at 11%. And Clark is at 11%.
The last 2 seats don't have to be at 10% yet.
Pardon?
The last 2 seats don't have to be at 10% yet.
No. But there's
No, and
five of them there at 11 and 12%.
The last 2 Tubbercurry boxes will be crucial.
I'm sticking with my call anyway.
180. Sorry, in the remaining 2 Tubbercurry boxes in 2019, Connolly got 184 of them. In the Streamstown box, he got 188. When you add them up to what he has now currently, if he holds what he has, it'll bring him very close to Brennan. And you have to look at where Brennan will Brennan do well in Tubbercurry.
But he will.
You think he will?
Oh yeah, he will. Yeah.
Okay.
Brennan
Here at 1136. I'm trying to see the battle here.
He's too far away, is he?
Oh, Brendan won't take Tubbercurry.
No,
Brendan won't do it.
no.
That's my point.
No, he won't.
When Connolly picks up what he's expected to pick up, if he holds his vote, if he just holds his vote, that'll bring him up to around 1100, and that'll bring him right in line with
right
Brennan.
in contention with Brennan.
We're talking about Barry Gallagher. You see.
Barry Gallagher, he's going to pick up there.
Yeah, but if Connolly just holds what he has, is what I'm saying to you.
Okay.
He's going to come up and be close to Brennan.
John Comiskey is telling us that there's a few boxes to be tallied, but John Comiskey tells us it looks like Fine Gael may lose a seat here. He says with Fianna Fáil's Paul Taylor heading the poll, Mulvey and Mullaney next, followed by Queenan and Clark, and then it's a battle between Henry and Brennan for the last seat. Henry is the favourite, but Gallagher could catch either of them. The Taylor transfer is crucial, says John. I don't think anybody would disagree with that. I just want to.
He's saying it from the start.
I differ slightly.
He's not gone.
Yeah,
I
you
don't
do.
think Connolly's gone.
You think Gallagher is more?
I think Gallagher is in.
Yeah.
Do you?
I want to just bring in Porrick Hard very quickly, just to update us. And I know you're busy between the tally stations, Porrick, but I counted 5. Is there 6 boxes? 6 boxes left to be tallied? Did you say? Just give us an update.
There's 6 boxes on the floor left to open, so all the other boxes, the counters are actually open at the moment, and our tally people are opening them. So we're getting very near the end. It's the beginning of the end, as it were. So
of the second.
Yeah, so it's getting very exciting now.
And what happens then in relation to Sligo Drumcliff, which we haven't even mentioned yet? When are those boxes being opened? Sligo Drumcliff, is that?
They're being opened. They're opening them all at the.
Okay, so
everything has been opened as I speak.
Yeah, so we can tally them as well.
Yeah, we're going to be tallying them as well. So everything will be tallied. So we should fairly soon after lunch have the tallies.
The complete tally.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
And just to confirm what we said earlier, the first count will be a Sligo Strandhill count. Is that your understanding, or do you know?
My understanding is Sligo Strandhill, but I'm not sure if they're going to do the other count in parallel at the moment. But we'll confirm that very shortly and come back to
Okay. All right. So six more boxes. We're not far off a final tally. So
we're not far off. Our tally people are tallying the boxes that are being opened at the moment. There's only 6 boxes left to open fresh, and we'll have the results as the boxes are being tallied. They're coming back in. So stay tuned and keep visiting the site because the figures are coming up there.
Yeah,
okay.
All right.
All right.
Thanks very much for that,
Thanks,
Pork,
Ian.
and well done again to you and all your crew
Okay.
this morning. So, as Marion says, still a couple of crucial Tubbercurry boxes there, Jerry.
Whether it'll be 3 Fianna Fáil and 2 Fine Gael or 3 Fine Gael and 2 Fianna Fáil, because it looks as if, like, say, Queenan and Clark, if you kind of exclude them first, there's 7, that leaves 5 seats.
Yeah.
And then if you take Mulvey and Milani, that's 2 more seats, so that leaves 3 seats. But for those 3 seats, Fianna Fáil are looking to take 2 to get 3 seats, and Fine Gael only have to get 1. So they have 2 fairly high numbers in it to take 1 seat, and they're there, and Fianna Fáil has to take 2 to win that second seat.
Yeah.
So it's easier for them to get a 3rd seat at this point, I think, than Fianna Fáil to get 2 seats. But that was a bit earlier to see Tubbercurry.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
John, would you agree with that?
I think
or
that's
not?
while we had the first results in, but I think it's going to work very effectively when you look at the eliminations. You know that it's going to be so close to call when the surplus of Paul Taylor will be heading the poll, right? And his surplus will be as to where that will go. And if you take the eliminations, you know that to be honest, at the moment you could not call the final 7 seats until you see where the eliminations are going.
Yeah. Right, okay, Porrick, just give us a quick update again.
So the first, after the boxes have all been opened, the Sligo Strandhill are going to be the first to be counted, and not quite in parallel, but almost at the same time, Ballymore Tubbercurry. So the 2 of them will be happening fairly simultaneously, with Sligo Strandhill being just slightly ahead.
Yeah, and it's fair to assume then there won't be any counting for North Sligo, Sligo Drumcliff until tomorrow, is that right? Or we don't know that?
We're making
depends on the progress.
Yeah, we're making good progress, and it's way too early to go calling that yet because the eliminations and the people that are over the quarter, the number that are over the quarter, that they dictate quite an amount of how much time will be required.
Yeah. But they're happy with the progress so far, I think, all around.
Progress is going very well, actually. We thought it might be a bit slower because of the size of the actual vote, the European vote. As you know, your listeners will be aware that it was a massive vote.
Yeah.
And to open the vote was a mammoth task by the counters.
Yeah.
Have to be complimented for that.
No indication of turnout yet? You didn't get any?
No, we're going to start working on that. Initially, the first number crunching we were doing is just on the figures themselves.
Yeah.
And we'll have that fairly short for you as well. That'll be the next thing we'll analyse.
All right, okay. Thanks for that, Porrick. Thanks for keeping us updated. Right, okay. Blaine, have you any more thoughts on Ballymore Tubbercurry?
No, I just went over there to congratulate Declan Bree, just have the opportunity.
As a lot of people are doing.
Right to do it. Fabulous vote. No, again, I'm listening to what Mark is saying. I'm listening to what Jerry is saying. I'm still not fully there yet that Connolly is not at the race here. I think I'm just really excited to see the Streamstown box and the remaining 2 Tubbercurry boxes, and they'll tell the picture, I think, and then ultimately after that we have to get into the count and everything else. But yeah, interesting times.
There's one box to come in.
Sorry, John. Yeah.
The Suey Community Centre box has to come in, box number 45. You know, that'll shore up the 2 Riverstown candidates, Milani and Liam Brennan. So as Blaine has said, at the moment, the remaining Tubbercurry boxes, I think will tell us, you know, that if Merton Conley can hold his votes as he got the last time, 467 votes in Tubbercurry the last time, you know, that he should say I would agree with Liam.
Okay, so 3 Fine Gael or 3 Fianna Fáil? Would you see it like that, as Jerry and Mark are saying?
You know, certainly there's a change anyway, slightly.
Yeah. Right, back with more in a moment here from the Sligo Park Hotel.
They're starting.
boxes in the Ballymount, Tubber, Curry area. Some comments I'll come to in a moment, and queries and observations from people as well. Well, Mark, you wanted to just, and this is not official yet, the Suey. You think you have some figures from the Suey box?
I just took a picture of a tally sheet, so it's not the official one, but it seemed that Milani would be expected to do well there, so he's topping that poll in the Suey box, 148, and then Brennan at 104. This is significant because it pushes him further out from Henry, who only picks up 14 there. They're unofficial figures, but it seems to be sitting with what I was predicting earlier anyway.
Yeah. Absolutely. All right. As I said, that is completely Brennan and Milani terrain down there.
Yeah.
Completely.
Marion, can I even ask you about Sligo Drumcliff? Remember, we will be moving on to Sligo Drumcliff. Porrick said they're starting to tally, but
they are,
and these are very, very, very unofficial.
Yeah, they are. I mean, just 3 boxes from Ballisadair 1, Ballinchoher 1 and Colry 3. Just the first thing I'd note is that Tom Fox, his vote is holding up well in Colry, as you'd expect. I think he's 20-something votes above what he was the last time. It's really hard after that to... I'm just trying to compare and contrast. Marie Casserly in all of the boxes I've seen so far, a few votes up. Of course, Edel McSharry is a new candidate, so I have to see who can we compare her to. Thomas Welch doing very well, obviously, in the Ballinchoher box and the Ballinsadare box. And Thomas Healy, I'm not sure it's held up fully. I'll come back to you in a minute when I check them now.
Yeah, that's okay. As I say, it's just a very random run through.
Purely random.
The Colry box will be a good indication for Tom Fox.
And his vote increased, according to Marion.
His vote has increased by about 20-30 votes. That's only one of those boxes.
3 boxes,
that's one of those boxes. That would be a good sign. There would be fears that if he didn't hold that box, that was going to be a difficult day for Tom. But it's important for start.
Ran a very solid campaign, I think.
Yeah, and
quite a high-profile campaign as well.
Colry has to be good to Tom Fox.
Yeah, the 8-team canvassers. I mean, a fantastic team of.
Were you part of the 8-team, John?
No, but I must say that the Clancy brothers out there. Oh my God!
You had a lot of posters up.
But Hugh Clancy and John Clancy and many others. But his wife Mary, they're the. I tell you, if you're looking for a canvasser team, you won't beat them.
Just a couple of random texts. These are very random. Niall, only in Ireland could you make 2 days out of radio and television shows out of tallies. The bottom line is a lot of people are fed up with politicians and their lack of understanding of what is happening on the ground with day-to-day costs, and that's what we're seeing across the elections today. Great coverage of the elections. I agree with Mark McSharry. Many elected politicians are afraid to make decisions. The older politicians were much stronger. Yes, they often got it wrong, but were not afraid to make a decision whether it was good or bad. They had more courage in what they said and what they did. Someone else says Declan Bree is very active, always has been. He's well known around the Sligo area. He's been out and about as mayor. This will also have helped him in getting such a big number 1 vote. I wonder, did it?
Just on that point, come back to what people want their politicians to be. I was reading something there during the week about how we elect our politicians, and that often means that we often get politicians as opposed to policymakers and in turn legislators and people who go on to create laws and policy that Mark was mentioning earlier on. A politician is something different to everybody else. Sometimes they want their politician to be somebody that can fix our roads and highlight our issues. Other people want them to be national legislators. Often you can't be both, and it's very hard to be that expert that can be the policy legislator, minister, versus the person who can, travel the length and breadth of the constituency and have the time there. So in Ireland we tend to go more towards the politician-y, the local politician, as opposed to the national legislator, and ultimately that's left the gap for NGOs to step in to create policy, and that creates its own problems.
The gap is
sorry, Mark.
The gap is created by a lack of leadership. End of story. People are elected to take decisions. They don't. The most common answer in Dáil Éireann to any question these days is, I want to thank the deputy for raising this very important issue. But as the deputy knows, that's a matter for anyone but me. And that's effectively the ministers and the government saying that. And that is unacceptable. It's one of the main reasons I'm getting out of politics, to tell you that, quite frankly, after 23 years, is because none of them will take a decision. And as much as we want leaders, what we are electing is the person who tells everybody what they want to hear on a national level. And that's no good either. Immigration, biggest issue in this country. I guarantee you, in any of the election debates, it wasn't really touched on in any meaningful way. Yes, there were some very hardened on one side of the debate. We're still, messing around this issue and, touchy-feely, tell everyone what they want to hear, praise everybody all of the time, instead of telling the truth. We've got a problem here. We need to address it. Let's look at the solutions. And no, let's not kick for touch and pay KPMG or PwC or whoever else a couple of million to tell us what we want to know so that everyone is plausible deniability. That's what's wrong with politics in my view.
But I think, Niall, you were saying there that there was, some of the comments there about Mark's views, and you can hear Mark's views. And I know Mark said he was retiring, but I think after this we'll have to start the campaign, bring back Mac.
but you're not saying, Mark McSharry, are you, that the minister can know everything about every issue that he's asked about in the Dáil?
No, I can't. But I expect them to take decisions. Like, I'll give you an example on planning for the moment, okay? On Board Planola, it's absolutely beyond redemption and beyond fit for purpose in its current form. I can tell you an example of a 3-bedroom detached house that is in Board Planola in a zoned serviced area for decision for over 1 year since last Thursday. That's one house, okay? That's been replicated all over the country. We have a national government saying, oh look, independent, they're independent. Listen, it's one thing being independent, but you cannot be unaccountable. These organisations are supposed to be accountable to the legislature. It's not fit for purpose. It's going on for 3 or 4 years, and we're in the middle of a housing crisis. Now, we were prepared to waive planning legislation in favour of putting up much needed modular units. We did it in 3 months. It can be done. The Minister for Housing, in the Act, has the power to waive planning laws any time he wants. He chooses not to. Why? Fear of ridicule. I mean, I'd be building houses for the people, and if anybody wants to object, I'd say no problem, I'll see you in the European Court, but meanwhile, I'm going to house the Irish people.
John?
Well, there's not enough straight talk, and there's certainly little enough action. Because when it comes to government, it's the fact is that they employ consultants. As you know, Blaine, above an Leinster House, Jeremy, your little bin could be full of consultants' report coming in. And more glossy reports indicating the 10 reasons why this cannot happen, and the government will say, we're now, this has gone to consultation, or we're waiting for a final outcome coming in. Certainly when you raise issues in my time in Leinster House on the floor, Jeremy, would say under any other business, you're ran around the house with a very much non-delivery answer. And I think that it's important that when you're likewise with councillors when they're elected, it's very important that they're not ruled by the executive. I think that's the big mistake.
I'll come back to my point, what I'm trying to say, that we elect, I'm not being disparaging when I say this, we often elect politicians who are more focused on community matters than, I suppose, the national matters. And that's why these kind of events are happening. That's why this frustration is growing. And it all comes back to the people's perception of politics. What do they want their politician to be? And ultimately, the history results have shown that largely the Irish people have wanted the person that they know, somebody that's local, that's popular, as opposed to those who are going to be able to, I suppose, write legislation, challenge on all the matters. And ultimately, that's what my point I'm coming back to.
No, but you know, Mary, Blaine, it's very hard to beat the executive of any local authority. They're appointed by the Minister of the day, the CEO. And to be honest, a lot of the government policies are brought in, and even while councillors can put down motions, whatever else, they get a fantastic hearing on them, and they're referred to the Minister for attention. Very little feedback comes from them.
Well, one of the big differences I found between the European Parliament and the Dáil was actually in the European Parliament. You did have an impact on legislation. You had to sit down, you had to read your documents, you had to amend them, you had to build alliances with other people. You could shout all day if you wanted, but you achieved nothing. The only way you achieve anything is to do the hard yards, as it were, and people have to trust you to do that. In Leinster House, of course, it's totally different. You have government and opposition. And I do think that there's a lot of merit in what Mark is saying from this perspective, that, opposition wasn't always there on many issues that people consider important, whether you look at something like the referendum or the hate speech bill or issues like that, immigration as well. To stand up in Dáil and to give any perspective, let's say, on immigration other than the status quo was extremely difficult. And you'll know, Niall, I got the sharp end of Leo Varadkar's tongue for trying to do that. And similarly, when I spoke on the referendum to Micheál Martin, now, he didn't give me the sharp end of his tongue, but nonetheless, it's very difficult to do that. And people just wonder sometimes who is speaking for them, who is relaying the views that they have. And they're the views that you hear when you speak to people on the doorsteps, when you're standing at the door and having a chat, and that's when you know and hear what people think. And just, I suppose the final point there is, and you said it, Blaine, what's right, what's left, all of that sort of stuff. People don't think that way in general. They look at the issue in front of them and they want to see, well, what is a practical solution to this? How can we deal with it? And not too many people are thinking, is that a left policy? Is it a right policy? Is it a middle of the road? That doesn't enter into their consciousness at all. It's just about, this is the issue. How do we find a solution for it? And that, I think, that kind of debate has been absent. A lot of debate has been corralled, if you like, into one side or the other, and if you didn't agree, then you were immediately put into another box. And maybe this, some of the votes we're saying today, is a bit of a reaction to that.
Okay. Sorry, John, a quick comment on that.
Well, I had the privilege of chairing the European Scrutiny Committee in Leinster House, which was dealing with the transposition of European legislation into the Parliament, and it's a very effective committee. And in many ways, the big difficulty, I suppose, that subsidiarity now is that Dáil Éireann has a say where the European legislation, a lot of it can be very controversial. It has to come in before an Oireachtas committee before it's transposed into law, and I think that's important as well.
All right, okay.
We have two boxes. The Tuppercurry boxes are in.
All right, okay, that's what we were waiting for, so we'll hang on from there. So all the Tuppercurry boxes are now in, so update us on the final two. I think there are box 2 and 4 we're talking about here.
Martin Connolly is on 101 in box 2 and on 131 in box 4. So if we look to see how does that compare with the last time out, let me see.
509 versus 430.
His vote is up.
His vote is up by 80 votes.
Good man, so that's what we were talking about.
Yeah. But now,
and Barry Gallagher, what did
but
Barry
then
Gallagher get?
we have to look to see.
So Gallagher in 2019 had 207.
Yeah.
So where are we at here?
173 there.
He's on 69 and 104.
That's 170.
317.
317.
So
No, 69 and 104 is 200.
It's up there on the screen.
That's 170. Oh, you're giving the full total.
Yeah, the full
Four
total, sorry,
boxes.
excuse me.
Sorry, yes.
So it's 85, it's 69, it's 62, and it's 104.
So that's a total of
320. So he's up 110, and Connolly is up 80 or 90.
Yeah, they're both up, so.
They're both up.
They're both
up, and
by 180 votes. He's up by 180 votes.
Yeah, and the only remaining box that I can see that we have of significance in that battle is the Streamstown, which which in the last one went 88 to Connolly and 28 to Gallagher. So
there's two boxes left, Streamstown and Dromard are the only two boxes left before we have a final tally. Jerry?
They're missing.
But
Are
you see the difference at the moment now.
Okay.
Connolly is on 1,004 votes at that figure, and Barry Gallagher is on 1,179. So there's 175 votes.
that's not a lot.
Yeah, that's my point. And
175 votes ahead. Gallagher is.
Yeah, but we haven't Streamstown in.
Yeah, Streamstown.
And Streamstown is going at about 100, about 80 more from 2019. So if he continues growing in that trend.
But it won't close the gap now.
Yeah, but look again, we're on about just placing first to seventh. Yeah. When the transfers start to come in, that's where it comes. But he's right in there fighting. He's right in there fighting.
He's absolutely.
But both of them are fighting there. Yeah.
Right, okay, let's give a running totals though for those who aren't accessing these figures online. We've two boxes to go to be tallied in Ballymote Tuppercurry. At the moment, Liam Brennan of Fianna Fáil is on 1,248. Michael Clark is on 1,515. Patrick Cleary is on 970. Martin Connolly on 1,004. James Conway on 544. Barry Gallagher on 1,179. Jason Gorman on 324. Emma Hendrick on 187. Keith Henry 1,012. Gerard Mullaney 1,688. Darren Mulvey 1,520. Donal O'Connor 299. Joe Queenan 1,481. Paul Taylor 1,822, and Jennifer Van Answegen on 344, and that's with 2 boxes still to be tallied or to come in for the tally. Streamstown, St Nathan's Hall and Dramard Community Centre. John?
Those 2 boxes there. Sorry, John.
The vote to watch there is James Conway's vote. You know, that's he's on 544 votes, and we'd say that's the spread of his votes, and when his votes are distributed, will be. I think they will certainly determine.
Yeah.
They will determine whether it be Barry Gallagher or Connolly for that seat.
And he's Ballinacaro based.
He is, yeah.
Yeah. As we know. Okay, Jerry.
Funny enough, the Cleary and Connolly are very close, and there's 2 important boxes to both of them. Streamstown more so to Connolly, and Dramard more so to Cleary. So they're a very tight vote there. God knows how that will come out.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Well, we'll do more analysis after our 2 o'clock break, and hopefully we'll get the final 2 boxes tallied, and we'll give you an overall tally then for Ballymote, Tubbercurry in a moment.
What was Dramard?
electoral area. That's the final tally, and again, all details on our website, and a live video stream and a live audio stream from the ongoing count there at the Landmark Hotel in Carrick-on-Shannon with our team. We are here in the Sligo Park Hotel. The situation is we're still waiting on 2 more boxes in the Ballymote Tubbercurry area before we give you a final tally, and it is going to be a very, very, very tight contest here by all accounts. And the tallies from Sligo Strandhill, the final tallies came in a number of hours ago. Declan Bree will top the poll as he'll be elected on the first count, as will Fianna Fáil's Tom McSharry, and our panel here predicting that the remaining seats will go to Fergal Nealon of Fine Gael, Nessa Cosgrove of Labour, Gino Boyle, People Before Profit, and Arthur Gibbons of Sinn Féin. So there'll be 2 new councillors from Sligo Strandhill on the council, Fergal Nealon and Nessa Cosgrove.
Niall, we have some tallies in from Sligo Drumcliff.
Yep, okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and 3, 12.
Wow, quickly they
13
move.
boxes.
Okay, well, this is interesting.
And
so will you take us through the Sligo Drumcliff
we
tally?
have Marie Cassidy, Independent, on 9%. We have DeSalle on 1%. We have Fox on 16%. We have Gallagher on 3%. That's Fianna Fáil, Fox, Fine Gael. Gilroy, Fianna Fáil on 6%. Healy, Sinn Féin on 18%. McGurn, Independent, 7%. McSharry, Fianna Fáil, 10%. Green Party, 2%. And Walsh, 27%.
Yeah.
But you have to look at the boxes that are open. You're looking at the 2 Ballintroher boxes, the 3 Ballastadair, 3 Colliery, and some Carrow boxes. So that's all, one side of the constituency.
Which would benefit Walsh and Healy as well.
Yes, hugely.
And Tom Fox, obviously.
And Tom Fox for some of that, and he's up there at 16. So I'll try and compare to see how they're doing compared to the last time.
Just a quick analysis on the key races. I see it in Sligo, Drumcliff. Fox is back, is ahead slightly on 497 in 2024. Versus 489 in 2019. So he's held Colliery and gained ever so slightly as according to the tallies. So yeah, he's done what he's had to do in Colliery. It's now what happens in Ross's Point in Drumcliff, where the McLaughlin vote and the Kilgannon vote, those 2 candidates aren't there this time. So he's done what he needed to do in Colliery anyway, and we go forward on that basis.
Yeah, I would agree. I'd just say,
yes, John.
Tom, certainly has been an excellent councillor, and the Colliery at the last occasion have delivered considerably on it. It's when you look at the boxes that are open in Pallisadeer, we said that if you watch the Sherry vote in Pallisadeer, it's certainly it's a lot higher than the last time Fianna Fáil had candidate. They're considerably higher.
Yeah, which might augur well for McSharry, but it's early days, and I'm just looking here what there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's about 11, 12 boxes, 13 boxes open. Yeah. There's the Sligo Showgrounds, which is a new polling station. I don't know if it replaces the old.
Yeah, an interesting one there. If you look at Sligo Showgrounds, you have Marie Cassidy on 19, DeSalle on 0, Fox on 12, Gallagher on 3, Gilroy, Fianna Fáil on 3, Healy, Sinn Féin on 4, McGurn, non-party on 3, McSharry, Fianna Fáil 29, Green Party on 2, and Walsh on 23.
Yeah, Thomas Walsh's poll is exceptionally high at 27% when he gets with he's up on 1,000 and
very high.
7 votes.
But they are some of the boxes are at Hinterland, but it's still.
Have we compared the Ballintroher boxes, or have we compared those boxes?
I'm just going to compare them now. Yeah, I know he was certainly up in one of them, and he was also up in one of the Ballintroher boxes.
Yeah, I look at Ballintroher.
You look at Ballintroher, and I look at Ballintroher.
Okay, 32 boxes I make it in Sligo Drumcliff. And what did you say, Mary? Was it 11 boxes?
I think I have 13 at the moment.
13, okay.
Yeah.
So,
40% in.
Yeah. All right, okay. Jerry, what do you make of that so far? Again, we can only...
It's
a health warning with this because they're open in certain areas and not in others, obviously.
But in the areas that have opened, like Tom Fox did very well there in Cornwall, which you'd expect him to do.
Yeah.
Healy from Sinn Féin there, he did fairly well. And McGurn there in Ballysadare has voted fairly well. Now, Edel Mashari has voted evenly everywhere. So if that trend continues, it looks good. And then down in Carrow, she voted fairly well as well. I see Carrow, 63 in Clifney. So it's early to tell because there's a lot of boxes there that's in home areas. You know, you have McCormick, Ross's Point, Ransborough, you have Milltown Grange, and Colooney to come.
And the Colooney box now, if you take the Colooney boxes and the Grange boxes, you know, I know that if you look at John Gilroy, that's where he got nearly 500 votes in Grange the last occasion. He cleaned it out.
Yeah, so again, just to show the strength of Thomas Walsh.
He's flying.
Yeah, he's. I'm going to give you the numbers just on the two.
Yeah, he's got a lot of votes down the line. Yeah, go ahead.
We'll just look at Ballantor, okay? So 2019, 363 for Thomas Walsh. Here we are in 24 with 435. So he's up 72 votes there in his home boxes. But more importantly, Ballysadare.
Flying.
Absolutely flying. Thomas Walsh was on 109 in 2019. He's 268. He's over doubled that box.
And it's interesting that Healy, I'm noting here, I've just gone through the boxes.
Yeah.
He's down 6 votes in one box. He's down about 70 votes in another, and he's down about 35 in another.
Which is interesting, isn't it?
It seems Walsh is picking up those votes. Maybe somebody else as well. I haven't had a chance to look.
Is that the national trend we're seeing in that Sinn Féin's vote dropping, or is it?
Yeah, that seems to be a thing that's happening nationally, that they haven't kicked on from where they were in 2019. But I also think that an awful lot of this is personal hard graft from Thomas Walsh on the ground for the last 5 years. That vote in Ballysadare is absolutely blowing it out of the water.
And we see it in Clooney. There's one booth in from Clooney. He has a huge 173 votes in booth 1 in
booth 1,
so,
and he had 156 there the last time. This is it's a very, very strong performance in the boxes that we expect. Now this is where the battle for me means, you know, if you're going to have 2 Fine Gael seats here or not. Will Thomas Walsh's strength then continue into Rathcormac, into Ross's Point, where basically you would need Tom Fox to be doing on a par with him. If Thomas Walsh has done extremely well in those boxes too, well then there might be no space for Tom Fox to pick up that Fine Gael vote. So
that'll be the big danger.
Yeah, that'll be. So if we want to get 2 seats here, we need maybe Thomas Walsh to, I suppose, his machine to maybe ease back a little bit here in votes. So let's just see if that happens.
He ran a sterling campaign, you know. To be honest, with the Land, Sea and Air campaign he did.
Yeah, well, you know him well, of course. He was closely
trained him well.
Affiliated with you over your TD and your long political career.
I trained him well.
And just to remind people, there are 5 seats in Sligo Drumcliff, 10 candidates. Contesting for 5 seats.
You told him to drive, did you?
I was a nervous passenger last time.
Okay.
The other thing I'm again looking at Colooney, booth 1, Walsh again has increased his vote by nearly 20 votes, not quite, about 17. But Healy's vote seems to be well down. The last time out, I have him at 139. Let me see, what has he got this time? I think he's on 84. And it is worth remembering that the last local election was a poor election for Sinn
Féin. Yeah,
it
was.
But that seems to be between the two of them in the boxes where they're head to head. But there's a lot of boxes to be open yet, and Healy may pick up votes in other parts of the constituency where Walsh may not be strong. We have to wait and see.
Yeah, and as Jerry was making reference to, Edel McSharry, the new candidate, seems to be picking up votes sort of throughout the area so far, and some of her stronger areas, of course, yet to be tallied.
Where would Edel's strong areas be? Where would they be expected
Ransborough?
to be? Yeah, Ransborough.
Yeah.
Strandhill.
I think for Gilroy, for Gilroy, you know, if Edel is again, Gilroy, you would expect to maybe be back a bit. But watch his Clifney box. I haven't got the comparison. It's just in there, 1, 2, 3. Have we got what Gilroy got in Clifney in 2019? In Clifney, boot 1.
Clifney, boot 1.
Gilroy.
He got 146.
So it's just slightly back about 23 votes.
And there's critical boxes coming yet. You take Milltown, Oakfield, Rathcormac, that's Grange.
Yeah.
There's
Ransborough and
they're going
two
to
in Carrow as well, and Ross's Point, of course, as well.
Maria Cassidy, as you say, she's holding a very strong vote there, isn't she?
Yeah, she is actually. Yeah, absolutely. Okay.
And what did she get the last time? Yeah, she got 62 the last time. I think, is she on 59? Is it? I'm just checking. Yeah, she's holding her vote there or thereabouts, but she's up in other boxes that I can see here.
Okay.
Not by substantial amounts, but just generally up.
But Tom Fox should be very pleased at this early stages. As Blaine said at the moment, you see, the last occasion there was a Fine Gael candidate in Red Cormac. And there's no candidate there, so he's holding up, he's picking that vote up.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to keep with the tallies. Later on, when we get all the tallies in from all three electorate areas, we'll then be talking to some of the people who are here in the count, be they election candidates or political party members or associates of the candidates, special guests who are here. We'll hear the views of everybody throughout the course of the day. We're still waiting for 2 more boxes in Ballymote, Tubbercurry to complete the tally. And Porrick, I think you assured us earlier that they are out there somewhere, and hopefully we'll have a final tally. So we're now looking at tallies from the Sligo Drumcliff area, 5-seater, 10 candidates running, as I say, and it's again, by all accounts, it's going to be an interesting contest in Sligo Drumcliff. But you're happy with Tom Fox's performance there anyway, John Perry, so far?
Yes, indeed, I'm very pleased for Tom, indeed. Yes, because as Blaine has said at the moment, that with Thomas Walsh, pulling extraordinarily well, if they get the balance right, that should be important that Tom Fox holds up his vote at Ross's Point. Because you couldn't do that. Thomas Walsh would accelerate ahead and leave Fox behind.
Right. Okay. Right. I think we'll take a break. Yeah, we'll take a break where we'll update you with more tally figures from Sligo Drumcliff in a couple of moments.
2?
I didn't, sorry,
Okay.
I didn't get it. They just said Milltown Artsfield.
Ransborough 2.
Ransborough 2.
Ransborough 2.
This obviously is Edel McSherry's home patch, and she's flying in on 141 there. Thomas Welch on 66, followed by Marie Casserly on 24, Tom Fox 7, Donald Gilroy 4, and Thomas Healy 16, Colin McGurn 10.
So again, Thomas Walsh has doubled his vote there.
Has he?
Fox is back ever so slightly.
Thomas Healy is 16, is it? 16.
16. How is
Very
Healy
low.
doing there?
Round about the same, he was 18 in 2019.
And then we have 2 Grange booths, so 1 and 3 if you want to check those there.
Grange Boot 1, let's go. So
The last time Marie Casserly 72, how does that go?
87 in 20.
Okay, Tom Fox 12,
6.
so he's up a little. Amanda Gallagher 11, Donald Gilroy 135.
205, so he's down 70
Oh,
votes.
that's big, yeah. Thomas Healy 63.
He's up because he had 14 in 2019.
That's a big move. Edel McSherry 20 and Thomas Welch 6.
Again, a double. Thomas Walsh seems to be doubling his vote in most boxes.
And then Grange 3, Marie Casserly 112.
Up substantially from 80.
Okay, Thomas Fox 14,
13, so
much the
held.
same. Amanda Gallagher got 7 there. Donald Gilroy got 143. These are his boxes. Obviously.
171, so he's down
It's
40,
down
50,
a
down
bit.
30 odd votes.
But was he up in the first Grange one?
No,
he was
no,
down.
it's
Oh, he's down and
Yeah.
right. And then Thomas Healy 42.
It was 6 here.
Not
So up-
much.
up,
Edel
yeah, but-
McSherry 13 and Thomas Welch 12.
Up from 3.
So the movements there seem to be
It's consistent with what we're seeing.
Yeah.
Interestingly, so like obviously from that, Gilroy is slightly back on where he was in 2019. In those key boxes, we'll put them all together out and look at them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it seems to be Thomas Walsh is again faring well. But interestingly, and most importantly, for Tom Fox and his campaign and his team, he's holding his vote that he had in 2019 in these areas outside of Galway, and that's the initial indications.
Okay.
And
Jerry,
these boxes would be home boxes for Marie Casserly as
Exactly.
well.
Well, yeah.
She's up to her
Thomas
vote
Walsh is,
as well.
He's definitely a single digit. It's not a massive increase. It's over 3 to 6.
Yeah.
They're doubling up.
Jerry, you're looking at Sligo. What do you make of Sligo Drumcliff there and what Marion has had to say?
Yeah, well, see the ones up online now. There isn't as much there
Yeah.
on it. It's looking is that say McGurn is fairly did well around Ballysadare and the box is open. He's doing fairly okay.
His home area, yeah.
Yeah, and Edel McSherry then is getting a good few votes in all the boxes.
Yeah.
Up around there and down into Clifney. Now, Donald Gilroy then, of course, in Southwest area, and Maharawi got a good vote, and in Clifney. Thomas Walsh is like he's flying away to a quarter, and there's a lot of the boxes not open at all yet.
Yeah.
And Tom Fox is doing steady, like he's at 600, he's 16% of the quota. Now, he still has a lot of votes down in North Sligo to open, so he should be pulling some out of those.
Yeah.
And Castry, of course, is doing well anyway. It seems to be doing well all over the place, from Ballintour to Ballysadare to Galway. And when she gets back out to Grange, I didn't spot those numbers, but they're not up online yet.
Yeah, I think Marion was saying more or less in a par, wasn't it, with
Well,
last time out?
I'm looking here. Grange
You're
won the last time.
Yeah.
Marie got 87. She's back 15 votes, but in Grange 3, the last time she got 80, and she's up to 112. So she's just holding
Ahead of the last
and
time, yeah.
a small bit ahead. Yeah.
All right, okay. John, Jerry says that on those figures, Thomas Walsh will get a quota.
Yes. I
Yeah.
will agree
Yeah.
entirely because she's pouring. As I say, he's doubling his votes, even in North Sligo. But equally, I suppose, encouraging for Tom Fox. That he's holding the vote.
Yeah.
So if you look at the percentages, of which if he's dropped considerably, he's on a fair percentage at the moment. He's on 16%.
And also, if there is to be a surplus, you would expect a party vote there to boost it, if there is to be one.
Because
Yeah.
I'd be very impressed when you go by on the percentages. If he even dropped it back down to 12%, he'd still get a seat.
Yeah, so you still be not bringing party politics into it. You'd still be hopeful of 2 Fine Gael seats then.
Yeah, it's looking like it's
Sligo Drumcliff, is it?
It's looking like it's on.
But Tom has been an incumbent here. I suppose he's a worker and he's on the ground. And it's the fact there's no second Fine Gael candidate. There were 3 candidates the last time. It's true this time.
Yeah.
So I'd say that's having the work done and being there, and he's a massive vote out of Calry.
Yeah,
it's looking good for him.
Mark, I don't know if you've had time to browse the Sligo Drumcliff figures yet.
I mean, for me to be given my predictions, I need to see Grange, Ross's Point, and Ransbury.
Okay.
I might have a view after that,
And
but until I see them, I don't really have a view. Obviously, definitely Thomas was heading the poll, as was expected.
Yep.
You know, people are getting the vote. Tom Fox, great vote, clean Calry out of it, again, as would be expected, you know.
Yeah. What about Thomas Healy? Has anyone any opinions on Thomas Healy at the moment, Jerry?
I mean, there are boxes not up. Sorry, George, just one second. There are boxes not up here that I've seen tally just be walking around.
Yeah.
And Thomas is getting a vote in every box. Like,
okay.
You know, there's a Sinn Féin vote in the area generally, and I'd expect him to be picking up more. So I mean, because Colooney, where he lives, is done, I wouldn't be saying he's done. You know, I think he's going to pick up.
Yeah, we've two more boots in Colooney to come through.
In North Sligo as well, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's dropping a bit in all the boxes. Now, he got 1,400 now, the votes, the last time. So, if he drops a couple of hundred, he should be safe enough, really. But the quota could be up around 1,500.
Yeah.
That missing Streamstown box in Ballymote has appeared up on the screen now.
All right, okay. Well, let's go
so
back
we
to
only
Ballymote.
have one.
We've one to go.
Yeah, we've one to go, Drumard, which would favour West of Sligo candidates. But
let's go back to the Ballymote.
Connolly has closed the gap. It's not enough to be ahead of Gallagher and Brennan, but he's closed the gap to almost within 100 votes, just outside, and Cleary then very close to Connolly. So you would expect Cleary to pick up some of the votes over Connolly on that remaining Drumard box. That's outstanding. And then it's as we were setting out. I said Connolly he'd be thereabouts. He's within 100. He's within 100 votes of Brennan and Gallagher.
Yeah, Connolly's on 1112, Brennan's on 1274, and Gallagher is on 1225. So it's all very close.
Very close, and also the fact that the Fianna Fáil people are there. Obviously, Henry is slightly back then again, just a little bit more, but it's neck and neck, and that race is not anywhere near done.
Yeah. And I think that the James Conway elimination
is key.
Is key.
Yeah, and where I mean, it's too early to say. Where are those votes? Is that going to be geographical?
Oh, that'll be all. They will go to Tubbercurry. And West Sligo. He lives in Leesky.
Where's Conway living? Isn't he over
Ballinacaro?
Eastgate.
No, James Conway's Ballinacaro.
He's living in Eastgate.
Oh, he's living in Eastgate. Okay.
Well, I don't know. I don't have
Station 84.
Right.
Ross's Point 1 here.
Ross's Point 1.
Okay.
Yeah. No, sorry, Ross's Point, but it just says polling station 84.
Thank you so much.
Is that 1 or 2?
84 in Ross's Point is booth 3.
3.
Okay, let's do a comparison.
Right, do you want to do a comparison?
Yeah,
Are we live?
Yeah, we're live. Yeah.
Okay.
So this is Ross's Point. We have one booth in from Ross's Point.
And this is booth 3.
Yeah, this is one
we do a comparison here of Lane. We start off with Marie Casterly on 61.
58, so like for like.
Much like for like. I'm only taking the top ones. Fox 29.
He's held it here, so 24. He's increased it slightly.
Yeah, a bit. Gallagher got 11. Gilroy 21.
29 in 2019.
Down a bit. Healy 15.
9 in 2019.
So it's up a bit. McGurn got 3. McSharry 71. Big vote there. The green person got, I'm just not pronouncing her name.
Yeah, Dr. Aga, we know her.
Dr. Aga.
Yeah.
Well, Dr. Aga got 18 votes, and Thomas Welch got 50.
15 or 50?
5-0.
Okay, so he's up 30 votes there.
Oh, that's a big lift.
Yeah.
Big lift.
So once again, Thomas Walsh doing well right across.
Those are
constituency.
unofficial tally figures.
They're usually the best.
There's a change in the graph there.
Interesting.
Yes, well, on my screen there's a change in the graph there. You see, you take the Cassidy on 14%. You know, the 11% that'll be on Fox. It is Fox. And
Yeah,
then the
Fox is on 11%, Gilroy's on 11%,
11% as well.
Healy's on 17, McSharry on 11, and Walsh on 23.
Yeah. So you know, he's up at 1,569. He's on a, you know, he could end up near 2,000 votes.
Yeah, that's what we're saying. You know.
Yeah.
And of that, what was the quota? What was the expected quota?
The quarter, Jerry.
1,500.
1,500. So
yeah.
you would see if Thomas Walsh comes in close to that mark, there'll be a lot of votes come back.
The Middletown Oxfield Centre booths are in as both of them as well.
Okay.
If somebody wants to have a look at those ones.
Well, I've 2019 here.
The next one's open.
Yeah.
Cassidy poured very well at that show, didn't she?
Yeah, she got 91 in booth 1, 121 in booth 2.
Okay, so that was 32 and 106.
And Tom Fox got 75 votes. He poured very well.
Sorry, which ones? Booth 1?
The two boxes. The Middletown really got 75 votes to the two boxes.
Fox, yeah. Tom Fox gets 75 on both boxes. Thomas Walsh got 54 on both boxes. And Gilroy got 96.
And Gilroy got 123.
So Walsh got 54 in Middletown 1 and 2.
Yeah, both of them.
And he's gone from 11 to 54.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Again, a huge increase.
But Tom Fox has holding his vote there well.
Yeah, Tom Fox has holding his vote the whole way through.
But don't forget one thing about Thomas Walsh. He ran in the last general election.
And there's two candidates versus three this time. There was two, you know.
So that would give people more recognition then.
Huge name recognition, and you can
it
see
makes a difference.
It's making a real difference.
And have you seen Ballygawley? It's like a small city out there with the amount of work that he's had done.
Okay, some Ransborough figures coming in. Ransborough booth 2.
Yep.
And again, as somebody mentioned, as expected, a big vote there for Edel McSharry, 141 votes.
Yes.
That's where she resides, of course, with Thomas Walsh picking up 66 votes.
66?
In 66 in Ransborough.
Double them again.
That's double on
double. What did Tom Fox get there? And also Gilroy and Casterly.
Tom Fox got a good vote in too.
Fox and Ransborough's on 7.
Okay, slightly back.
Walsh's first count.
Yeah,
He elected the first
count. Yeah. Jerry and Merrick, you've been looking at the Ransborough figures there, and the Rathcormac figures are in as well.
Oh, are they?
Not for me, just give me a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
The Rathcormac figures.
looking there is that when you look at Fox and Gilroy and McSharry are kind of very close there in those votes, with Walsh and Healy a fair bit ahead, and Cassidy kind of in the middle of the two higher ones, and above the three at the bottom.
What's the
So
percentage
there could be a battle
at the
there
moment?
22.
for those two seats.
17.
Say that again,
There could
sorry.
be a battle there for the last two seats, but the looks of things now.
Between
Gilroy, McSharry and Fox. Now McGurns has a vote to come in yet because I think it's Carrow in. It is. Carrow is in. And McGurn is a fairly strong vote there now. It's about 400.
McSharry will get another big vote out of Ransborough booth.
There's two Ross's points to come in there too.
Ransborough boot 1 is obviously going to go big to McSharry.
One of the three.
Yeah, 1 or 3.
Rathcormac.
Yeah, Rathcormac booth 1.
No, I haven't got any.
Yeah.
Oh, I have, sorry. Yeah.
59, Cassidy 59. 58 there.
I see it now, yeah.
48.
Rathcormac 1.
Cassidy 49, 48 for Fox, 45 for Gilroy. McSharry 39 and Healy 27.
Is that Ransborough?
No, that's Rathcormac.
Rathcormac 1.
Yeah.
Okay. I just see Cassidy got 26 the last time, so she's up.
Again, Fox has held his vote here.
Healy got 14 the last time, and Fox got 44 the last time.
He's held it.
He's held it. What about Gilroy?
45 here today, and
He only got 13 the
13.
last time, so that's a big jump.
yeah, it's jump there.
There are only 6 booths left to be tallied in Sligo Drumcliff. This is moving along very, very quickly. So just to give you the running totals, Marie Casterly Independent on 1,115. Rob DeSalle is on 90. Tom Fox is on 839. Amanda Gallagher 245. Donald Gilroy is on 934. Thomas Healy 1,276. Colin McGurn is on 388. Edel McSharry 914, Dr. Ag of the Green Party 166, and Thomas Walsh is on 1,656, and will obviously top the poll, and by all accounts could very well exceed it on the be elected on the first count.
It'll be interesting where McGurn's votes go. I mean, he's a very substantial vote there at the moment, 388. I mean, will they go locally? Will they go
he stood for Fianna
independent?
Fáil. He stood for Fianna Fáil 4 or 5 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
And sought his Fianna Fáil nomination on this
look at
occasion,
here.
but wasn't selected, and then ran as an independent. So that's maybe a factor. But he's Ballasadair based.
Yeah. But that
He is,
vote
yeah,
go,
yeah.
that will go to Thomas Walsh as well, and it'll fly all over Edel McSharry as well.
Yeah. Okay, so six boxes left to be tallied in Sligo Drumcliff, so that's happened fairly quickly.
We're
Jerry,
only waiting for the Drumare box there for Ballymote area.
it's the last one, yeah.
Yeah, they're retallying it.
The retaliate.
So it is there, so
It is
or
there.
will be there. Okay, so we'll have a final tally from Ballymote to Curry, so very, very shortly.
You don't expect that to make much of a difference, Jerry. It'll probably go a little bit between the West Sligo candidates, and then ultimately make no change to the.
It looks like Cleary is
Just a bit
that little
behind.
bit too much behind.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, you know, only if he had another 50 votes at the moment, he'd be getting closer. But he's just that little bit away.
Just for listeners at home, that's just for the initial placings. Obviously,
That's the initial. Oh yeah, that's not
when the games start and the transfers happen, anything can happen, and it'll be a long couple of hours. But that's the way it's looking now at the minute.
You have, unfortunately, for the candidates there for Sinn Féin is that the votes are up, but there's a lot of votes there between them. Like you're talking about 1,000 votes.
Yeah.
So that's a serious amount of votes.
Yeah, okay.
Ballymote.
From an overall point of
Very
view
much,
in Sligo Drumcliff, John, how are you reading it from an overall point of view?
Sligo Drumcliff.
Yeah.
Well, I think
Who's in the mix and who's not here?
I'd say with Thomas Walsh, you know, he would be extremely well ahead. He will have a surplus, and I expect that will transfer to Tom Fox. So I certainly see Tom Fox taking a seat, and Thomas Walsh taking a seat. And I suppose the final outcome there would be if you look at Edel McSharry would appear to be polling very well, and Maria Casteray. So that Donald Gilroy,
And Healy is well up there as well, of course.
and so really you're trying, and certainly Thomas Healy would take a seat. So you're really.
It's McSherry, Fox, or Gilroy for the last 2 seats in Sligo.
So six in the running for 5 seats.
That's it, yeah.
McSharry, Fox and Gilroy for the last.
McSherry, Fox, and Gilroy for the last, and these 2 boxes in Ross's Point and also Rathcormac. These are.
They have to with the Russell's Point.
Yeah, and there would have been a big vote for Kilgannon in those boxes and a big vote for McLaughlin the last time out. So will they stay within those parties? Will they go elsewhere? But looking at us here, with my party hat on, I'd be fairly confident with where Fox is at the minute that he's going to be in the mix.
Yeah. And I think that was very much as predicted by a lot of people before we started.
I heard an awful lot of people too.
Did
That
very well in the Ross's Point boxes the last time.
Absolutely.
So if she holds those votes.
But if you come back to there was the argument that Thomas Walsh was going to do too well, and ultimately maybe Fox would miss out. That seems to be the case on one side, but Fox is holding up his vote here, and obviously there was a third candidate the last time in McLaughlin in that area, and it seems that Walsh has picked up the majority of that vote. Where Fox has held his vote, and ultimately it's a battle now for the last there in that area between McSherry, Fox and Gilroy, 3 for 2, and it's exciting stuff.
But when you look at Isa Fox, when she was a wonderful counsellor, she was a real survivor. She always got elected, and no doubt she's listening in today at home in her home. I wish her well.
Gilroy is
I'd say she'd be extremely
on
proud of Tom
934.
because she always got elected.
And Edel is on 914.
Yeah, send my best wishes to Ida as well.
Fox on 839.
Yeah, all right, okay. I won't ask Mark to comment yet
and
because
neither
he has
is
his calculator out.
Leave them aside for a second now.
Marion, you're the maths teacher.
I'm leaving the calculation to Mark over there. Just an interesting one. I don't want to jump in too much, but the Ross's Point tallies for the European election are interesting.
Okay.
Mark, are you ready to go?
No, he's still.
No, he's fine.
The calculator is out. So.
Okay. Well, I'll just give you the Ross's Point tallies for the European election, which it gives Maria Walsh 50, topping the poll there, followed by Barry Cowan on 33, Luke Ming on 24, Chambers on 24, and believe it or not, Carberry on 23, and then McManus is on 11, Malooly on 12, and Tobin on 11.
That's fascinating.
So what you're saying, there are six candidates ahead of Chris McManus on that?
The Ross's Point.
The Ross's Point tally. I'm also looking here at the postal votes, but hold on, let's just see. That's Ross's Point. 1 second. Postal votes. They would push Maria Walsh on 42. McManus on 21, Blaney on 29, Flanagan on 19, and Chambers 14. So there's a few more, but Walsh certainly on both the Ross's Point. Which booth it is, I don't know, but the Ross's Point and the postal votes. Yeah, that's not a good outcome there in that particular booth for McManus.
No,
of course he cleans Sligo town.
Yeah. That's an interesting fact. Okay.
The interesting thing there as well is in that I suppose it's a strong Fine Gael area, and it's gone 2-1 to Maria Walsh over 9 at Carberry, when really you would be expecting Maria Walsh to clean out those boxes.
You would.
I think there's an indication that we could be on for 2 seats at a European election.
Okay, John Comiskey's been on to me with a bolder prediction than you all, and he's predicting Thomas Walsh, Thomas Healy, Marie Casserly, and Tom Fox to get a seat. And the last seat between McSharry and Gilroy, and McGurran's transfers to decide it. That's John Comiskey's prediction.
I'd be inclined to agree with him now.
What was that?
Yeah.
You're doing a prediction. What was the prediction there?
John's prediction is seats to Thomas Walsh, to Thomas Healy, to Marie Casserly, and to Tom Fox. And the last seat between McSharry and Gilroy, and it to be decided on McGurran's transfers.
If McGurran's transfer,
I'll call it.
Okay, well, Mark, you
different.
Okay. Mark's going to call it different. Okay.
It'll be McSharry.
Walsh, Healy, Casserly, McSharry, Gilroy.
Wow.
And no Fox.
No Fox.
And why would you say that? Because he's...
Because Amanda Galler is in Balladrehead, she's transferring in that general area. And Colin McGurn also that area, and Fianna Fáil stock. It is it's very tight. It could go John's way, it could go a different way, but that's how I'd call it.
But what about the huge Walsh vote? Is that not significant?
There's
150 of a surplus.
Yeah.
150 of a surplus.
At the minute.
And the only percentage one of them.
And listen, there's still
Sure, yeah.
There's a Cliffany box that hasn't been in, and there's a Ransborough that hasn't been in. Cliffany's bound to be strong for Gilroy. Ransborough's bound to be strong for
McSharry. Yeah.
And
we've a Rackcormac and 2 Ross's Points.
After the transfer of a surplus to Fox, he's going to be out of road. And again, here we are talking second names again. I have to apologise. It's human beings we're talking about. We'd love if everybody could win. They've all gone around the track. They've all done their best.
Right. Okay. Well, that's a different take than what John had, but that's.
I'd be more in the John camp on this.
Would you?
I think.
You don't think Tom Fox is going to run out of road, as Mark suggests?
Well, he has a lot of the surplus to come back when it comes from Walsh.
Only percentage.
I know only percentage, but he still has to come. And he also has a number of these boxes here. Obviously, Ransborough 1 isn't in yet. That's going to favour McSharry. It's very, very close to the call between those 3. I don't know. The same with Ballymote Tubbercurry, you know, that's going to come down to Gallagher and Connolly, and at the start of this we might have been saying that Connolly was gone, so it's all very, 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 very tight in those bottom two. I've been in that battle, I've been there till the very, very end, the last count. It's important just, I suppose, keep it all open.
I was making my prediction with 4 results that aren't up on the system yet, so I tell you what they were.
Yeah.
Again, these are rough, so a health warning. So I looked at a Rathcormac booth, one of the 2 that are yet to come in, and the 2 Ross's points that are missing.
They're important.
And I only looked at the 3. I had Gilroy going up 114 on that. Yeah. I had McSharry going up 253 on that. And I had Fox going up 134. So that would give, please nobody write these down because they're going to be slightly off.
Yeah.
That would give Gilroy 1,048, McSharry 1,167, Fox 973. Yeah. Now that's without a second Ramsborough to come, and there's a Cliffany to come. As we said already, that's where Gilroy and McSharry should do well respectively themselves. And then you have the surplus of that's going to presumably come back to the benefit of Fox, but it will be 150 odd, we think, 160 odd. So then you're looking at McGurn and Gallagher, who are closer to where sort of McSharry is at there between Colooney, Ballysadare, Balladrehead, that area. It will be tight, but that's how I call it.
Yeah, I think Mark mightn't be a million miles out there looking at that.
Okay.
Hard to know yet.
A couple of questions and observations. When we, as we await the final tally figures, the last few boxes from Sligo, Drumcliff. Mark McSharry sounds very bitter in some of his comments this morning. Simon Harris is a decisive leader who has done more in a few months than anyone in 50 years, says somebody.
Well, I suppose the first thing to say there is I voted for Simon Harris to be the leader.
You did?
I remember him in Leinster House as an intern,
and
I went there first. And I would say he is a very responsive and listening ear. However, it's too early to make a decision, and what I'd say, if he's to follow the template that went before him, and I'm talking about the leaders of all parties, they depend on what I describe as the corporate consultancy complex for every decision to hide behind.
Okay.
And I just don't like that.
Yeah, and he worked as a Fianna Fáil intern, did he not?
No, he didn't. But he was once a member. He was once a member of Fianna Fáil.
I thought he worked for a Fianna Fáil TD or maybe.
He started with Francis Fitzgerald.
Very well a young guy. Yeah.
I don't know. I'm going to disagree with you. I think he started off with a Fianna Fáil politician. I'm pretty certain.
I think you're right.
I think Niall is right.
No, he was with somebody in Fianna Fáil before.
Niall is right. He was with your man in Wicklow.
In Wicklow, you're absolutely right.
He used to canvass for Dick Roach.
Dick
Roach, yeah.
He used to canvass for Dick Roach, but he wasn't an intern for him.
And Enda Kenny stole him.
Yeah.
Enda Kenny convinced him.
It's a bit early for us, and somebody else, and there's loads of questions coming in. What do your guests so far think have been the surprises in the 3 election areas, as in who has outperformed expectations and who has underperformed? Maybe we'll concentrate more on the overperformance for now. I think Thomas Walsh.
Walsh, definitely.
It's one of the stories. Yeah.
It is. And Declan Bree.
Declan Bree increasing his vote.
Yeah.
Thomas Walsh put in a huge campaign, obviously, and Declan Bree, I should say, he's a legend in the area. He got the due recognition, justifiably so.
Yeah, Marie Casserly's up as well, not by the same amount, but her votes are up.
Should be up.
Not sure about the Tubbercurry. There's any real surprise
I think the
there.
standout thing we can't get away from here is the Sinn Féin surge hasn't happened in this area. We're seeing it hasn't happened nationally. And again, I just want to reiterate, coming into this, we were expecting to see Sinn Féin leading local government. It doesn't seem to be the case. It doesn't seem that they're any further on from 2019. And obviously we'll have to see how this will work out later on in the counts, but it seems to be a major underperformance. There was no gain in Sligo. Strandhill, it looks as though the vote is going to be back somewhat in the other areas. So, as you were.
Yeah. Tubbercurry is now complete.
Right, okay. Let's go back to Tubbercurry.
Drumerd is in.
Let's go back to Tubbercurry. So this is... We'll give you the honour, Jerry, maybe of giving us the final tally
Okay, Brennan.
For Ballymote at Tubbercurry. Obviously, you can get it on our website, but for those who don't have access who are in the car or whatever they are, this is the final tally for the Ballymote Tubbercurry area. Jerry.
Brennan, 1,281 votes, 8%. Clark, 1,756, 11%. Cleary, 1,004, 1,004, 6%. Connolly, 1,112, 1,112, 7%. Conway, 581, 4%. Gallagher, 1,228, that's 1,228, 8%. Gorman, 341, 2%. Hendrick, 200, 1%. Henry, 1,054, 7%. Mullaney, 1,711, 1,711, 11%. Mulvey, 1,653, that's 1,653, 10%. O'Connor, 304, 304, 2%. Queenan, 1,505, 1,505, 9%. And Taylor, 1,908, 12%. That's 1,908. And Vance Wagon, 378, 2%. That's 378.
Right, okay, and if we go numerically, Paul Taylor is topping the poll there on 1,908 votes, followed by Michael Clark, outgoing independent councillor, 1,756. Gerard Mullaney is on 1,711. Dara Mulvey, Fine Gael on 1,653. Joe Queenan, independent councillor, 1,505. They're followed by Liam Brennan of Fianna Fáil on 1,281. Barry Gallagher of Fianna Fáil on 1,228. Martin Connolly, outgoing of Fine Gael, on 1,112. Keith Henry of Fianna Fáil, 1,054. Patrick Cleary of Fine Gael, 1,004. And then we go all the way back to James Conway, a non-party, 581. Jennifer Van Answegen on 378. I can't read my writing. Yeah, Jason Gorman, Sinn Féin on 341. Donal O'Connor, Sinn Féin on 304, and Emma Hendrick of People Before Profit on 200. And the outgoing councillors have performed well here, have they not?
Absolutely, I think that when you look at the exceptionally well now, and actually even the new candidates have polled very well too. When you look at, I think Liam Brennan has polled exceptionally well, even at 1,281 votes. That's very good.
Just 200 off Baker's vote in 2019.
You know,
yeah, which is good for a first-time candidate, as you say.
And Patrick Cleary, he's not far behind the Blair Feely vote in the last election, but I'd say that he's not just. He could do with another 200 votes, which he hasn't got.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Blaine.
Just looking at the battle there at the 7, 8, 9 numbers. Connolly, his vote is up on 2019. It's up about 100 votes. I'm looking at this. Can't say at this moment in time, but if Henry was to go, where would his transfers go to?
To go to Liam Brennan.
Yeah. So again, we're splitting hairs at this early stage.
Yeah. I think Mark Sherry said earlier he reckons the quota is 1,987, which means that Paul Taylor will fall short. There'll be nobody elected in the first count, isn't that right?
Well, no, we can be more precise now. We were estimating when we were missing those boxes.
Over 2,000.
What is it? It's
16,016.
2003.
2003 means nobody will be elected in the first count, but Paul Taylor tops the poll. Yeah. And all details available, as I say, on our website. The tally complete for Ballymote, Tubbercurry, and the tally complete now for Sligo Strandhill. Let's go back to Sligo.
And
Sorry, Mary.
Just interesting to look at the Ballymote Tubbercurry, just the party totals now. It seems Fianna Fáil are coming in at 34%, if I have the most accurate there. Fine Gael at 34%, Sinn Féin at 6%, and then others are non-party at 25%.
Okay, let's go to Sligo Drumcliff. We have a final tally in from Sligo Drumcliff. Yeah, we do. Yeah. Who would like to take that one? Do you want me to read out the votes?
Yeah, you read it there.
All right. Okay. Final tally from Sligo Drumcliff as follows: Marie Casterly, 1,386 votes. Rob DeSalle.
Do you have a percentage?
Sorry, her percentage is 15%. 1,386.
Look at this.
Representing 15% of the vote. Rob DeSalle, 110, 1% of the vote. Tom Fox, 1,004, 1004, which equates to 11%. Amanda Gallagher is on 286, which is 3%. Donald Gilroy of Fianna Fáil, 1,159. 1,159, which gives him a 13% share. Thomas Healy is on 1,438, 1,438, which is 16%. Colin McGurn, 418, 418, which is 5% of the vote. Edel McSharry, 1,314, 1,314 on 14%. Dr. Aggie of the Green Party on 230, which is 2%. And finally, Thomas Walsh, topping the poll, 1,881 votes, 1,881, which is 20% of the vote. So that is the final tally in Sligo Drumcliff. Okay, Marion, do you want to comment
Well, just
on that
looking
first?
at that there, we were talking about the last two seats. McSharry has pulled well ahead there at 1,314. You're looking at Fox 1,004. That's 310 votes behind, and Gilroy at 1,159. The last few boxes certainly have consolidated it for McSharry. I won't say consolidated, but certainly strengthen it. So that, I think,
she has the advantage.
She has the advantage, and then you have to look at where the transfers will come from. And we think Thomas Walsh won't have. What's the quota there? Have we?
Fox 1,000.
Have we a quota estimate?
I had it scribbled down for what they said.
McGurn 418.
I think we said 1,500 for a quota,
Oh no, it'll
wasn't
be
it?
more than that, I'd say.
Oh, no, it was 1,500 for Ballymote Tubbercurry.
Was it?
Gallagher.
2003.
What is it for
2003?
Sligo Drumcliff? Did you not say 1,500
It's about
earlier?
1,500.
Yeah, 1,500, yeah.
Yeah, so
1,538 to be precise.
So that means Thomas Welsh has 350
Yes.
votes over.
Gallagher.
That's a nice
McGurn.
number of votes, but Fox would need most of them
Sally 110.
to really. It could well, it probably bring him ahead of Gilroy. But then there's McGurn's votes after that, so there's a lot to be
McGurn is 400.
made for here yet.
Yeah, very, very tight so.
Very
I
tight.
watch while we're looking at that again, it's reiterating what we were saying, that this is very tight. Walsh has come in about 300 over.
Yeah.
There's obviously going to be some of that will go back to Fox, that will push him up towards Gilroy, but then we look at McGurn's transfers, and we look at, to Mark's point, some of the more localised vote that could go towards Fianna Fáil. But I'm just looking at here, 1163 in 2019 Thomas Walsh polled, 1163 today, 1881. And I think that's the story of the day in Sligo
An
Drumcliff.
astonishing vote, yeah. But what you have to be careful of with McGurn's vote is that there's two Fianna Fáil candidates to be shared. So McSharry may take the lion's share, she may not. But that means there's fewer for, depends. We have to wait and see. But Gilroy would have to take a lot of them compared to her.
And you've got to remember too, with Thomas Walsh's vote, there'll be a lot of that'll go to Healy as well, because he did so well in the boxes where people might have voted Healy one the last time and might vote two this time. So he'll get some of that. It won't all be party vote. That'll go back to Tom Fox.
Just before I come to John and Mark and Jerry, just in numerical order, because people like to get their sequence of candidates numerically, as you know. Thomas Walsh going to top the poll here, 1,881 votes. Remember the quota they're putting at around 1,538. So Thomas Walsh will be elected on the first count. Thomas Healy is next on 1,438, followed by Marie Casterly, 1,386. Edel McSharry is on 1,314. Donald Gilroy is on 1,159. Tom Fox on 1,004. And then there's a big gap to the rest of them. Colin McGurn on 418. Amanda Gallagher 286. Dr. Aga 230 and Rob DeSalle on 110. John.
Well, just you're on North Sligo. You are.
Yeah. Sligo Drumcliff.
Yes. I think that's it's definitely there will be a close call for the last seat there now.
You don't sound as confident maybe as you did an hour ago.
Well, I think that's it will all depend on the Walsh's surplus and the distribution.
As I was saying, some of them will go back to Healy.
Yeah.
The localised element of the vote.
And there's only a percentage of them, obviously, when you take as against elimination, you get the full vote back. You're only getting the percentage on the surplus.
All right, Mark Shari.
I'm sticking with my prediction.
I think you're all right. Yeah.
Can I just ask a question for clarification here? Some of you will know. Walsh's surplus, do they actually give a percentage of the total?
On the first count.
On the first count.
The percentage, it's the precise percentage across the whole
So that
vote.
means only a certain percentage of those will go to Healy, because there's only a small, a certain local vote.
On his papers.
So I wouldn't overestimate what Healy will get.
It could be only 20%, which would be only 40 votes.
Well, I'm just
less.
saying, I mean, if there's a party vote there, then Fox is still in with his shout, but he has a hill to
He's
climb.
got 150 back.
Yeah, he is.
You're sticking anyway, Mark McSharry, with your prediction. You think?
Look, and I know I'm predicting that people are going to lose here, but that's what the figures are telling me.
Yeah. Okay, Jerry?
Well, Walsh there will have a surplus of about 343 votes, 350 votes. And Fox could conceivably, because it's the number 2 of Walsh, he could conceivably take 40%, so he could close that gap actually, funny enough. So it's hard to call that last seat, but it is going to be tight. That's now in relation to him. Now the next thing then with McGurn, Gallagher is from Balladrehead, so Edel McSharry should be able to pick up more than Gilroy will pick up and more than Fox. And McGurn, it should be similar. So it's still going to be tight between Gilroy and Fox.
It is.
Yeah.
But Edel McSharry is in a stronger position now, I think,
she is much stronger.
as a result of the last few boxes.
She's 170 votes ahead of Gilroy, so he's not catching her. She's 300 votes ahead of Fox. He's not going to catch her. So you can merely pencil in Edel McSharry for a seat.
Okay, so Gilroy and Fox for that final seat. 2 outgoing councillors, of course.
I just did a quick synopsis on the 4 likely candidates that will be eliminated in the Ballymote area.
Yeah.
And there's 1,223 votes to be distributed. That will be Van Wiegen, and you have Donald O'Connor, Heinrich, and Jason Gorman is 341. So it's 1,223 votes that will be. It'd be very interesting to see. And I forgot to mention as well is Conway of 300. So there's what's the comic?
581.
581. So there's 1, 2, 2, 3, and 581. There's
1,800.
1,800 votes. 1,800 votes that will be. That's a lot of votes. A lot of votes, and those votes are those votes are solid votes. They're not percentages. Yeah? So I think that's 1,800 votes. I wouldn't call the final seats yet now.
The only thing about that is that if you divide them up, Gorman, Sinn Féin, I think, isn't he Giva, is it?
He's Tubber Curry.
It's
Donald O'Connor is
Giva.
Giva.
That's Giva.
Yeah.
So his number 2s is going to go towards maybe Brennan and
Connolly.
Mulvey.
Yeah.
Or Milani, sorry.
Yeah.
Brennan and Milani, and they're going to get locked up there because they're not going to come back out. Then if you have Gorman, then isn't his votes going to go the same way?
Yeah.
They're going to go to maybe Taylor, Connolly up there, and they're getting locked out as well. And then you have Jennifer Van Swagen, and they're probably going to maybe to Joe Quinn and Michael Clark over on that side. So they mightn't make a whole pile of difference. Conway's will make a difference. Will be down to the transfers between Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil, and it'll either be 3-2 one way or 3-2 the other way.
Okay, I'm going to take a break because we now have time to draw a breath because we've the tallies complete in all three electoral areas, and I'm going to summarise what you're all saying and correct me if I'm wrong. It's pretty much straightforward in Sligo Strandhill. The 6 seats will go to Declan Bree, Tom McSherry, Fergal Nealon, Nessa Cosgrove, Gino Boyle and Arthur Gibbons. In Sligo Drumcliff, the seats will go to Thomas Walsh, Thomas Healy, Marie Casterly, probably Del McSherry, and then a battle between Donald Gilroy and Tom Fox. And then in Ballymote Tubbercurry, which is the most unpredictable of all, seats will go to Paul Taylor, Michael Clark, Gerard Mullaney, Dara Mulvey, Joe Queenan, and then it's a fight between Liam Brennan, Barry Gallagher, Martin Connolly and Keith Henry.
Bingo.
Nobody disagrees with any of that.
That's it.
That's where we're at almost 3:15. We're back with more in a moment. Of our Sligo local election counts, and as you heard before the break, it's been a very, very busy, frantic morning, and we have all the tallies complete now in the 3 electoral areas: Sligo, Strandhill, Ballymote, Tubbercurry and Sligo, Drumcliff. So we're awaiting the first counts in 2 areas, I'm told. Sligo, Strandhill is expected to be the first count announced, followed closely by Ballymote, Tubbercurry, and there will be candidates elected on the first count, namely Declan Bree and Tom McSharry in Sligo, Strandhill. Nobody elected in the first count in Ballymote, Tubbercurry. I have 2 election campaign managers with me in studio now. Pat Fallon, who's Declan Bree's election manager, and Jude Perry, who managed the campaign of Dara Mulvey. Good morning, good morning. Good afternoon it is at this stage.
It's a long day.
15:20, it's a long day. Pat, you're welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Niall.
That's some performance by Declan Bree.
Yeah, but I think it reflects the 50 years of solid work on behalf of the people of Sligo. I think it's paid off, I think is the best way of putting it, but the vote is phenomenal. I think we're up 4% on our last local election campaign, so we're over the moon. It's a fabulous result.
What do you put that down to? Is it just down to hard work and dedication and serving the people?
Yeah, I absolutely believe that, Niall, because I would know that Declan works 7 days a week, literally. He works as hard as any TD. And I think it's paying off. And I think when we went door to door, we got no animosity, we got nothing but good wishes all along the way. So I think if you put in the work, you'll certainly reap what you sow.
Yeah, and it's incredible to think, and you mentioned it, 50 years a councillor this year. Yeah. That's some achievement, isn't it?
It's a massive achievement, I suppose. If he does the 5 years, he'll be 55 years a councillor. It's an awful long time. But I think it speaks volumes of the type of man he is and the type of politician he is, that he's that longevity. He seems to actually have, I've been dealing with him for a long time. He's certainly had more energy in this campaign than I've ever seen. So there's a long way ahead, I'd say, still for him.
He was in the Hall area and you were embraced. It meant a lot. It means a lot to him, doesn't it? You could see he was absolutely delighted with the tally return.
It means a huge amount to him and to his family, obviously, and also to our very dedicated campaign team that we're working on every day. Nobody had to be asked to do something. Everybody was straight up with the hands that wanted to do something. So that says an awful lot about him. He comes across as being reasonably quiet, but a massive heart behind it all, and I think that's what appeals to the voters, but also for those of us who work very closely with him.
Okay, Jude, again, Dara Mulvey, fantastic performance by Dara Mulvey. He'll be re-elected.
Well, it certainly would look like that based off the tallies. Dara is on 1,653 at the moment. That's up from 1,498 5 years ago. I think that is a strong performance. I think he's done well across Ballymote, where he's operated an office there for the last 5 years. Yeah. In Killarney, of course, his home village where he grew up. He's done very well there too, and equally across the area too in Bunanadden. He's done very well. So, look, Dara, similar to Declan, he's a hard worker. He goes about his work in a quiet fashion, but I think a way that people can trust. And I think that's reflected in the vote today. Yeah. Look, there's a lot of votes to be counted yet, and there's transfers, but I think as a campaign and as a family, we would be happy with that first preference vote.
Yeah, all right. What's it down again? Does it come down to his record? Do you think is that the most important thing? And
I think he was elected in 2009. He held his seat in 2014 against in a very tough election. Last year his vote went up, and now this year he's obviously it's gone up again. I think it's down to hard work. I think it's down to treating each constituent that comes to his office on a Friday or on a Saturday in Ballymote or any other time with the importance and attention it deserves. And I think as a local representative, Dara does that. And I think, as a family, we put in a good campaign. It was a small group of us, but we covered very serious ground. That includes me, mum and dad, my cousins Michael and Oren, of course Tig, my uncle as well, and Connell, who's Emer's partner. We put in a serious campaign, and I think thankfully we've got a good vote today. So, all right. But look, as I said, there's a lot of votes, and transfers. It's a long day ahead.
Yeah, well, I'll come back to that in a moment. I'd also like to welcome former councillor Marcella McGarry. Marcella, you're welcome. And I want to get your title right. Are you campaign manager for Nessa? Is that your official title?
Not my official title, no.
Okay, near enough.
John and Lucy Davey were the official campaign managers for Nessa.
Okay.
But obviously, being a former Labour councillor myself and being a member of Labour for a long time, it's a privilege to sit here, Niall, and be where we are today. And thanks to John and Lucy for tremendous work.
Yeah.
The campaign team were absolutely phenomenal and really, really put in, like you just said, a really strong campaign. Very engaging with everybody on the doors. People were very willing to have a conversation. A very different campaign to last time out.
Yeah, which is reflected. She has hugely increased on her performance from the last local election. Of course, she was a general election candidate as well. What is that down to, do you think?
I think because...
And just for those who are maybe joining us late, she will be elected on the Sligo County Council.
She will be elected on the Sligo County Council, yes. I think that Nessa is a very transparent candidate. Nessa is very honest on the doors and we're very willing to engage in sometimes very difficult conversations. But Nessa is really a realist and very realistic about what can and cannot be achieved. She is very willing to engage in difficult conversations. And on the doors, there were some difficult conversations, as you can imagine.
On all sorts of issues.
All sorts of issues that came up. But you have to be honest where you're at. Nessa is not an elected representative and could only speak on her own experience of just being a citizen. But as an elected representative, then she'd be in a different position then to deliver on different things if possible. And I think that... I suppose there was a huge youth vote out there as well. A lot of young people were very engaging with us on the campaign trail and are aware of Nessa over the years, over 20 years working in different various forms of community development and youth work. They knew of her, had engaged with her, a very positive experience. And it wasn't just them, it was their parents as well.
Yeah.
So, but also as well, I just think as well, the whole thing around Labour has shifted as well, and that also helped as well.
Do you think so?
Now look at him grinning. If you see him now, people
I'm only asking. You will remember, when we were talking about Declan Bree, you had a Labour TD here once, back in the early 90s, so, and it was a Labour stronghold, and I'm thinking back to the days of Tommy Higgins, and maybe even before that, so there was always that Labour tradition in Sligo, was there not?
100%.
But not so much in recent years, apart from yourself, of course.
Well, hopefully this will be the start of it again, Niall, that's what I would hope,
So
it's been a long time.
Do you think that the change in leadership has made a difference to Labour? Is that what you're referring to there?
I suppose lots of different things have changed in terms of, I just think people are more open to Labour now again, you can't keep going back on the past all the time. You get kind of sick repeating all of that, and you have to move on, you have to look forward. And people are willing to do that, and that's a great thing.
Right, okay, I just want to ask all three of you sort of your predictions now that your candidates are more or less nearly past the post. Pat, how is it going to go? It's pretty predictable, is it not?
I'd say it's very predictable. I think the outgoing 4 councillors will be elected along with Nessa and
Fergal Nealon.
And Nealon, Fergal Nealon.
Okay. No big surprises there, so you think? No. Okay. Well, obviously, Marcel, you'd agree with that?
I would concur with that, yeah. Unless, look, yourself how things go, we're all here all morning, we're all tallying the ones in both the European and in the locals.
Yeah.
And when you're concentrating on the ones, what we were seeing was that the transfers seem to be going everywhere.
Yeah.
So I suppose when the count starts and we start looking at transfers, that will be you never know what's going to happen. But I would agree with Pat, I would probably think the same, but the transfers will be interesting, I think.
All right, okay. We'll catch up, hopefully, with Nessa Cosgrove later.
And just
maybe
can I add to that point, Niall, as well? I suppose everyone that we met on the doors across Ballymote, Tubbercurry, which is a huge area, was very pleasant. And I think, people do have issues and concerns, but everyone greeted us with courtesy and a great deal of respect. And I think, and I'd like to actually thank the voters that we met, who gave their time and actually discussed issues with us. So I think that's important. It's important to recognise that, that's very important.
No more than your dad, you're an astute political observer, so how is Ballymote Tubbercurry going to pan out?
I'd say probably there's 3 for 2, I would say at this stage. So I would say Barry Gallagher I think Martin Connolly could be in there, and then Keith Henry could be there as well. And then I suppose Liam Brennan.
Yeah.
So I suppose 4 for 2 now.
Yeah.
I would say Liam Brennan, Connolly, and Gallagher for the 2. They would.
Yeah.
Now, as I said, a lot could change. But
yeah. 3 Fine Gael, so you think and hope.
Well, I think so. I think, look, I mean, Jerry Mullaney got a very good vote today as well, and Martin Connolly has got a good vote in Tubber Curry and across that area too. So I think that's very much a possibility. Absolutely.
All right, okay. Well done to all 3 of you for a role in getting your candidates elected, even though nobody's been elected officially yet, and thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much, Niall. Pleasure as always, darling.
And
you do
enjoy the day.
We will indeed.
Right, okay, and as I say, we're still awaiting the first counts from Sligo Strandhill and from Ballymote Tubber Curry. Pádraig Harkin, well, first of all, maybe just to pay tribute, I won't pay tribute, you can pay tribute to your tally crew who've done quite an amazing job here this morning. Every single box tallied successfully, isn't that right?
Thanks, Niall, for the opportunity. I'd like to thank both the tally people outside, who we must remember are all volunteers, given of their time. But I also want to thank the returning officer and his wonderful count staff who facilitated in every way possible the tally people to be able to carry out the tally, and we have got every box successfully tallied. That's a fantastic result, so it is.
That doesn't always happen. There's always 1 or 2 stray ones, isn't there? But you got every one this
time. Yeah, but we had a really good team, and it was slick, and it was well. We had a meeting last week, Niall.
Yep.
We got the tally people together, and everybody knew coming in today that if we had teamwork, we were going to be successful in getting the tallies done. And then the returning officer and his staff were very, very facilitating and gave us good foresight of what to expect as well, so it was easier to put a plan together as well for that.
Okay, and no doubt you'll be pinpoint accurate.
Well, our accuracy in the past hasn't been found wanting, so hopefully we'll be at the same level of accuracy again.
All right, okay. So do you know what the procedure is for the rest of the day now?
Well, the word on the ground, but this isn't official, but the word on the ground is that the staff are getting a little bit of teeth now. They're shortly going to resume and start count 1. Count 1, as you know, is always the longest count because it's the foundation stone for all the rest of them, and that'll take the longest. And we'd expect the result to be in between 6:30 and 7 of the first count. It could be a little bit earlier, but definitely between 6:30 and 7, I'd say we'll have the first count, maybe even a bit earlier.
Yeah, and the situation apparently is that there are 2 counts being held concurrently, Sligo Strandhill and Ballymote Tubber Curry.
Being held concurrently. Some of the count staff at the top level are now going to accompany the European votes to Castlebar. So the European votes are going to actually be taken out under police escort and brought to Castlebar.
Yeah.
And some of the count staff are going with them as well to ensure that there's no interference with those votes. And once that's done, the local election count can start here in Sligo, and the local election count, when it commences, it'll gain momentum then as the day goes on. A little bit of a prediction, which is always a bit of a dangerous thing because you're talking about the future, as the Groucho Marx famously said. But we think that it'll run tonight. The Ballymote, Tubber Curry and Sligo Strandhill maybe run up to possibly, depending on the way the votes are dispersed, could run up to maybe even 12 o'clock tonight. So we could be running up to 12 o'clock tonight, and we'll be resuming tomorrow. Again, this is at the discretion of the returning officer.
Yeah, but there would be a desire maybe to get 2 counts finished
today, because the 2 are going to be running in parallel, Niall, they're not going to stop one at 10 o'clock and say we'll resume tomorrow. That wouldn't be fair on any of the candidates and leave them hanging out there. So it could be 12 o'clock tonight before all the results are in. It could be a bit early. We'd be optimistic that it'll be earlier, but obviously you have to plan for the latest possible. And then we'll be returning all here tomorrow, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed at 10 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, for the Sligo Drumcliff count, and people like to know this and they need to know this. And
that's trying to give you a good vision of what's going to happen. Again, it's unofficial, but we believe from reliable sources that that's what's going to happen.
All right, okay. Now, John Comiskey tells me, and he's talking about Ballymote Tubbercurry, and he's predicting that. Sorry, this is Sligo Drumcliff. Sorry, apologies, John. A 100% transfer to Tom Fox from Thomas Walsh will probably not save the Fox seat, leaving again for Fianna Fáil. So you're even a 100% transfer, John is saying, won't be enough. So you're predicting Gilroy to hang on in Drumcliff, in Sligo Drumcliff. Okay, all right, okay. Thanks for that. Thanks for that, Paul. We'll be in touch.
As the day is going on, we'll give you further updates.
Oh yeah, okay, we appreciate that. Thanks to you, Marcella, for coming in.
Thanks very
and
much.
Jude
And
Jude and Pat as well. Well done to you all again.
Thanks a lot.
We'll take a quick break. We've more guests to talk to in a moment while we continue on awaiting the first count. But as Pádraig said, it'll be a couple of hours before we get the first count from Sligo Strandhill. Back in a moment. Sligo Park Hotel, ongoing coverage of our local election, count coverage, Sligo County Council, and if you're just joining us, we have all tallies complete now in all three electoral areas, Sligo Strandhill, Ballymote, Tubbercurry and Sligo Drumcliff, awaiting the first count, which Pádraig Hart told us could be 6:30, 7 o'clock before we get a first count, and we've lots of people to talk to before then, lots more analysis. But for now I want to welcome the General Manager here of the Sligo Park Hotel, Jerry Moore. Jerry, you're very welcome. And thanks for joining us.
Good afternoon, Niall, and I'd like to welcome everybody from Ocean FM here today for the local elections count, which is a very exciting day and a different day here in the hotel. Rather than the normal wedding or function going on in our ballroom, we have the count and all the tally people here tallying up the results, so it's an exciting day for everybody involved.
Now, I know you want to say it is chock-a-block in the hotel, inside and outside, is it not? Because
yes,
we're cocooned here in the count centre, but you have been it was impossible nearly to get parking at 8 o'clock this morning, and it is absolutely impossible now.
That's right, Niall. We're fortunate that the tourism season has kicked in and we're quite busy this weekend in terms of residents, but also in terms of other events on in the hotel and the local elections. So it's made the car park mental, really, to be honest. But at the same time, we have people manning the car park, but at the minute it is full. So we'd like to advise people, if they'd like to drop off people here for the count, there's no problem to drop them off here at the front steps of the hotel, or preferably if they're coming with a car, that maybe they park elsewhere, because the hotel car park is full, unfortunately.
Yeah, and there is coming a Munskull games on in Markovich Park down the road as well, and the cones were out this morning, so there is restrictions on parking there as well. So just for people to be prepared if they are of a mind to. And there will be more of a crowd, as we know, as we get nearer to the counts, and there'll be family and supporters and friends turning up. So
absolutely, and we'd like to see everybody coming up, because as I said earlier, the excitement is building. You can sense it here in the room this afternoon. So if people are coming up, just be mindful that there may be delays on Pierce Road, and there may be delays getting in and out, and maybe dropping off people at the hotel. But just to get the message out that the car park is full. All right,
okay. You're no stranger to this. You hosted the 2020 general election in the Sligo Park Hotel, but there's a lot of work, isn't there, for you and your staff to get it all ready?
There certainly is, Niall. We were delighted to have the general election a couple of years ago, and then a couple of weeks later we all know what happened, so we won't go back there and we won't tempt fate with the local election. I'm sure that we won't see the same thing happen, but there is a lot of work in terms of preparation of the ballroom, in terms of the preparation of the other conference rooms for both the people that are up for election, but the council staff, hosting the media, Ocean FM and the local print media, so that's important. So we like to make sure that when the people come into the hotel that they're looked after well, and we try and do our utmost to facilitate any requests that people have when they come in.
Yeah, and as you say, the hotel is busy. It's June, it's busy anyway.
Yes, we're fortunate. It's busy this weekend, and next weekend, of course, Sligo will be in the quarter-final at the Talton Cup down in Markovich Park, so that promises to be a very big day for Sligo GA. It's on next Saturday, and then on Sunday, Sligo is hosting the Galway Armagh final group stage of the group stages of the Sam Maguire Cup, so there'll be a big crowd with that around as well, so that's good to see.
All right, okay. Jerry, thanks for dropping by, and thanks for all your help.
No problem, Niall.
The past couple of weeks, actually, as it turned out. Thanks.
No problem, Niall, and I wish all the candidates today every success in the election.
Thanks very much. Jerry Moore, General Manager of the Sligo Park Hotel. Gino Boyle, Councillor Gino Boyle, you're very welcome.
Thank you, Niall.
Thanks for joining us. And I think it's in order that we say well done to you. I don't think there's going to be any major surprise, the deviation from the tally. You're going to be re-elected.
I'm a man that doesn't like to tempt fate, so until it happens I'll wait, but I would like to thank yourself and Jerry as well. It's always a great occasion to be here, and the elections is something that's ingrained now in me, but the work you do behind the scenes as well here is brilliant, and also, as I said, Jerry and staff here, because the hotel is looking well and it runs well on a good basis as well.
Yeah, and you were here early this morning.
I was
Gino.
up, had a wee look, left, and we're back again.
A wee look, were you nervous or?
No.
Not at all.
Never get nervous, Niall.
Do you not?
It can only go one of two ways. You're in or you're out. You accept what the people do. So.
Yeah, but it was looking good from an early stage this morning.
We had a good campaign team. Canvassing went well. I can't really have no complaints. The response from the people was excellent as well. So thankfully, so far, the vote seems to be going that way. But again, like I said, I don't want to be tempted fate up until it's done and dusted.
Yeah, and it's not so long ago that we were talking to your dad on his election. We remember it well.
10 years ago.
It's 10 years ago, and you were proud to follow in his footsteps.
Well, that's one of the things. You try to keep his name going, his legacy. The response from the doors has been brilliant again with him. With people always say, "I've went around with your dad," and that. But for me, it's something to be proud of, So.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Where did you get your signs?
Just
because I have to say, there's a lot of people have been commenting on these. They're not even signs; they're roadside.
Well, if anybody has 3 of them, they may drop them back, or if they turn up somewhere in a ditch, I didn't leave them there. Now they're gone, but I'd like to thank Jenny Kennedy for doing them. She done the signs as well for the last local election in 2019.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, 3 of them signs are now elsewhere.
They're gone.
And above all of them, my WB8 sign.
Well, that's the one people are talking about. Will you tell people what that was about for those?
No, it was just we had to come up with some ideas, and in fairness, I let Jenny have the rein of it because she's the artist. So
yeah,
she came up with them, and we've been nervous about putting one on about WB8s at the start, but I think it went well.
You're hardly going to get sued by his family or something.
No, but there's always people who might be critical of things like that, you know. But again, it's just something different. We're not a massive party. We don't have massive funds.
Yeah.
Just these off-the-cuff ideas, and hopefully, like I said, by the end of the day, it might have worked.
Yeah. Well, maybe it did. But they were very creative, let's put it that way, weren't they?
Again, fair play to Jenny Kennedy. She's done an excellent job. But also, if I could just mention Paul Brennan.
Yeah.
Paul has come out with me for the last 10 years and 5 years before that for my dad as well. Day and night, putting up billboards, taking down posters, really doing anything we want. He's always one of these people who goes in the background, is never mentioned.
Yeah.
But just for me, I'd like to give Paul a big shout out and thanks. And also Rian Burnside as well, another young lad that helped him putting up and down the posters.
For those who haven't seen him, I'm sure they have, because they were well positioned all around the town area. One of them said simply, "This is a sign." It's not right.
This is a sign. Vote Gino.
which it was. All right, okay. So what's the plan for the rest of the day? It'll be a few hours before you're officially declared elected.
We're on the count of waiting it to happen. You know,
family and friends here, and
hopefully, get a few of them up. Big occasion. You know, it's as long as it happens, it's something I'm extremely proud of, and hopefully my family as well are, happy.
Yeah, okay. All right, well, we'll catch up with you later, hopefully, when that moment comes. So thanks for dropping by.
Can I just give out a shout out to the Glenview ladies team, who's been fairly supportive the last couple of months.
Yeah.
We've a bit of crack between a lot of us, and also they won the Women's League and the Cup in the first year of the league.
Yeah.
But also the Gertrude Celtic women's team who won the Connacht Shield, and the under-13 girls Leitrim team who won the Gaynor Cup yesterday. Massive year for ladies and girls football in Sligo. So hopefully whoever's going to be the next mayor to Caherlock can give them some sort of a civic reception, because to have 3 teams to do that, and I think it's excellent, especially for ladies football. The future looks bright in a lot of ways.
Sound like you're touting for the position, Gene, already.
No. If I'm elected, I'm happy to be elected.
Yeah, I know.
You know, it's only a name.
But what about your own football and managerial career? You didn't mention that. Where is that at the moment?
I'm still managing the ladies team,
yeah,
and the Glenview lads teams.
Yeah.
We stayed up, so hope to build on that for next year. You know.
Okay, and word has it you're in the transfer market for a few players as well.
Well, hopefully we're trying to get a goalkeeper. I don't know. You might know one there. He's a good cameraman.
Heard that all right. Maybe we shouldn't say it out on air.
Can't name drop anybody, especially for a transfer market.
What's it called? Tapping up? Is that it, Gino?
I don't know. Couldn't say that live on camera.
Okay, thanks for joining us. We'll catch up with you later on.
Again, thanks very much, and
no
same
problem.
yourself, Niall, and staff.
Gino Boyle, who will be re-elected as the People Before Profit Solidarity Councillor on Sligo County Council later on today. Johnny Gogan of the Green Party joins us as well. Johnny, thanks for dropping by. Thanks for being with us. And I think all the panellists agree that you had a very, very credible performance according to the tallies.
Yeah, it was,
I don't know if you'd see it that way, but
I mean, I was most happy with the canvas. I think it was a really good canvas. I put in a good kind of 2-month campaign and covered the area really well, and so thoroughly enjoyed that. It's a great time of year to be in an election, and but I suppose I just have to say, coming in here this morning and into the cauldron of the tally was amazing, and I was reminded of back in 2002. Tommy Weir, is a mate of mine, said, "Listen, this is going to be the last paper count in the Gilhooly Hall. We've got documented, and we documented 20 hours, filmed it, and of course it wasn't the last one.
Well, hang on to that. Who knows?
Oh, it was an amazing thing to do. So it's just a great thing to be part of, you know.
Yeah.
And I'm going to be in for maybe a couple of rounds now, but obviously I'm out of the running, and I completely accept that.
Lucky 218 first preference votes. I mean, that's a commendable performance. And again, you live in North Leitrim, isn't that right?
Yeah. And the circumstances, and in general, actually. Our candidate Aga Pivovarczyk has done well in Sligo Drumcliff and really wasn't in a position to campaign. And I have to really mention Adam O'Kelly in Ballinamore. Put in a great campaign. He's on 5%, which is for a first-time candidate.
Yeah.
He's got a great future. And Blóhin Gallagher in Manorhamilton, in a really tough, there's a lot of environmentalists there with James Gilmartin and Eddie Mitchell, on an environmental kind of platform, fair play to Blóhin as well. So just in general, I suppose we're upping our game as a constituency party. 20 years up and running, but we're gradually improving, so it's a long road. I remember Micheál Culreevy saying to me 20 years ago, Johnny, it took me 20 years, to get my council seat, and it just is a long road for a party like ours, and we just have to kind of stick with it.
Well, you were a general election candidate in 2011, as I remember.
Yeah, I was, absolutely. That was largely we were trying to maintain, people will remember, the Greens were in government at the time, and we knew it was going to be a very tough one. We were trying to maintain our 2% national percentage in order to maintain our party status, and we didn't actually make it at that time. So essentially that's why I was standing at that time, is just to kind of try and fly the flag at that time. But
well, if Micheál Culreevy's right, you've a few more years left.
Yeah, definitely. But look, the issues aren't going to go away. The things that we, in fact, the work we've got to do is to try and build a consensus around the things that we stand for, which we are increasingly doing.
Yeah.
So I'm delighted to see Nessa Cosgrove really advanced so far, and I know Nessa for many years, and she's really put in a great campaign with her team.
Right.
So
okay.
It looks like she's home. Huge respect for Declan Bree, going back years.
Yeah, it's some performance by Declan Bree. Will you continue to run in local and European elections?
I mean, the most important
thing. Do you enjoy it, Johnny? You do.
My commitment is to maintaining a strong party here, and we've got young people coming through, so it's to try and maintain the kind of the framework here. So of course I would never rule out running again, but that's the main thing is to maintain a strong party, so at least the potential is there in 5-10 years' time to elect Green Party candidates here.
Johnny's a well-known filmmaker for in case people aren't aware of that. You could do worse than make a movie or a documentary on this whole count process.
Look, it's all a learning thing. When you're a writer, you're just constantly mopping things up, and I even got a few ideas along the way.
Along the canvas trail.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm just finishing a film, actually, about a great Sligo story, actually. A nurse from Dromore West who served in the Spanish Civil War. Ruth Ormsby, people may have heard of her. And we're just finishing that now in the next couple of months.
All right. Interesting. Okay, thanks for dropping by, Johnny.
Thanks, Niall.
We'll talk to you later on. Well done again. A couple more guests to talk to. Pádraig Cawley, campaign manager, Pádraig, for Edel McSherry. Is that your right title?
My title, I suppose, I don't have any titles really, but I'm Chair of Ógra in Sligo and Connacht Regional Organiser, and I'm the Public Relations Officer for Fianna Fáil. So I suppose, look, I'm involved in Edel McSherry's campaign as well.
Yeah.
I wouldn't give myself that much of a title.
Okay, but heavily involved in Edel's campaign, so you must be happy with her showing.
Today, first of all, sitting here looking at the work that you do, have to thank yourself, Niall, and all the team at Ocean FM for what is always a fantastic broadcast. This service has been, it's second to none. I don't know where we'd be without it. Also, the staff here at Sligo County Council, without them, none of this would happen either. So they need to be thanked. But the most important thing for me, having been involved in this whole campaign process, is to thank each and every person who came out and voted for Fianna Fáil. We genuinely appreciate people's votes. And I've really enjoyed this campaign. I was just in the bar and I was talking to one of the workers in the bar, and he said to me that myself and Edel were in here a few weeks ago, and we had a good conversation with him. And off the back of that conversation and the way that we had the conversation, he gave us the vote because he genuinely appreciated that, being listened to on his issues. So look, I suppose the big thing for me today is to thank each and every person that voted for Fianna Fáil. From the party's perspective, there's been an outstanding performance from Fianna Fáil. Obviously, the area that I'm most glued to is the Sligo Drumcliff area, and that's been a magnificent performance so far. Looks like we're going to take 2 seats. So
you think so?
But that would be my call on it at the minute. I think that it's great that Edel McSharry has brought an awful lot to the Fianna Fáil team in North Sligo, a very strong team. We work very well together, and I'm looking forward to seeing both Edel and Donald Gilroy elected. I suppose the only disappointment that I have today is to see the vote for Fianna Fáil down in Sligo Town. And the way that's gone, to be honest, I haven't seen the full figures on that yet. That's what I'm hearing. Obviously delighted for Tom McSharry, who's a very hard worker, and looks like he's going to do well as well. That's more or less my call on it. But the main thing today really is I'd like to thank each and every person that went out and voted for a Fianna Fáil candidate. We will work hard. Each of our candidates will work hard on Sligo County Council if elected.
Okay, so you're hoping or reasonably confident of 2 Fianna Fáil seats in Sligo Drumcliff. And what about 3 in Ballymote Tubbercurry, or have you looked at the figures?
Well, look, I believe we've done a strong performance in South Sligo. I've heard a few people talk about 3 seats in South Sligo. I suppose, look, whatever happens. I couldn't really call it now because as I said, I'm fully engrossed in the Sligo Drumcliff tallies the last few hours. I'm just about got to get a cup of tea there. So
okay, well, we'll let you have your cup of tea, and thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Niall.
Yeah, pick up the conversation with you later throughout the weekend. That's Pádraig Cawley. We've 2 more guests to talk to. Keith Henry's in the thick of it at the moment. The last time we were talking to Keith at this venue, he was on this side of the table, but as an analyst, not a candidate. But you're back as a candidate, Keith.
I am, and I think I'd sooner prefer to be the analyst than the candidate.
Well, there's a battle ahead, but there's a lot of you in it.
There is a battle ahead, yeah. Look, I am disappointed with the vote that I received. Tallies put me on 1,054, which is only an increase of roughly about 30 on my first count in the last election. And it's down to my performance in Ballymote. I went up votes in all the other boxes around Ballymote, but in Ballymote Town I actually lost 30 votes on the last election, and we in our team had campaigned to have close to 45% of the vote. Now, in a local election, if you as a local candidate said you would accept 45% of the vote, most candidates would be very disappointed. If you go to other areas in our electoral area, you will see that the local candidate receives close to 70 and 80%. Now, I know there are smaller boxes and towns are more challenging, but I really needed to be looking at getting 600 votes from Ballymote, and I think it's about 380.
Yeah. But that being said, you're still in the mix.
I am still in the mix. There's 2,500 votes to be distributed before I either would be excluded or jump over someone else in the hope that I can survive. And look, I've been here with you on counts in 2016 with Eamon Scanlon when we did a Lazarus as well, so I'd be hoping that perhaps I would be able to.
And the fact that there are so many Fianna Fáil candidates in that area, is that going to be an assistance, a help to you along the line, or not, do you think?
Well,
or does it obviously depends on the sequence of
the sequence of eliminations. Would be crucial here. We always said that there was going to be one candidate elected in Tubbercurry between Barry Gallagher and Martin Connolly, and it looks at the moment that Barry is winning that battle. So from that perspective, I don't see Barry being excluded. Liam at present is 230 votes ahead of me, so I do think I will close that gap.
Yeah.
But whether I close it by enough is the question. But like those 2,500, that's over a quota of votes that have to be distributed. And I'm hopeful that as the youngest candidate left on the ballot, that people might have looked for a bit of a change from what was there. But like I said, I'm disappointed. I thought if I got 12 to 1,300 votes on the first count, I would be in a great position. And based on the feedback of my canvass, I thought I would be too. Now, there was negative campaigning going against myself, particularly in the Ballymote area. The same as the last time, people saying that when you have the whole area to yourself, it's going to be fine. There were people called at the last couple of days to split houses where I would have been getting the full support. And that is borne out in the tally figures. And look, it may well transpire that once again Ballymote will be left without a political representative living within it. But I'm not throwing in the towel yet.
No, yes, still very much in the mix.
It's still there. But if I had that 100 votes that the two Fine Gael candidates, Mulvey and Mullaney, went up on the 2019 results, that 100 votes would have made a huge, big difference to me. Yes.
All right, okay. Well, we wish you well throughout the day, and we assume that the count will be finished today. That's your hope. I know it's your understanding, but well, we don't know. You were involved in a recheck, were you not? Last
yes,
time out?
in 2014. We will remember that there was one vote that.
Yeah.
Blair Feeney was one vote ahead, then he was one behind, and it ended up,
Yeah.
So I hope it's not a case of one vote, or if it is, that it's in my favour anyway, at least this time.
All right, well, good luck anyway.
Thank you very much.
And thanks for coming by. Amanda Gallagher joins us as well, and I need to get this absolutely correct, because I've made a few errors already in relation to parties. As I'm calling some candidates independents when they're not officially independent.
Okay.
The Irish Freedom Party.
Yes.
I got it right. I keep after referring to
I know you're tired.
No, not tired. It's only early yet. Thanks for joining us again,
Thanks,
Amanda. Not your first time as a candidate.
Independent last time.
Yeah.
Irish Freedom Party this time. Sometime in the future, maybe Irish Freedom Party again, but bad day for us today. I think we might have the possibility of electing one councillor in Dublin.
Yeah, I haven't heard. No,
Glenn Moore.
Yeah.
Hopefully. So will he'll be in a race, I suppose, for the last seat. But I'm happy. I'm just one person here, and we don't have a big. We're not like Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil and Sinn Féin with all the support and the canvassers. Do you know? We're basically doing it by ourselves. So I couldn't get to all the places I wanted to get to.
Yeah.
So if I was to do it again, I would probably work 3 times as hard. Do you know, Niall? But I enjoy it, and I enjoy campaigning, and most of all, I enjoy talking to people and hearing what they have to say and their concerns. So, and I will continue to do that. I will continue to hear people who feel like they have no voice at the minute, Niall. You know.
Okay, I'm trying to trawl through all my literature here, and I just can't get the figures to hand as to what you polled last time out as an independent.
2.6% or something, 2.7%. Today is 3%.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so not a huge difference.
No. So very disappointing now.
Is it?
Well, yeah.
Yeah. And
but as I say, I should have done much more work. That's only myself to blame there.
Yeah.
I don't blame the voters.
Is there a case to be made for you? Should you have remained as an independent? You think you're?
No, I don't think so, Niall. I believe in the Irish Freedom Party and the message of giving a voice to the Irish that's not there at the minute, especially around the issue of immigration, you know.
Yeah.
Well,
just on that, and again, I'm loath to call anybody right-wing or a right-wing party, but you just don't seem to be making an impact here locally.
Not this time now.
Yeah. Is that
We'll
going
see.
to change?
We'll see in the next 5 years. Yeah, I believe it will change. Yes, I do.
Despite the fact that I think most of the candidates and most of their friends and colleagues would say immigration was one of the main issues, but
Correct, and it was for me every door. Immigration
but it's
was
not.
It's
the
not
cons-
borne
it's not
out
being
in the-
borne out.
Yes.
As in the candidates like yourself don't seem to be reaping the benefits of the apparent concerns that people
I
would
agree
have.
with you, Niall. I agree, and I can't figure out why, but there must be a reason why. But every doorstep that I went to, and maybe next time I'll wear a GoPro to prove it, immigration was brought up, and people are concerned. People are concerned that thousands are let in with no passports. People are concerned that there seems to be no talk of caps on immigration. People are concerned of what the next few months and years, when we see 10 cities in Dublin, will we have 10 cities in Sligo? So all these things were raised. I don't know why it's not borne out. I do know that I possibly failed on, well, I definitely failed on not getting to as many people as I should have now. So, but apart from that, I wish all the other candidates well, and I'll be listening out to the rest of Ocean's coverage to see.
Okay, so you're not deterred from being a member of any political party.
No.
Okay.
Now, it's a mythical, when they say far-right party, there is no far-right in Ireland, as is borne out today. All this talk of the rise of the far-right, I don't see them because they don't exist. They're just ordinary people with ordinary concerns that the other parties won't talk about and has been hidden. But maybe they will learn a lesson now and start talking more about, if people want to discuss immigration, they have a right to discuss it without being called names now. And there is no far right in Ireland. There isn't even an extreme right. There's nothing. There's just ordinary people, as is borne out in the votes today.
Okay.
Do you know?
All right. These are issues we will come to, no doubt, throughout the course of the weekend. Amanda, thanks
Yes,
for
thanks for your coverage.
No
and
problem.
Well done
Thanks,
to everyone.
Thanks for joining us. Amanda Gallagher
you, Niall.
of the Irish Freedom Party, Sligo Drumcliff election candidate. We've more guests to talk to in a couple of moments. We're long overdue a break, and just a reminder that our ongoing Sligo local election coverage is brought to you in conjunction with Sligo County Council. Back in a bit. We are in the midst of the local election count here at Sligo, at the Sligo Park Hotel. The first count, the Sligo Strandhill first count, not expected till about maybe 6:30, 7 o'clock. But until then, we're reflecting on the tally figures, which we have now completed over an hour ago at this stage. And our panel all agreeing, just to recap, if you're joining us for the first time, to recap that it's pretty much decided who will take the 6 seats in Sligo Strandhill, namely Declan Bree, Tom McSharry, Fergal Nealon, Nessa Cosgrove, Gino Boyle and Arthur Gibbons. So 2 new councillors to be elected there, Fergal Nealon and Nessa Cosgrove. In North Sligo Drumcliff, Thomas Walsh, Thomas Healy, Marie Casterly, outgoing councillors, will all be re-elected. Looking more definite now that Fianna Fáil's Edel McSharry, first-time candidate, will be elected also. And then the last seat, we're told, will be a shootout between 2 outgoing councillors, Donald Gilroy, Fianna Fáil, Tom Fox of Fine Gael, and a little bit more unpredictable in Ballymote, Tubbercurry, but returned as councillors would be Paul Taylor, Michael Clark, Gerard Mullaney, Dara Mulvey and Joe Queenan. And then the battle for the remainder of the seats is between Liam Brennan of Fianna Fáil, Barry Gallagher of Fianna Fáil, Martin Connolly of Fine Gael and Keith Henry of Fianna Fáil. So that's where we're at the moment. Couple more guests to talk to, and joining us is Alan Sayers, who is Director of Elections for Sinn Féin's Thomas Healy. Alan, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, Niall. Good afternoon to you.
Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thank you.
And you must be more than happy with Councillor Healy's performance. He actually increased his first preference share since 2019.
Yeah, that's right. This is Thomas's third election now to have increased his vote share, and I think it's built on a very solid foundation of hard work and good representation. That's what Thomas does, and people are aware of that. So we're absolutely delighted to have gotten the result we did. We're up, I think, about 3.75% on the compared to 2019. So we're very, very pleased with that.
And of course that's despite, if they are to believe, that the polls showing a little slide, more than a little slide for Sinn Féin in recent times. So was that something you were worried about, or was that ever going to impact on Thomas Healy's showing?
I suppose Thomas bucked the trend in 2019, and he's done it again on this occasion. And look, all campaigns, might be a cliche, but all campaigns in local politics are local. So it's very hard to kind of transpose those factors onto the national stage. But locally, we're very, very happy with how Thomas has performed. We're delighted with him.
Right. Okay. So has he? I mean, as you say, his third time around, has he bigger ambitions? Can you tell us at this stage?
That's very, very good.
You're not going to answer that question.
Yeah, it's a brilliant question. Look, I'm not going to be a hostage to fortune, but Thomas likes being a councillor, and he gets even like almost 15 years into it, because of course he's been a community activist before he was ever elected. But he loves delivering for people locally. And that's the role that he likes to do. But certainly, I have no doubt but that Thomas will come under a bit of pressure to look at that role and see if he would possibly go on a national stage. Would he be happy to or not? I can't speak for him, but it's a conversation that we'll be having, certainly.
Yeah, and not within his gift either. Of course, it depends on numbers and convention numbers and all that. But I'm jumping ahead, I know.
Absolutely. We don't anoint people, we appoint them. So that would be that would, of course, that would all come down to the local membership. But you have to look at it personally first of all, and then strategically before you go for that third stage.
Yeah, I haven't had. I mean, I'm completely out of touch with what's happening nationally. Sinn Féin, why is there any trends nationally for Sinn Féin? Have you heard anything this morning, or?
I'm afraid ditto. I've been kind of glued
we're in a bit
to
of
the Sligo
here.
Drumcliff area. I'm not even sure about the rest of Sligo. So I can come back to you on that.
No, that's okay. I was just wondering if you heard anything back. But in any case, it was a well organised campaign. You think?
Yeah. I mean, we were fairly well organised. We're in truth, we're off to a slow start. Because, as you know, we're looking for a second candidate for the constituency, and we thought we had one or two, so we kind of delayed our convention, to give that person the best possible opportunity. So we were slightly slower off the mark than we would have liked to have been, maybe a week or two slower off. and that's with literature and everything as well. But once we hit the ground running. We had, I think we had the best size of a campaign team that we've ever had, and we most certainly covered the most ground that we've ever done throughout the constituency, and it is a very large constituency, stretching all the way up to the Donegal border.
Right, okay, so Thomas isn't here yet. No doubt he'll be here near the time of his re-election, whenever that may be.
Yeah, I mean, I think he'll be here this evening, and it'll probably be tomorrow before our count is really on. But he'll be here at some stage this evening, certainly. Yeah, he's spending a little bit of personal time with his family, as with every candidate. They become like election widows and that, you know, they don't see very much of their partners. So it's nice to spend that little bit of time with family before he comes back into the fray here.
Okay, thanks for that, Alan. That's Alan Sayers, our Director of Elections, with Councillor Thomas Healy, who will be re-elected later tomorrow. You're right, it'll be tomorrow before that actually happens. Jim Lawler is our next guest. Jim, good morning, good afternoon. I keep saying good morning. It is heading into the evening now, early evening, and thanks for joining us, Jim. It's not going to be your day, but you're not that disappointed. I think the participation was,
I suppose,
more important for you, was it?
Things one has to be realistic. At the end of the day, I think my age went against me. I'm not bitching. I'd like to thank anyone that voted for me. I'd like to thank my family. James here, my eldest grandson, who ran the campaign for us. My daughter, who's away on holidays. I think overall, I was very happy. I got a good reception on the doors, and I'm grateful for the people who took the time to listen. But it's like just going into a football match. Somebody has to lose. I mean, maybe the size of the loss is a bit surprising, but when you look at the way the votes have fallen, the bigger parties have once again come back into the I suppose the main arena at this stage.
Why do you think that is? And that seems to be one of the trends today.
Well, I do remember way back 30 years ago when I ran in the elections before. Mary Harney was the Taoiseach at the time.
You ran for the PDs.
And
just
when she heard we were standing, she said, you know, the particular constituency here is very much a Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael. And if you look at the figures, it works out that way.
Yeah.
You know, and it hasn't changed
even
dramatically.
Still, yeah.
I'd like to congratulate the people who are likely to be elected, particularly Declan Bree, because he's put a long time in and great service. And the thing I admire about him is that he's so consistent in his messaging. I wish them all the best. I'd also like to congratulate the other candidates. I think we live in a democracy, and it's very good to see people putting their name down. I've no problem putting my name down. I've also no problem when people tell me you've lost. You know, it's just you take the risks, you take your chances, and if the people say no, well, that's democracy working.
Yeah.
You know, there's no point in getting crying and whinging about it. I mean, tonight I'll be out dancing the same as I normally do. And I think if people say maybe your priorities were wrong and running for the election, but
I suspect there'll be a lot of people out dancing tonight for various different reasons. James Junior, would you like to say a few words about your granddad and the campaign?
I'm feeling both emotions today. Obviously, when Jim rang me on the morning of the 18th and said, "Yeah, let's go and do this and let's run," I said, I have to get up out of bed now and put a campaign together in a day. But for a man we're talking about his age today, and the one thing I've avoided the whole election was his age, you know. But I'm extremely proud to be his grandson, and for all he's done, regardless of the election. I think like the last 3 weeks it's been crazy, and like he's still 2 o'clock. He's been out on the doors until 8, 9 o'clock every evening, and we've been joining him, and he got everywhere. And the result, I'll be open about it, we both went through it there when he came in behind us here. It was a bit surprising, the numbers wise, considering we still got out and we still knocked on so many doors, as much as we could over the last few weeks. I am a bit disappointed there. But look, as he said, he's going to go dancing tonight. I know Paul is listening in here from sunny Tenerife at the minute, so fair play to her. We've been looking at everything from here, and it's a bittersweet thing, you know. He ran 30 years ago this year for the PDs, and I said, "What are you doing?" You know, Blaine's laughing here as well beside me. And I said, "What are you doing?" But I'm extremely proud of him. Like, he has done himself, us as a family, everybody so well, and as much as he was talking about, you know, himself, like, he was doing it so we could all do this, that and the other. So, like, I'm really proud of him for doing that, and like, he'll go back dancing tonight, and that'll be it. Like, and as you said, it takes a lot to put somebody forward like
absolutely.
that as well.
Yeah, and as you see, you got everywhere, even right outside the showgrounds last Saturday night, isn't that right?
I said that as well. I said, you know, the van was great. It got out. Everybody was looking at it and stuff like that. And like, campaigning wise, it was great. You know, you got to thank everybody. You got to congratulate everybody listening on the doors. And you know, even like, we were canvassing in the estate one evening, and Declan Bree, speaker of him, came in and said, "No, that's all right. We'll go somewhere else." You know, it was real. And considering it was only myself and Jim out on the doors that evening, that type of stuff, you know, we're still giving our area, and a big eye opener for me and all as well. But like, the van was great. I had a great 3 weeks as well, canvassing and setting everything up on behalf of him, and we ran a great media campaign. But look, it just wasn't to be all the same.
Blaine, do you want to say anything to Jim?
First of all, congratulations on a great campaign. I've always actually admired listening to you when you're on the Friday panels. One of the most constructive and clear communicators I've listened to. I would look at it from the point that you came very late to the race. That probably had an impact on the vote that you're talking about being down there. But definitely nothing ventured, nothing gained. You've put an awful lot into it in the last couple of weeks. A lot of energy, a lot of heart. I know what it's like to be here as I won't say a loser, but as somebody who missed out, and I think that's very important to clarify. But it takes real bravery and real commitment to put your name before a ballot paper, and I suppose you have to just congratulate yourself on that basis, and onward to the next one.
Well, the next one, if I last that long, I'd be 93, and I know I'm pushing it at this stage. But I think what Blaine said there is quite true. There's 9,110 dwellings in the area. I think we got to about 1,200 because we only had really 10 days, and it shows, you know. Having said that, on Thursday last, when I finished at 6 o'clock, and I went dancing, and that night when I was getting into bed, I looked at my step counter for the day, and I'd done 13,300 steps. So it kept me fit, if nothing else, or just added to my fitness. So thanks to everybody, I enjoyed it. The result is democracy working, and there's no point in bitching about it. I'd say thank you to everybody.
Thanks very much, and enjoy the dancing and the continued days and nights of dancing, Jim. Thanks for joining us.
No doubt I
will. We have more guests to talk to here in the Sligo Park Hotel back in a few moments.
Thanks, Del.
The local election counts. This is the elections to Sligo County Council, and a reminder once again that our coverage all weekend is brought to you in conjunction with Sligo County Council. We have first tallies in from all three electoral areas, from Sligo Strandhill, from Ballymote Tubbercurry and from Sligo Drumcliff. So the process now is that we are awaiting the first count, which will be the Sligo Strandhill count, and we expect that around 6 or 6:30 this evening. Jerry O'Connor is our next guest. Jerry is Director of Elections for Fianna Fáil in this election. Jerry, you're welcome.
Thanks, Ryan.
And it looks like it looks like a good day for Fianna Fáil. It could be a very good day. Yes.
Yes, we should hold on anyway, and there could be gains there. Yeah, it's too early. It depends on transfers, of course.
Yeah,
but it's looking reasonably good. Yeah.
Okay, so if we take Sligo Drumcliff. First of all, would you be confident that Councillor Gilroy will hold there, and Edel McSherry will win a seat?
Yeah, Edel got a fantastic vote there for first time out, and somebody who obviously was starting from scratch. Obviously, Seamus had maybe 900 votes the last time, but that was a lot to build on. But that first preference vote is very, very impressive. Thought Donald would be under a little bit of pressure, but he came out with a respectable vote as well. It's down, but it's keeping him in the race. And it looks like Tom Fox may lose out there, and a gentleman, but that's the way.
Yeah,
that's the way it goes.
So you're hopeful more so than confident of 2 seats there, or
I'm very hopeful of 2. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. And how about Ballymote Tubbercurry? There is a possibility, as we know, as we've been discussing, of 3 Fianna Fáil seats there. What are your thoughts?
Yes, and that's, I find that hard to believe, because you're actually when you look at the layout, if you look at the Ox Mountains, you can discount West Sligo because there's no Fianna Fáil candidate in West Sligo.
Yeah.
So you're actually looking at 3 out of 5 seats in reality, which would be a fantastic result. Now, again, too early to see. Disappointment that Keith Henry didn't build on his vote from the last time, but Liam Brennan has done a fantastic job there.
More or less on par with Martin Baker vote. More or less.
Yeah, which is a fantastic achievement considering the name that Martin had built up, and for somebody new to come in, and it looks like Barry Gallagher will. But that's the seat we kind of left behind the last time, so it looks like Barry Gallagher will prevail on Tubbercurry. Transfers again will be. There was a general consensus that Paul Taylor wouldn't do as well as the last time, but he has retained that vote, and there was no doubt Michael Clark and Joe Queenan easily slipped in there.
Yeah.
Gerard Mullaney doing a very and Darren Mulvey, of course.
So a possibility, but difficult to land 3 seats. Do you think in Ballymote Tubbercurry?
It'd be a great achievement. No, it'd be a great achievement.
Yeah.
But it's achievable. But
yeah. Now somebody, it was Paul Cawley said to me, and I haven't had time to go through the figures, that the only disappointment so far for Fianna Fáil is that their vote in Sligo Town is down.
Yeah. Well, of course we had Rosaline opting not to run at the last minute, and that was always going to be a difficulty for us. Personally, Seamus, as I say, got a respectable vote in the other area, but he didn't replicate that this time. Probably too late into the game, I don't know.
Yeah.
Although Sligo Town is not the hardest place to canvass, but just didn't get the numbers there, and a lot of these votes are personal votes. You have to remember that, that's local elections, I believe, have little enough to do with party badges. So you're talking about a big personal vote, and when someone leaves, they take that vote with them. And it's a pity to lose that one.
But overall, you're happy enough so far. It's early in the day yet.
At this hour of the day, I'm reasonably happy. Yes, there was I'd say one of our best canvasses for all candidates in Fianna Fáil. It was a very, very good canvas. they were out early and they out often, and they
yeah.
tramped the streets. And I think.
And was it hard to encourage them to do that? Was it hard to organise or not?
No, I suppose headquarters were pushing to get out early, and in the countryside, candidates don't like starting too early, but they did their own thing. But no, it wasn't. There was no question about it because they knew what they were up against, I guess. And they were, we'll say, Liam Brennan had the advantage of having the experience of Martin Baker behind him, and I suppose Keith Henry had Eamon Scanlon, and a great team around Gallagher as well, so they were pushing as well, you know, and the lads were doing their own thing. And Tom McSharry was out probably earlier than anyone realised. You know, he had a lot of work done, and he was in pole position then. When Rosaleen called it a day, he was well established at that stage.
Yeah, all right.
And then it's testament to Donald Gilroy, the work he has done over the years, that constantly was a theme. You know, people were thanking him for the work he had done. He's up there with Marie Casterly. They're up in that neck of the woods, and I presume that area doesn't want to lose their councillors, you know, and get back to Edel, a fantastic result as well.
All right, okay, thanks for that. We'll talk to you later on, no doubt. Jerry O'Connor, Director of Elections for Fianna Fáil. I'm going to bring in Michael Kilcoyne at this stage, who's one of the important members of the whole tally operation here. Michael, give us a bit of an insight. I think you were going to say a few words about the European situation locally, is that right?
Thanks, Niall. Yes, the European obviously was being tallied today. It was fairly difficult for everybody involved, but I have to commend all the volunteers and obviously the official counters for their cooperation. So a very accurate tally was completed.
And it's my fault. I neglected to mention that because there are European tallies in all three electoral areas here in Sligo, and very accurate ones.
Yeah,
as
and
well.
they're up live now on the website as we speak. I think the final figures are just being processed, but it was a fairly interesting one for County Sligo.
Yeah. Well, let's run through them. Will we start with Sligo Strandhill then?
Yeah, we can. Yeah.
Or you want to do an overall?
I can do both. Yeah, whatever you want. Yeah. Maybe it might be more interesting for the listeners to do the overall first.
No, let's do the overall. So.
Yeah, we have Maria Welch actually topping the poll in Sligo, which is a big surprise.
It is a big surprise.
Big surprise. Yeah, we have her between 5,200 and 5,300, approximately 18%, 19%.
Okay.
So fantastic performance from Maria Welch, especially with the number 2 on the line, local man, hard-working MEP Chris McManus.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to come in around 4.5, maybe 4.6.
Yeah.
Just up to 15%.
Yeah.
And obviously Luke Ming then was topping the polls nationally, 3%. Sorry, third, coming in with around 4,300.
Yeah.
14%, that is.
Okay.
14%. The others then that polled well and got significant numbers into the thousands would be, didn't put them in order here now, but we can see them fairly clearly. Kieran Malooly is up on 2,200 country, about 7%. Barry Cowan isn't too far behind them, and Lisa Chambers. The three of them are around the same. So they'll either be just under 2,000 or just over 2,000 when everything's added up. You could put them down for 2,100 each.
Yeah. Malooly, Cowan and Chambers.
Okay. And who's closest then after that? Nina Carberry got over the 1,000, almost 1,400. Great vote. Neil Blaney up on 1,500.
Okay.
The other significant ones, Saoirse McHugh, 1,000 votes, great achievement out of Sligo.
Yeah.
And locally, Brian O'Boyle just around the 550, 600.
Yeah.
Green Party, exact same number. And Padre Trubin will do well to break the 1,000, just under 1,000 maybe.
Okay.
And the last local man, John Waters, around the 1,000 votes as well, about 4%.
Okay, well, that's interesting. It's a surprise to you, is it, Michael, that Maria Walsh would top the European poll in Sligo, in County Sligo?
Yes, I would have. If you gave me some money to have a bet, I would have had it on Chris McManus, maybe. Yeah. Other people would have said Luke Flanagan. Obviously, Maria Walsh is after topping the poll, so congratulate her. Sitting MEP did a lot of work. Obviously, the Fine Gael party were 100% behind her in the area.
Okay, that's interesting. Mark, do you want to make a comment on that and the European figures which are here?
Yeah, like Michael, I would have fancied Chris to top the poll, being a local candidate. But I'm not surprised generally with how well Maria Walsh is doing nationally, and I found it sort of unusual. Even Fine Gael sources were sort of saying, Nina Carberry, and for me, since becoming an MEP, if you ask people in Ireland to name an MEP, usually they're able to name very few, but I can guarantee you they were able to name Maria Walsh.
There was a name recognition
I think she made herself very visible in the 5 years, more so perhaps than others. The only coverage, sadly, of except for political anoraks like us that would be looking up these things, of course, Pat Rabbitt famously said that Oireachtas report, when it was on only late at night, was for alcoholic insomniacs. And I think you could add an additional hour for European Parliament report, because it's even later again when it's on. But I think that she had high visibility, as did Ming, so not a surprise to see them doing well. Definitely a surprise that Chris isn't coming out strongest in this constituency, though.
And I'm wondering what implications that has for his overall chances of re-election. John, very.
On the TV debate with on RT1, I thought she performed exceedingly well. I mean, there was a lot of. I must say, the whole time that was a horrendous debate. But of all the performers, she certainly shone, and so did Ming Flanagan as well. So that if you looked at I think it was a fair barometer, and also her quality of her postering, she had a very effective campaign. Very well done, I thought, from the management of her campaign on the ground.
Okay, so you wouldn't be that surprised then, would you?
No.
All right, okay. No. Blaine, I think you know Maria Walsh, do you? Pretty well?
I do.
Reasonably well?
Yeah. I would have worked with Mairead McGuinness, obviously, at the European Parliament, so I understand the European race. I would have been campaigning in 2014 for Mairead, and I'm not surprised by seeing Maria Walsh do so well. She's a household name before she came into politics. She's a breath of fresh air in terms of, I suppose, people who don't follow the day-to-day element of politics, but see her active on social media. So there's that element. And I'm looking at it. Was it 2,000 votes for Nina Carberry in Sligo Strand?
1,000.
1,000 across the whole area, was it?
1,000 in County Sligo.
1,400.
Was it? Okay.
It's very good too.
I mean, if those numbers are to be replicated, that's that was supposed to be a split down the middle. This area was for Maria Walsh, and the other area for Nina Carberry. If that's replicated across the county, across the country, in separate places, we're on for 2 seats. Fine Gael are on for 2 seats in that area.
I think Jerry said that. I haven't heard what is happening. Marion, do you have more of an insight? What is happening? You heard the figures.
I did,
the tallies here.
I was listening
the European tallies.
They're extraordinary for Maria Walsh.
Yeah.
Like, I know she's a neighbouring county, but still, to top the poll at 18%, and for her running mate, to get 1,400 votes, that's around 5% approximately. So that's a great result for them. And from what I'm hearing nationally, Carberry is flying it in certain parts. So you can't judge it. I mean, I heard Roscommon, for example, and Ming and Malooly are on about 35-40% each. There's really, Maria Walsh is next, but it's a small percentage, and Chris McManus. So it's hard to judge, but it's not great news for McManus.
Yeah, and we're just asking. I mean, I haven't heard. I don't know how Gilderney was polling elsewhere, but I mean, is there? I mean, based on those figures, well, you can't base it on those figures, but I mean, the perceived wisdom was that Sinn Féin were absolute guaranteed nailed on one of the seats, but is that the case? Are you hearing?
I haven't heard about Gilderney, but I'm just saying, for Chris himself in his own county, it is somewhat of a disappointment. It's a good vote for Luke Ming, And Kieran Malooly is holding up well. I didn't hear Tobin's vote. I don't know if you got
900, I think.
900.
Yeah, Michael.
Like that puts Malooly well ahead of him. It's twice his, just over twice his vote. Cowan, Chambers and Blaney between them are on about 5,500. So, I mean, but they'd expect to be that here. So, you know, it does look as if Fine Gael have a chance. Saoirse McHugh on 1,000 votes, you would have to expect a lot of those transfers will go to Luke Ming. They'll go everywhere, but he'll get his fair share of them. So that'll keep him up there. But it's...
Who was the leading Fianna Fáil in Sligo?
Nothing between them. Cowan and Chambers, they said around 2,000 each. But once Cowan is on that vote, that means he's going to be way ahead in the constituency, because this would be Chambers' backyard. Now, Blaney is on 1,500, so you don't know where his transfers would go. But they could split evenly enough, so they could. So Cowan seems to be home and dry. I think, again, I've heard in Offaly. Now, again, Offaly's a small county, no more than Sligo, but Malooly was coming in second to Cowan there. I also heard he is polling reasonably well in Galway County, coming in around third, but not so well in Galway City. That's what I'm hearing.
It's the rural vote again.
It's a more rural vote. And of course, it's the Kildares, the big towns in Meath.
The big population.
And don't forget Drogheda, a huge city. So it's places like that will tell the tale yet. But, you know, good outing for Fine Gael here.
Okay. Michael, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, just to clarify there, the question was asked, and from the tallies there, just a quick thought of the three constituencies. The leading Fianna Fáil candidate would actually be Lisa Chambers. Obviously, Barrycown isn't far behind, and then Neil Blaney still gets 1,500 as well.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we won't go down the three candidate strategy question yet.
But the reason we ask is that if you put them all together, combine them together, it's a very strong Fianna Fáil vote.
Yeah. And remember, Fianna Fáil have not had an MEP in this constituency in what? 10 years? More than 10 years.
Pat the Cope was the last one. He lost his seat in
2014.
Yeah.
And I heard this guy beside me say he was canvassing for Mairead McGuinness in that election. So there'll be a little punch coming your way once or twice before the evening is out.
I give you a high preference.
She was paying his wages. He had no choice. He had no choice. Okay. Anyway, thanks for that, Michael. Anything else to be gleaned from the tallies and the whole process? You would say?
Yeah, well, one of the disadvantages of doing the tally, Niall, I didn't get a chance to listen to the radio all day. This is my first chance to listen, and I'm actually on. But obviously, from the local tallies, you know, we seem to be in for an exciting time ahead for the bounce of the last few seats. I suppose the observation I had has probably been well talked about at this stage. The Sinn Féin vote isn't as high as what a lot of people might have thought. It's probably back to their original votes of 5-6 years ago.
Yeah.
And locally wise then, all the present incumbents have done well. Don't think they'll all get re-elected. There's probably, you know, a chance one of them might fall in one of the constituencies. So it'll be interesting to see how that falls out before everything's finished.
Despite what you say, Sinn Féin, though, set to retain their 2 seats in Sligo County Council.
Yes.
John?
Yeah, I think it would appear that it would be the case. Thomas Healy and you know, the Arthur Gibbons that said they will retain the 2 seats. I think that I suppose that for them that would be a good result. Obviously, the fact that you know, the holding on, coming back with anything less would be a complete disaster for them, really. But you know, in the very much Macquarie area, it was a bit of a washout for them, really.
Yeah. You've had a few minutes to circulate and talk to people around the place. I mean, what's the general assumption and feeling on the battles which do exist, namely in Ballymote-Curry and in Sligo Drumcliff?
Speaking about Sligo Drumcliff and the battle with Fox Gilroy, I was talking to some of the teams out there, and the perception is that there's not going to be enough coming back from a surplus from Walsh to assist Fox. That seems to be the thought process out there, but it's still ongoing. And then it's looking like, again, in the other area of in the Ballymote area that it's going to favour Fianna Fáil as well. So you could very well be looking at a seat gain for Fianna Fáil and a 2-seat loss for Fine Gael. That would leave it with, I suppose, a council in 2024 with 6 Fianna Fáil, 4 Fine Gael. That'd probably be the pact. And again for Labour Party and for Fianna Fáil.
He's already talking about the pact before we've had a first count.
Yeah, I'll run through a few more messages and comments before we take a break. We had Amanda Gallagher on earlier. None of you were here. She of the Irish Freedom Party, and we were putting the point to her that there's absolutely no sign of any rise of so-called right-wing parties certainly in this area. I don't know what's happening elsewhere. And this person making the point that ordinary person must not be too concerned about the immigration issue, according to the tallies today. I don't know if you can draw that conclusion or not. You can't.
I don't think you can.
Yeah.
Certainly, people I spoke to on the doors have concerns, but they may not be answered by some of the people on the right. They're looking for answers, and they're still looking to some extent, Niall. But it's not that there's no concern, and it does depend on the area. If it's an area where it's specifically impacted, it's one of the top issues, maybe sometimes the top. If the area itself hasn't been, then it's not nearly as prevalent. But it's who provides the answers to people.
Yeah.
It's not that they're not talking and that they don't care. They absolutely do.
Okay, great to see that the far right, who are so vocal on social media, are not doing very well in this election. Musk's Twitter doesn't represent the real world, says someone else. And then someone was wondering why the Dramard vote in Tubbercurry, Ballymote, was taking so long. Well, that tally is completed and it's up online. And someone else says John Perry is talking non-stop about Tom Fox this morning. I don't think you're talking non-stop about Tom Fox.
I wasn't actually. I think that Thomas Port Sheridan. I think it's all about the vote management. I suppose on the day really. I suppose the fact that the vote is up. If you take the Thomas Walsh vote is up, a massive vote, and Tom Fox, I think he's certainly in the hunt. Really, now to be honest, it'll all depend on the surplus distribution. Yeah. But I think they're looking at the Ballymote boxes there. There's over 1,807 votes that will be eliminated first. Those 1,800 votes. That's a lot of votes. You have James Conway, you have Jason Gorman, and Heinrich is 200, and you have Donald O'Connor and Jennifer S. Regent.
Yeah.
So that's 1,800 votes. As to where they will go now, that will be the question.
Right, it's almost 5 o'clock. We'll take a break and we'll have our obituary notices as well, just to keep people up to date with that situation. And we'll be back here in the Sligo Park Hotel in a couple of minutes' time to bring you the rundown to the first count, the Sligo Strandhill count. A couple of messages and points that people are making. Listen to your discussion. Not surprised that Maria Walsh has done well in Sligo. She's been out and about in the area at open events along with Frank Feehan. I met her last year in Leitrim, and she was very, very good at mixing with the public, very friendly and comes across very well, says Joe. It pays to get out and mix with the people if you want them to vote for you. And someone else says, from the local election tallies and from what your candidates are saying, all sitting councillors will be returned, bar 2 new representatives. Please ask the sitting, sometimes very long sitting councillors, who is responsible for the dereliction of Sligo town. And Frank goes on to make more points, but I think he's saying he's disappointed with what he sees as minimal change on the council, which is probably going to be the case. But that point about Maria Walsh, you just said it, Marion Harkin, she is visible, and Mark said it as well. There is a recognition aspect to it.
We forget about COVID, because for 2 whole years, I mean, Maria was a new MEP, as were some others, and it was impossible to have visibility. So really that was down to the last year and a half, and she certainly has. I've got a few more tallies here. Now this is just from people, they're not official. I believe she's doing well in Galway City, she's topping the poll, but again she would need to, but Malooly is doing well in the county. In Laois, Kieran Malooly I think is coming in 3rd. He obviously will be behind Cowan. I'm not sure who's second. He's coming in 2nd or 3rd in Westmeath. In himself and Ming are splitting it in Roscommon, about 35-40 each. Maria Walsh is on around 13%, 10% in Westmeath. So those are just rough figures, but it shows you that those who are polling well here are polling well elsewhere. Nothing on Carbery, but she will do very well on the east.
I just see something in here from Monaghan. Michelle Gildernew has, with all that tally in Monaghan complete, she's 26% of the vote.
Yeah.
That's a fabulous vote there. Nina Carbery, second, 18.7. Patrick Tobin, 3rd place, 7.2. So, as expected, the strong Sinn Féin areas are obviously returning strong votes for Michelle. So it looks as though that will be the candidate that will be pushing on to try and win that seat.
I think so. That's what it would seem, because Monaghan definitely always had a strong Sinn Féin vote. But for who's coming in second?
Nina Carbery.
At 18.
At 18%, 4,500 votes.
Yeah, that's good so far. Yeah.
Fantastic coverage to you all, fair play. Fantastic result for the parish, is this person. 3 councillors in waiting, Arthur, Gino and Nessa, from someone on the left, quite obviously. And it's great to see Maria Walsh doing well, says someone else. And it's great to see that xenophobic far-right candidates are rejected by the public. Well, we're only talking really in terms of County Sligo and to a lesser extent the European situation. But the point, Mark McCherry, minimal change. How minimal is it? There could be 4 new councillors, certainly 3, maybe 4. Is that minimal or not?
You could have a defeated councillor in the South Sligo area.
Yeah.
And could have been defeated Sligo Drumcliff.
Yeah.
It seems quite likely, and then you had retiring people as well.
That's it. Yeah.
But the other point to make, is a fair point to make, is that it says a lot, does it not, about the work of the councillors that are there?
Absolutely, it does.
It doesn't go unnoticed.
Possession is 9/10. It's very difficult to unseat a sitting person, because in every instance they're going to have 5 years of work behind them.
Yeah.
5 years of exposure to their electorate and engagement with them, on issues of direct relevance to the county council. So very difficult for somebody to break in against that.
Yeah. All right. Okay.
Definitely found that in 2019.
Yeah, did you? Yeah, it's an interesting point.
Six incumbents, very hard to shift somebody that's there. But minimal change, okay. But from the Fine Gael point of view, it looks as though that there could be 2 of their 6 seats going. So that's significant change.
And I suppose it's moving into North Leitrim, but the Manor Hamilton electoral area. 2 councillors from Fine Gael retired. But will they keep 1 seat is the question now. We can come back to it again, but that would not be a good day.
All right, okay, let's bring in Jennifer Van Answegen. who's one of the Sinn Féin candidates in Ballymote, Tubbercurry, first-time candidate from Westside. Temple Boy, I think, Jennifer, isn't that? That's your home area.
Temple Boy and Dromore West.
Okay, well, your reflections on your performance in the election.
I'm very pleased with my performance, both on the doorsteps and in the outcome, to be honest. It's first time out. It was a really difficult challenge. I was, putting it up to the two boys in West Sligo. It was by no means an easy journey, so I knew I was working uphill to take on the well-established politicians locally, but I'm really glad I did it.
Are you? Did you enjoy it?
I absolutely did. I have to say it brought real fire and passion to. For me, it's about having a woman's voice at that table, declaring the motivation.
Sorry for 1 second, Jennifer.
Firstly, we give the ballot papers the colour mix, and we then sort the ballot papers according to first preferences and check and count the papers. In relation to any papers which are sorted as doubtful, I will adjudicate on those in the presence of candidates at a later stage and I'll make a further announcement. So we'll proceed.
Apologies, Jennifer. It's just an announcement about postal votes from the returning officer, John Moore. Yeah, you were saying you felt it was important to run.
Absolutely. I mean, glaringly obvious. We have no voice. Women have no voice at the decision-making table.
Yeah.
The largest LEA in Sligo. I remember very well being in the polling booth in 2019 and looking at the 13 candidates and knowing, in my heart and heart of hearts, that I would run. For that reason. Once you see it, you can't unsee it.
Yeah.
And it had to be done. I have two daughters coming very closely behind me, she'll be voting next time round, both of them, hopefully.
Yeah.
This was really important, to put a woman's name in the contest, and didn't have a bad turnout at the end of the day. I'm very pleased, and I just want to thank those that did give me a chance and did put that number one opposite my name. And I want to thank Jan, my husband, most especially for being with me every step of the way, and very pleased with the outcome, and also to thank yourselves, Niall. It's been great to be part of this process. I wouldn't change for the world in terms of participating in it. I love seeing the machinery of democracy. I love the chase of the votes, I have to say.
Yeah.
It's quite addictive.
So would you do it again if it's that addictive?
Don't ask me that question right now.
Okay.
I mean, I'm very glad this is over.
Yeah.
It's been a long race. I've been out on the door since January. It was about getting my face known, my name known. So for me, there's nothing bad I can say about this. It's been, and I think for other women, this is really, really, really important. Registering young women to vote for the first time, making sure they got out to vote. Can't see, can't be. So we still have that problem. It looks like we will not have a voice at the decision-making table, and I regret that, and I'm disappointed that we don't have a voice. So, but I prefer to do this and to try and give it my absolute best, and really leave it all on the pitch, as they say, and do it this way than not try at all, And I think achieving that visibility and maybe showing people that this is an issue. Once you see it, you can't unsee it, and we need to change that.
No, it's not. It wasn't your decision, but a three-candidate strategy in Ballymote, Tubbercurry, was that a wise decision? I'm not asking you to criticise your party, but would you have been better with two candidates?
I think it was a big reach, to be honest. It's a very rural area, very large, very few urban centres. It was a big reach. It was a big ask.
Yeah.
Maybe not comment on it politically, but as you say, that would be a decision way beyond my control.
Yeah.
But I was happy to be in the race. I was happy to be a female candidate. I was happy to stand among my community and be heard. at the doorsteps.
Marion, it is great and encouraging to see more female participation in politics. We need more of them, there's no doubt about it.
Yes, we do. It needs to become ordinary. It needs to become something we don't
something
even
that
talk
we shouldn't
about.
even be talking about.
That's
You're right.
it.
Yeah.
We don't need to be talking about it. And you know, a long time ago, you know, people asked me, did I support quotas? This was before I was elected, and I said no. But since I've been elected, I've changed my mind because I think you need them for a period of time until it becomes ordinary the way things are done. So it could be 60-40 one time, it could be 40-60 the next, but nobody pays any heed or attention to it because they know that as many women as men will run and are as likely to get elected, depending on the election, depending on the issues, all of that. And it does make a difference to decision making. It doesn't change the world, but it makes a difference to how a particular issue is viewed, in my opinion.
Okay, so you would give credit to someone like Jennifer for being brave enough to go ahead and stand.
Absolutely, I give credit to anybody to stand. As I said earlier, and you will know this, Jennifer, nobody knows what it's like until you do it. You're thinking about it, and you're thinking about it, and then you jump. And 5 seconds after you've jumped, you're saying, oh my God, what have I done? Because you put yourself up there and out there. But you know, a lot of people who do it once do it again, so there has to be something in it.
Okay, John, you wanted to say something.
I know our family very well in Dromore West indeed, and I must say they're always fantastic supporters of mine. When I was
You're not claiming them as being as well, John.
No, not
you do this with all the candidates.
No, I'm talking about her maiden name now. I mean, so that's the family are very good supporters of mine in the past. I must say, honestly, she was a very brave lady because standing in Dromore West is a very difficult area. Because especially when you have two independent candidates who really have a rock of base there for 20 years. I mean, it's very hard to change it. And I think for that reason alone, it took magnificent courage, knowing the huge task that was certainly ahead of her, and I want to compliment her for that. And I think that certainly, as Marion said at the moment, it's all about having representation, having all voices heard in local government. And I'm certain if Jennifer was elected, she would have been an excellent councillor and will represent the people very well.
Right, okay. Well, there you go. There's no going back now, Jennifer.
That's it, It's we've been counted. You know, we've been counted, and our voice has been at least visible in the discussions, the debates at the table. That's really, really important that we continue to do that. Because every single policy decision that's made, and we talk about policy, but policy gets implemented locally. And every single policy has to be interpreted. And every single policy impacts on women differently, and we know that from the research. So to ignore that is really a glaring fault in the system, I would say. We really must do better.
Okay. On women, on families, on communities. As I always say, it's not really women's issues, even though it's sometimes looked on that way. It's societal issues, what affects our lives. So from that perspective, it is important to have, different voices at the table with different perspectives.
Correct.
Okay, Jennifer, thanks for joining us.
You,
well done again.
Thanks for your
Jennifer Van Answegen, Sinn Féin candidate in Ballymote, Tubbercurry. Thanks for joining us. Now, just a point of order. I'll wait till John is finished and then I'll make it. And just for those, as we approach tea time, we're waiting on the first count in Sligo Strandhill. Now, John, the Charvet Shirt Company have been on to us, offering their services, as have a number of listeners.
Why is that?
What do you have to see there? Can we get a look?
You're in a bit of difficulty, I think.
A biro. A biro.
There's nothing missed.
We've numerous offers of a replacement shirt, so we'll pass on.
It's not blood anyway.
No, it's not yet.
It's not blood, so we don't mind.
That's it.
But,
hopefully, he can be rescued.
I think the Shervey has quite a reputation, so I don't think we'll
It has, yeah.
We're all in shirts here.
I don't know if they do blue shirts, do they?
We certainly won't venture down the Shervey line anyway. Maybe you might know it. You can afford
No,
it.
not me, I'm afraid. Okay.
Let's get it needed.
Niall, can I give a shout out to the first councillor elected in Ireland, Tom Welby, over in Galway. I know Tom well, a great guy. He's an independent councillor, and I think he was actually the first elected last time out also. So hello to Tom and congratulations.
Right, quick break to take, and we're back again with more coverage here in the Sligo Park Hotel. Okay, welcome back. A couple more questions. It was an interesting question which Austin told us about as to why there is a polling station in Sligo Drumcliff, the Sligo Showgrounds polling station, which is a new polling station, as I said earlier. Was it called? I can't remember what it was called, but can someone explain why there's a Sligo Blaine, I think you know.
It was there in 2019.
Was it? I don't remember. Was it called Sligo Showgrounds?
Yeah. And basically there's an area in town that is in Sligo Drumcliff. It's largely Kevin's Fort Heath. That estate is split in two. And if you go out to Strandhill Road on the left-hand side from that junction all the way to the turn-off after the second sea road for the farm, that whole side of the road as such is in Sligo Drumcliff. So
Woodville,
yeah, exactly. Yeah. So to save those constituents having to go to a polling
Yeah,
station
we used to have to go to Skellards.
Yeah, so they now just have their
close.
own place there in the Sligo Showgrounds.
I went to the Showgrounds this time for the first time.
Yeah.
I always voted in Skellards before that.
Let me just check on that.
Yeah, I just because I'm in that area, so I thought the Showgrounds was new, but I wouldn't be sure.
Paul and Tubbercurry's been on saying, I don't know how much the deposit is these days that each candidate has to put up to get their name on the ballot paper, but it needs to be dramatically increased. We need more serious people on the ballot paper, says Paul. Is there a deposit for local candidates? I'm not quite sure on that.
There was one here last year.
We need to check that. I'm not sure. Is there
There
a
is
deposit?
a deposit, but I think it's quite small.
Yeah.
It's quite small.
Okay.
And just to confirm, there was a Sligo Showgrounds in 2019.
Don't remember that at all, I have to say. There you go. The female candidates didn't perform too well in the Ballymote Tubbercurry area. I thought we would get more change. I think that's something that Jennifer directly alluded to a moment ago. Well, there still will be change. There will be possibly 2 new female candidates, probably 2 newly filled candidates on the council, isn't that right? Before the end of the evening. Nessa Cosgrove and Dale McSharry.
Yeah. Absolutely, yeah, they will.
Right.
And Nessa sort of, we had one in Strandhill, our Fine Gael colleague.
Sinead McGuire.
But so that won't be a change there, but it would be a change in Drumcliff, which would be an extra woman on the council there. Marie Cassidy is there already, so.
Okay, and for those trying to access our website, because of the sheer volume of traffic in the last few minutes, it has actually just gone down temporarily, but we are working on it, and it is being restarted. We'll have it back in the next couple of minutes, so bear with us. I suppose it's what you politicians call the tea time rush on voting day.
Exactly.
And and it's just it's just coming up to 5:30. And for those who want to know where we are, we have the tallies in all 3 electorate areas long complete. They are available on our website, which will be back up and running in a moment. And we are awaiting the first count in the Sligo Strandhill area, and we're still hoping it'll be around 6 o'clock, 6:30, and it'll be followed closely by the Ballymote Tubbercurry first count. Right, okay. And we've dealt with the showgrounds issue. And more people let us know about the website, and we appreciate that. Okay, so, and again, people are wondering time-wise, because I suppose that not everybody can tune in and watch in all day. What is the likelihood of accounts being finished today? I think the most we can hope for is 2 areas to be finished. Would not be fair to assume, and Sligo Drumcliff
You would assume
to
that,
resume tomorrow morning.
You would assume Sligo Strandhill will be done first, and then later into this evening, possibly into tomorrow morning, the Ballymote Tubbercurry.
Would you think so?
I think that when you look at the Sligo Drumcliff, that count will be considerably shorter. There's a lot less candidates in it. In fact, you have 15 candidates in
They're going to do it
Ballymote.
in order. They're going to do Sligo Strandhill first, and then
Ballymote
Tubbercurry. Will Ballymote Tubbercurry finish tonight?
But they're doing them together.
Yeah, but will it finish tonight, do you think?
Possibly not.
No, I don't think so,
Depends.
Yeah.
It's going to be a longer count and a lot more people going out.
I just heard, I can't remember who said it earlier, I think it might have been Porrick saying that there would be reluctance to split a count, to leave candidates overnight waiting on a count to resume. I don't know. Maybe there's a cut-off point, perhaps. We'll keep you in touch, Annie, and the minute
when they're definitely coming in, I mean, thinking of the staff,
Yeah.
They're definitely going to be coming in tomorrow. I think it's unlikely, say, to run at 3 a.m. maybe, as has happened, if we're definitely coming in tomorrow morning again,
Yeah. And we usually start, and I won't preempt any decision, we usually start at 10 a.m. I think on the Sunday morning when we do come back. Right, okay, but the big contests are in Ballymote Tubbercurry. There are a number of candidates in line for those last few seats, and then the the battle in Sligo Drumcliff is Donal Gilroy and Tom Fox.
Yeah,
that's where we're at.
That's it.
Okay. Any more observations on what we've seen today, heard
no,
today?
I've heard that, again, going to Leitrim, that they're expecting a first count in the Manor Hamilton district, I think, in about an hour and a half.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if that's going to be counted first. I thought it was the last one to be counted.
We were told it was going to be the last one, but it was going to be alphabetical. But who knows?
Yeah. So they may be progressing well with the other counts up there. I must check now for you. Talk to some people I know there, but that's what I hear anyway.
Okay, and just looking at that as you did a moment ago, we were discussing the possibility that there are two Fine Gael councillors stepping aside, Frank Dolan and Sean McDermott, but there is a possibility, it's only a possibility, that they won't return any Fine Gael.
There is a possibility. I'm looking here. The first thing will be James Gilmartin's surplus, and there's over 400 votes there. So you could say some of them will go to Comiskey, which is geographic. Some of them will go to Eddie Mitchell because they're involved in the same issues. But I expect more of them will go to Phelim Gurn, the other independent, who's again just in the road from him. Geographically, he's very close also. I reckon that if 40% were to go to Gurn, that might be a bit high, but if they were, that actually would be enough to put him over the quota.
Yeah.
So really the battle is between Eddie Mitchell and Comiskey. Now Mitchell is on 511 on the tallies and Comiskey is 435.
Yeah.
Now he has Bergen behind him on 278. So in theory that should put him ahead of Mitchell. But it's going to be very, very tight. And as I said, James's surplus of 424, those votes could also be crucial.
They'll need to be crucial. As Niall just mentioned there, two outgoing Fine Gael councillors and we're here fighting for one seat. It's not a good place to be.
But Mitchell
I understand.
former.
He comes from the Fine Gael
gene pool.
Yeah.
He was heavily involved with fracking with Tony McLaughlin's bill there, and I think that needs to be mentioned. But I'm not ruling out Comiskey just yet.
No.
From what comes from Bergen and what comes back from Gilmartin will tell an awful lot there. And I would say Gurn is safe. From looking at these, just I suppose with a health warning, and the battle there obviously is Mitchell, who's about 120 ahead of Comiskey, but Comiskey I think has a little bit more to come than Mitchell as I look at it now.
Yeah, I suppose looking at the eliminations, that's what you're looking at too. You know, where will Bernie Linane's vote go? Where will Gallagher's vote go? You know, Comiskey is closer to Bernie Linane. Gallagher, you know, it's just a handful of votes could decide this really. And when we see the distribution of the surplus, that will give us a fair indication.
And that'll happen first.
It should, because that's substantial. It's well above the even the bottom three. It's still well above those. So they'll probably do that first. Though obviously that'll be up to the returning officer.
Okay, we'll try and get a clear indication maybe of when the first count might be announced, because I know people are keen to plan their evening and so forth. I see Paul Taylor is arriving in the count centre as well. Of course, Paul Taylor is going to top the poll in Ballymote, Tubbercurry. We'll be talking to him in due course as well. For now, we'll take a very quick break from the Sligo Park Hotel. pointing down towards the first count in Sligo Strandhill. That'll be the first count, and now we'll hear the first count in Ballymote Tubbercurry. We're told there is a delay, which is partly due to 100 ballot papers or so, European election ballot papers going missing, and they're looking for them at the moment. That's what we're told. Jason Gorman is with us, a Sinn Féin candidate in Ballymote Tubbercurry, first time candidate. Jason, welcome. Thanks for joining us on the programme. Thanks for stopping by. Well, how do you feel about your performance and how you got on?
Well, Niall, a little bit disappointing we didn't poll a little bit stronger, but overall 3 first-time candidates. When you tally up all the votes, it's just over 1,000 votes. In 2019 we had 412, and in 2014 we had just over 1,600. So in a way it does show that there is a bit of a rise in popularity in the 3 areas.
Yeah,
we probably did overstretch the American running 3 candidates, but it's a platform to build on. 3 first-time candidates. I'd like to think we all put in a stellar effort, and I have to say thanks to my campaign team and my wife, Margaret, the kids, and of course the lads that I work with in the fire station. They held the things going as well while I was out canvassing. So,
and I'm sure they all voted for you as well, Jason, isn't that right?
I'll have to do the maths on that when I get home.
You couldn't expect any less. But was it something you enjoyed doing?
You know what, it was brilliant. It's definitely an eye-opener, and it's an experience that I can only say I think everyone at some stage, if they ever get a chance, should put their name to it. It's opened my eyes an awful lot to how the world of politics operates and everything else.
Yeah.
But
in a good way, you would say, yeah?
Definitely, yeah. And there's an awful lot of concerns that was raised on the door by constituents that I got to talk to, and I'm going to try and do my best to build on that over the next 5 years, and hopefully I'll be able to sort out some of the problems that has arisen on the door, and it might propel me for the next stage in life.
Right, okay, so you might run again then, you think?
Yeah,
possibly.
there's a possibility. I'm not one to step away from things that easy, so I would imagine, hopefully, if the wife allows it, in 5 years' time I'll be going back into it again.
All right, okay. Again, John was talking earlier about the 3 candidate strategy. Maybe it wasn't in your party's best interest, and again, more than Jennifer, that wasn't your decision, but...
Yeah, I suppose at the time when we decided to run the 3 candidates in the LEA, popularity was at an all-time high for Sinn Féin, and we had thought it might have been the best strategy amongst ourselves, kind of vote-wise. It obviously hasn't worked out. We'll go back now in probably a week's time or 2 weeks' time. We'll dissect it. We'll sit down, we'll go through the numbers, we'll go through what went wrong and what we can do to improve in the future now.
All right, okay. I think if you've a few fans here in the arena somewhere, have you?
There's 1 or 2.
There's 1 or 2, I think. Making sure you're not putting any foot wrong on this.
No.
Right, okay, but as it stands, it looks like Fianna Fáil or Sinn Féin will retain their seat in Sligo Drumcliff and also Sligo Strandhill. So that's Ballymote Tubbercurry is the only area without a Sinn Féin representative, but you would hope that can change.
Yeah, look,
in due course.
In due course, and I do believe this is just a building block. It's we've put in a little bit of a foundation, and we'd be mad if we walked away from it now at this moment in time. We've got a core vote of just over 1,000 votes in the 3 areas, so it's just a matter of building on it, Niall, and hopefully in the future that 1,000 could be a 1,500, and if we get the strategy right, we should be in the mix down the road.
All right, okay. Thanks, sir. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks a million.
Well done again, and well done for putting your name forward on the ballot paper. Frank Feehan is with us. How are you, Frank? Deputy Feehan.
Very good. Just was here this morning for most of the morning, and went to Carrick-on-Shannon to the count as well. So I think we're waiting on first counts.
We are.
Tally figures, while we rely on them, sometimes they can be a bit misleading. So
as you well know,
10, 20, 30 or 40, 50 votes either way could determine seats.
Yeah. We remember it well, did we not?
Absolutely.
4 years ago, there were some worried faces in your camp at one stage, but it very quickly turned, and it may turn again. So how do you think Fine Gael have performed here in County Sligo?
Certainly in Sligo, the Fine Gael vote is held up, and in Sligo Drumcliff with 2 candidates. We've probably got a higher vote, but in Sligo Ballymote we're holding our own. And then of course in Strandhill, Sligo Strandhill, we're down vote, but there was only 1 candidate. We had 2 candidates the last time, so our vote is holding up across County Sligo, but we are in danger of losing 2 seats. But I still think the first count will tell a serious story, and of course the transfers will come into play. But I think it's all to play for now, and I'd like to see us holding those 6 seats in County Sligo in the local authority. But we certainly will have 4. But there is a chance that we'll get 6. But the best case is 6, and the worst case is 4.
Yeah, okay, so we'll have to see how it goes.
Yeah, Martin Connolly and Tom Fox will be fighting it out in 2 different areas, and Patrick Cleary had a really, really credible vote, a very good vote for a first-time candidate, but I think he's just a bit away off the thing.
A little bit too far off, yeah. Okay, I want to ask you also about Europe, because our tally figures would indicate that, surprisingly for many, Maria Walsh topped the poll in County Sligo ahead of the home-based candidate Chris McManus. I'm sure you're not surprised by that. You led her campaign 5 years ago.
Yeah, not surprised. In 5 years she certainly has moulded into a national but a European politician, and she has great name recognition, great face recognition, but she's also done great work on the ground, and I'm delighted for Maria. But as I said, Sligo and Leitrim is a small microcosm of a very, very large constituency, and I'd like to see what is replicated around the country. But I think Fine Gael, with Maria Walsh and Nina Carberry, they're 2 excellent candidates, and 2 I think will be transfer friendly. And I think by only having 2 candidates, I think there is a chance that we could get a second seat. But again, we're days away from those predictions.
Okay. How I know you're not going to answer me honestly about this, but how important is it for you and your re-election chances as to what happens here today?
It's very important. I've always felt that party councillors on the ground are worth 400 or 500 votes to any aspiring TD or any TD being elected. They do the work on the ground. They represent the people in their own areas and constituencies, and it's very important that's there. But as you know yourself, over the years, if your party are going well nationally, it can also make a huge difference. I still say in 2002, any candidate for Fianna Fáil, it was a cakewalk. 2011, any candidate for Fine Gael was a cakewalk, and 2020, any candidate for Sinn Féin was a cakewalk. So there's a lot to be said about your party doing well nationally at the polls. A lot more when it comes to general elections than local elections. Local elections, you can see the candidates and the sitting councillors have done serious work from all parties, and it certainly can help. But politics is an unknown journey, and let's say you don't make any serious plans in politics.
Yeah, all right, okay. But you enjoy the counts process, maybe when you're not in it. But you've been involved.
But you always feel for all the candidates that have put their name on the ballot paper, have gone out and worked with their families and friends and party supporters or even independent supporters or whatever. And
you haven't been home. You've been out every night. Elliot's waiting to see you.
Look, there's a bit of interference here, as I said, but no, I've really enjoyed going from Ross Nowell at the Ballantrae to Roscommon to all of Sligo and all of Leitrim, and indeed with Maria Walsh and Taoiseach Simon Harris. It's great, and it's actually been great going round all the doors. I can say this, is that not at one door in the last two months has anybody insulted you, and I think that's really augurs well for the great communities we have. And when I just see Facebook and Twitter and all the social media and people make it out that it's so much just going round the doors, and every party can say it. The one caveat we had was people were really nice and really friendly, but they weren't committing. But I think we got our vote here, but it does hold up that there's really decent people out there and all over every town and village all over the country, and that is really, really reassuring to myself and indeed all the candidates.
All right, okay. Would your interfering partner like to say anything to you?
No.
You work closely together, did you not?
we spent a bit of time with the Department of Health during public health emergency. That was quite interesting. No, I just think Frank is his breath of fresh air. You know, he arrived in here in 2020, and he's hit the ground flamboyantly well. I don't know where he gets his energy from, trying to be out, keeping up with him on all the doors. I think it takes a certain skill set and a certain type of person to be able to go out and meet people. And anybody who meets Frank enjoys Frank. They mightn't vote for him, they mightn't like our policies, but they like Frank. And I think that's a testament to the type of gentleman he is. So yeah, so much so I was working for him so long I had to get out of it. I had to finish up in politics. So maybe that was a blessing in disguise.
The Blaine actually, and this is like a self-mutual kind of congratulation competition, but Blaine was brilliant. He was my PA, and then in the Department of Health he was my special advisor, and he certainly in the Department of Health under the jurisdiction of the National Drug Strategy and Health and Wellbeing, he saw around corners, and it's great to have somebody, a local man, that was able to watch your back, but actually understood how departments work, understood how government works. And as I said, myself and Blaine are great friends, and we let's say we still get on despite him leaving me to seek more money and a better job prospects over the years.
Okay, all right. Frank Feehan, thanks for joining us, Deputy Frank Feehan there. We've a bit of housekeeping to do now because we have an extremely busy few hours ahead. We have numerous counts coming our way, and we need to reboot our entire system, which has been under strain all day, I can tell you, by the sheer numbers of people tuning in on FM and online, on audio, and particularly online and video. So we have to reboot our system. So if your system goes down, don't worry about it, but just refresh, F5 to refresh, and we'll be back again here in the Sligo Park Hotel in a couple of minutes, and hopefully we'll have all our systems rebooted by then, and we'll be able to go through until, midnight or 1 a.m. this morning. And remember, on the way, the Sligo Strandhill and Ballymote Tubbercurry first counts.